Go.
Executive Director, this is this May the 1st. This is the Laws and Rules Committee for the Tennessee State Accountancy Board. We have 3 items on our list today. The first of which is the discussion of the exposure draft on the UAA regarding a test. What I have and I think we all may have a copy of the Uniform Accountancy Act, where the definition of a test has been defined, or redefined, I guess would be the word for it. And then if you look on it, actually it's going to be, I think it's page 3 in your Laws and Rules guide. We have our state definition of a test. And at this point, if you compare the two, of course, the first two items, are identical. And then once you get to the third item, which if you're looking in your exposure draft, it says any examination of prospective financial information to be performed in accordance with the statements on standards for attestation engagements. If you go back to your Laws and Rules state guide, if you go to, I guess it would be under 62-1-103, chapter definitions, I think it would be item 1, Article C. It says any examination to be performed in accordance with the statements on standards for attestation engagements. So at that point, the words change. I mean, to me, so I guess what I'm trying to facilitate when we get to this part of the where it's defined, how do we need to? I guess we need to be compliant with the new exposure draft. So I'd like anybody's input on, from that item down, comparing the two statements. What are we in compliant, do you think, or do you think there's some things we need to change to get compliant?
Mr. Chair, this is Gabe. Would you cite that 62-1 - what was it again that you cited?
62-1-103.
103. Thank
Yes,
you.
you're welcome. And I guess for me, prospective financial information compared to any examination, I guess, would be the first, maybe little, I guess, blurb in there. Is there something we need to have to reword to fit that? Because it does seem our definition is a little lax compared to, as far as the wording maybe. What would be the difference? Prospective financial information, and then in our, I'm not sure if it's even in our rule book at that point.
No, but ours says any examination to be performed in accordance with the SSAEs.
Okay.
So it seems like that would include prospective financial information.
Right.
Wouldn't
Okay.
it?
That's what I'll make sure, as long as we see it that way. I just want to make sure I'm not skipping something, I guess.
Mark, this is Gabe. Is there any, were they trying to limit it to future or prospective? Because if ours says any examination, I'm not a practicing CPA, so obviously I'm having a little bit of trouble with having substantive comments on this part of it.
Well, I think what's happening here is they are using prospective financial information as opposed to if number 5 in the exposure draft says any examination, review, or agreed upon procedures engagement to be performed in accordance with the SSAE other than an examination described in subsection 3. I think there's some carve-outs later on as to what applies where, if you will, in regard to the prospective financial information. I think they're trying to carve that out as something kind of separate.
Right.
Okay.
Where were you reading, Mark? Where were you? Page 3?
Page 1, Henry. It's labeled page 1, section 3 definitions.
Mark, do you think the definition in our guide covers, I guess, I'm like I said, I'm kind of asking you on this, but I know in item 4, it says any engagement to be performed in accordance with the standards of the PCAOB. Do you think our rules and guides contain that, or do you think is our rules broad enough, I guess, to cover that or include it? I mean, it's a different board. I mean, it's a different type of board, I guess.
I would say we might want to consider including that particular statement in revision to the law.
Right.
So, Mark, what would your suggestion be for the change in the state rule?
No, Gabe, I think my suggestion would be that we want to include the engagement to be performed in accordance with the standards of the PCAOB. I think we need to definitely include that in there.
Okay.
The others, I think, are going to come down to looking at our definition of compilation, because it does address that later on, and I think that's where we need to concentrate our time.
Right.
Do we want to consider a compilation to be in a test engagement?
Because it's not included
No, it's not included in the UAA definition
in the
of a test.
UAA.
They are including prospective financial information, but not compilations.
Not compilations. So do we need, is this where, in your mind, that we might need to consider, I guess that would be, if we want it to be compliant with that don't mean we need to remove that term, do we? Compilation, I mean, would that be, or?
If we're going to be totally compliant with the UAA,
Right.
then we would need to remove compilations
Right.
from our definition of a test.
Does that cause you, do you have an issue with that? Does that cause you any problem in your mind? Is it?
You know, Troy, I've gone back and forth on this in my own mind.
Right.
Are compilations truly in a test function?
Right.
In my mind, I've come to the conclusion they're probably not, because all you're doing is taking information and rearranging it.
Back on.
But on the other hand, our current definition requires that any test engagement be peer reviewed. If you take compilations out of that test definition, then you need to look at determining whether or not you want to have those peer reviewed or included.
It changes a lot of things.
I was going to say,
Yes.
just as a
Changes.
commentary,
Right.
that's a big step.
It's a big step
Yeah.
because it changes all the way down the line, and that's
Yeah.
why.
What we run into on the compilation engagements is they have to be issued in accordance with GAAP. And it's more than just rearranging numbers and that kind of thing. It becomes a headache when you talk about disclosures and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
And of course, I have no problem with the way we've defined it in my mind. I mean, as far as we include all three, which
Yes.
is fine. I mean, I just kind of wanted to see how you took and the thing is, removing it, like say, I thought about it, but you have to change a variety of things, and it would take. I'm not sure if I don't see removing it just to match the. I don't.
Okay.
Removing that word or the term, I think it'd be too much to do it. But I do see to add line 4.
Yeah, I just think we need to look at that and perhaps work with the society and get some language, some statute language prepared for the legislature.
Right. Anything else? Is anything else we need to do with that topic at this point? Do we need to
I don't think so. If we're going to leave compilations in a test function for
Okay.
now, then let's just leave it. More.
go from there? Okay.
This
Does
is that's
society have any
primarily the
comment? What's your thoughts on that, Wendy?
Mark covered the comments I wanted to make, especially with regard to compilations, that it will affect in our current rules and laws and rules the peer review outcomes. That's one thing. It was my understanding that one of the changes made to the attest function and that examinations was they took the word financial out to allow engagements that don't report on financial information, CPAs to issue those engagements and kind of expand the scope of what CPAs can offer. So that was the benefit of making the change, and we were kind of already there, which is a good thing. So I think PCOB is important to look at, and we can certainly look at the wording and suggest something to add to that.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next item on the list was we wanted to review, what else we need to do? That's what I mean.
We need to make a
Is there a
motion
motion
to add the
involved, or-
PCAOB language,
Yes, please.
but in regards to the compilation wording, there's nothing to do because we're not making a change.
Not for now.
We're just talking about adding it to this first section of 62-1-103.
Yes, sir.
Item 4,
Item 4 in your, on the,
any engagement to be
Exposure
performed in
draft.
accordance with standards of the PCAOB.
yes.
I don't think I have any objection to that, but I would really, this is more of an SEC type issue when you talk about PCAOB, and I'm just wondering if we ought to hear from some people that do a lot of SEC work about that. Go ahead.
I also think it's worth another, we can certainly look into it further, but any engagement to be performed in accordance with the standards of the PCAOB, those engagements, if they're SEC issue, if they're done by the PCAOB and inspected by the PCAOB, they don't go through the peer review process. So you have to, if you're going to add it to your definition of a test, and then as a test flows throughout your laws and rules, then it's going to say they need to be peer reviewed, and they are inspected by the PCAOB, but those same engagements aren't always peer reviewed because peer review looks at the non-SEC.
I thought that those firms that were doing PCAOB type work, that their peer review had to have the same type of experience when they come in to do the peer review.
They do. Those firms are administered by the AICPA to make sure that happens. But during the actual performance of the peer review itself, the engagements that are inspected by the PCAOB are removed from the scope of the peer review. It's maybe somewhat of a technicality, but I just we want to research that and make sure that we're not adding wording that then's going to cause a problem somewhere else.
Sure.
Do we need to, I guess, table that particular line for lack of, we need some more information, I guess
Sure.
would be,
Let's table that until July.
okay. Anything else we need to do with that item?
No, sir,
Okay.
don't think so.
Thank you. Our next item on the list is a review of Rule 0020-01-13 2C, which I believe in your counting guide would be page 40, and I think it's at the top of the page. And I think item C reads the fee for biennial renewal of a reciprocal certificate shall be $120. I think Mark had mentioned that we had another change to a fee. I think Mark, did we dropped the fee a certain amount, and I think this was
$10.
kind of attached to it. We failed to change this one. So Mark, is your suggestion we drop this $10 to match our other change? Is that,
Yes, please.
okay? Is that, what exactly, I'm trying to, in my mind, where would what was our other change to be exact? I mean, which line would that be?
That change was, let's see, Troy. If you'll look in page 32 of your rule book, fees that were charged there under C, renewal of certificate of registration. Your book says $120. We dropped that to 110.
We need to check, okay.
That was effective March the 11th of this year.
So this change would be, we're doing this just to match the rules and laws. Yes.
Move that we change rule 0020-01.13. Was it section 2C?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
To read, to match the other page, to read it, $110. The fee for biannual renewal of the reciprocal certificate shall be $110.
This is Gabe. I second that.
All approved? Say aye, please.
Aye.
So moved. Recommend to the board to approve, please. Our third item may be a Mr. Whitaker item possibly, but it is a review of the regulatory flexibility analysis for rules with preliminary board approval.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Brewer. You are correct that this is one of my matters. The board has previously expressed its approval for a rulemaking hearing with a date still to be determined based on the pre-review process that has to be done for the rules. But this is regarding the change to add professional privilege tax non-payment as a specific disciplinary ground in the rules, and also to add the military applicant rule language that is required by a 2013 statute change, and also to clarify the penalty CPE requirements that the board discussed at the last. But at any rate, in order to do that, there has to be a regulatory flexibility analysis done. The board is familiar with these. We've done them in prior rulemaking hearings, but particular statute, which is TCA 4-5-401, and then some subsequent sections, require an analysis of what impact the proposed rule changes have on small businesses specifically, and some other things. I do have a regulatory flexibility analysis prepared, and I would defer to the committee's will as to whether the committee would like me to read the whole analysis into the record for the committee at this time. It's a couple pages, or whether the committee would simply wish to vote to send a regulatory flexibility analysis to the full board for review and approval at tomorrow's meeting, at which time the analysis could be read into the record and all board members hear it at the same time. I think either would work, and provided that the full board approves it, then it shouldn't be a problem, but I'm glad to do it either way.
I would just prefer to read it to the whole board. I mean, we'll all hear it at the same time, and all we'll hear it twice. So I mean, it may save you a little time, and I think it'd be good.
All right. In that case, if I could have a motion, second, and approval to refer the Regulatory Flexibility Act analysis to the full board at tomorrow's meeting for their consideration.
So moved.
Seconded.
Got a question. Is this a 2-page document that you're going to hand out to the board members tomorrow?
Well, actually, Mr. Hollis, I don't generally publish this because it's typically prepared for internal purposes only until such time as it's read into the record. So that's why I didn't give it to Ms. Condon and have it uploaded onto the iPads. Now, once it is read into the record and then it becomes a part of the minutes, that's no longer a problem because it's part of the rulemaking process. But when in the process of drafting this analysis, I've got to have it run up the chain and approved by my supervisor and potentially a couple of other attorneys before I can actually read it. This analysis has been approved, so that's not an issue. But we're typically advised not to hand that out until it is disclosed to the full board at a public meeting.
Full board, if we agreed to read it into the minutes now, we could not have a copy until it's read to the full board.
I would say that that's probably accurate. I mean, I could read it now, but if the board would like copies to follow along tomorrow, please let me know, and I'll be happy to print enough out.
I'm just being difficult.
Okay.
That
Well,
was a good effort.
sometimes you don't know these things. Just check.
So do we need this approved?
Motion on the floor.
Got a motion on the floor.
Okay, all approved, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. That is our last item on the laws and rules. Anything else we need to?
I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker.
Thank you, sir.
So we need to move to adjourn.
Look, I wanted to mention one thing. You all sent out yesterday or minutes of the committee meetings.
Yes, sir.
They were sent out. It's got on here that I was in attendance at the last meeting of the Law and Rules Committee, and I missed that meeting.
Okay, we will change that.
I got mixed up on my clock, and I came in at 2:00, and it was over at 1, so I'm sorry. But I was not present. Don't want to take any responsibility.
Meeting is adjourned. Mr. Crocker.
Great.
Sir.
Thank you.
Hey, Mark. This is Gab. Do you want me to call back just at 3? Is that the thing to do?
Yes, that'd be the thing to do.
All right. I appreciate it.
You've got some free time, Gabe.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Call the licensing committee to order. We've got several items to discuss. I feel like I'm so far away over here. The first item we have, I guess they're all four similarly related items, relate to firm applications for various accounting or CPA firms. I believe that all four of them relate to, let's see, what's the section? Rule 20-03-.15, item 2, regarding CPA firm naming rules. This rule, I'll just read it into the minutes. A fictitious CPA or PA firm name, that is, one not consisting of the names or initials of one or more present or former partners, members, or shareholders, may not be used by a CPA firm unless such a name has been registered with and approved by the board, and it is not false or misleading. So, with that in mind, we'll discuss each of these applications. The first one is from Real Tax and Accounting. I may need clarification on this. My understanding is that the applicant used to work for a firm, an unregistered, unlicensed firm, and that now is wishing to start his own firm, and with the name being Real Tax, make sure I get it right, Real Tax and Accounting Solutions. Is that correct? Real Tax and Accounting. And I think he sent the application in, and it's been referred to the board because it falls under the fictitious name rule, and so it's our job to discuss this and determine if it's okay or not, if it's misleading or not. So I'll open up for discussion on this.
That's the application, at least when I opened mine up, it says Sanders Associates.
He has since changed that to Real Tax and Accounting. Vic, we told him flat out he couldn't use Sanders Associates because his name wasn't Sanders and he didn't have any associates.
That was the name of the firm he previously worked for that was not
Thought they were
licensed.
trying to open a satellite office in a different city.
Are there any examples of anyone being called Real Tax or something like that? One of them we saw that had given examples of.
Don't have any examples for you, Charlene. Let me find that letter. We have in the past allowed several firms to have fictitious names, but we have since had some trouble with those names, so we are bringing these to the board for consideration in the future.
Let me read an additional item under the 20-03.15. If you read section or item 3, it says the board may disapprove of the use of any fictitious names that falls within one of the prohibitions listed in the paragraph of this rule, or if it determines after notice and hearing that the trade name is deceptive. Just throwing out the rules there.
Examples cited by the attorneys for one of the other applicants include Corporate Finance and IT Solutions, PLLC, Accountants and Business Advisors for Physicians, Financial Solutions, Inc., Reliable Financial Solutions, Inc., Reliable Accounting Services, PLLC.
I personally don't have a problem with this. Tax and accounting work.
Yeah,
Real tax
Real tax,
versus the
unreal.
fake tax?
Versus fake tax, yeah.
I mean, as stated, what was your last example, Mark?
Reliable Accounting,
Yeah, so I mean, I guess they determined it was
yeah.
unreliable, I mean, so I would agree with that. Not that it was unreliable with the name, I don't have a problem with. So I guess we'll have a motion to approve and accept this name, this applicant.
Move.
Have a second? Any other discussion?
Vote.
I guess all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, the next item is it's call 3, which my understanding it's reference to Colossians 3. New application. And again, everything's checked out except for the fact that it's a fictitious name. And we just need to have the same discussion.
Problem with the name. Well, go grab that now.
It just doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure.
Clarification, it's call 3 CPA, not just call 3. Thank you, Don. More discussion?
I think my only, my problem, I mean, obviously, it seems to be that it's more his problem in terms of a business. You know, if it's a marketing tool, the name of your business. But I am a little concerned that we could be, again, going in directions that we may not want to go in because we approve this name that's a little strange, the next one gets stranger, and I'm just, that in terms of a profession, it might, we don't want to go. That's just my comment.
Management or council have any issue with this or any comments or?
A comment, I mean, I don't have a Bible handy, so I'm not exactly sure what Colossians 3 whatever says. Certainly don't know if the board wants to give its imprimatur to whatever Colossians 3 says, and then this CPA is that kind of guy. I mean, that's up to the committee and the board as a whole. And the one thing that I guess that I see that's missing, as opposed to some of these other ones, you had the one that the committee just approved, real and reliable. I guess those are kind of adjectives, but if it's going to be something that describes maybe, as Dr. Spiceland pointed out, like a marketing tool or something, it's not like this guy saying, I want to be Colossians 3 CPA because I want to market to churches. That may be, but he didn't say that, and there's not any documentation to that effect in here, so I guess the farther away the business of a proposed entity with a given name gets from what the name purports to put out to the public, that's probably carries with it a proportionally increase of concern from the board. That's all. So, I mean, I'm not even saying the board might not eventually approve this if this name were somehow tied to Mr. Wright's business or his business plan, or, this is what I would like to try to do to market, and this is part of it, but none of that is here. And I mean, it's obviously a fictitious name, and so the board can approve, but
I think we're about to find out what Colossians 3 is.
Well, Colossians 3:23 is the reference that he gave me, and Colossians 3:23 reads, can I do this in a public meeting?
Part of the name, surely.
just read it.
Okay.
We'll ask for forgiveness later.
Okay, Colossians, you said that, Mr. Chairman. Colossians 3:23 says, whatever you do, work at it with all your heart as working for the Lord, not for human masters.
Sounds like a good CPA.
That's a good,
I think the discussion point that we need to have, or the discussion we need to have first is, it goes along with what Charlene said about opening up the door I mean, if someone comes in and had an application for, I want to name my firm, the best CPA firm in the world, PLLC. I mean, are we gonna, what I'm saying?
Or Satan's house of CPAs.
You said that.
I mean, that's the flip
Yeah.
side of this very coin. I wasn't trying to be funny.
No, yeah, I
Maybe
mean,
a little.
I just think we need to probably have a discussion as a board about, do we want to open this door up, or do we want to keep it back related to, the old way of the original way, traditional way, it's tied to someone's name or a retired partner's name or something that's associated with the person, rather than it becomes a marketing piece. We can all have our, missions and mottos and that sort of thing, but the names, are all associated with an actual person. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that I think that's the discussion that needs to be had here to determine where, how far as a board we want to go with this, because it can open up doors that we may not be able to close.
I know in the last, the church name, one of the problems with that was that there had been other names of some professional, So I think that once we start approving this, we're establishing a Personally, I'd just like to see the whole board discuss this.
You can always vote to defer this particular application, to defer discussion to the full board. I mean, you guys have had your discussion, and then, you know, somebody asks, hey, what's the committee's view? Well, we talked about it and decided we should all talk about it.
Well, I mean, I don't know that it's not this specific item. It's all four of these. And actually, all five, the one that we're going to discuss again in a minute, the church financial, I mean, they're all related. You know, they're not, if it had been Smith accounting firm or CPA firm, you know, there's no issue there. I think that, you know, the issue is that it's not tied to that. It does require discretion and personal opinion, and, you know, that opens more doors. So, not to shy away from this from discussion, but I think that is something that the fundamental discussion that needs to be had before we make this decision is, where does this board want to go with in respect to our interpretation of this law? With that said, I guess we would shy away from it and let the board discuss it, but.
So you want to defer this to full board discussion?
I would like to do that. Do I need to make a motion, or can we just say that?
I would say yes, and if it's going to be, and also specify whether it's just going to be the call three or all of these.
To undo the motion we previously made to recommend, and
I would probably say yes if you want to discuss them all. Just, you know, the motion needs to be to withdraw the prior recommendation for real, whatever it was, and to defer all of these similarly situated applications for full board discussion tomorrow.
I'd like to make the motion to withdraw the former earlier approval and take this discussion to the board tomorrow.
Dick need to do that since he made the motion, or does it matter?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. A motion made and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Next item is review of revised name change request for Jeff Shepard CPA PLLC. I think this also is connected with the four we just discussed as far as the concept. I guess just some summary on this. We had a conference call, I don't know, April the 4th, I believe, and the board voted to deny the application based on the facts that it was not majority owned by a CPA. Is that correct?
Actually, it was majority owned by a CPA, but there was an issue in that the application contained an owner, although a minority owner, who listed a 0% amount of time spent at the working at the firm, and the rules don't allow that. So,
He's resubmit. My understanding is he's resubmitted his application. Nothing has changed with regards to the application. However, they have changed the ownership structure of the firm to comply with the ownership rules. Is that correct?
Yes. That is correct.
So now we're back to determining whether or not we want to approve this
Name.
fictitious name. Same discussion, I guess, as the four we've just had now.
well, since this is listed as a separate agenda item, if the committee's will is to defer to full board discussion, we'll need a separate vote for that.
We have a motion to refer this item to full board discussion.
I move.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the next item is a review of policy statement regarding non-registered CPE sponsors. And let's see. I believe this came about by one of our members who I didn't quite understand all the timeline on it. He's a tax attorney, and he's also a CPA, and he's wanting us to discuss, well, there was three things. The requirement that non-exempt sponsors be registered with NASBA, the requirement for prior approval of a non-registered sponsor, and the limit of one exemption per reporting period. And those are the rules for non-NASBA or Tennessee registered CPE courses. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Karen, do you want to address this issue since you had the correspondence with Mr. Goodman?
Sure. Mr. Goodman submitted pre-approval applications for 3 CPE courses that he would like credit for, either classes that he had taught or taken. One of them was for the IRS, where he apparently instructed a program for them. The IRS, of course, is they don't have to register, they're exempt from sponsorship requirements. For that one, he only included an invitation to speak at that event and nothing, confirming that he had actually taught the class, so I had asked him to send that in. The other 2 were for the New England financial planning, and the Tennessee Bar Association, where he presented part of their program. The trouble I had with those is that he had submitted them a pre-approval request after he had spoken at the events. And I told him one request per reporting period, and that he needed to have them approved before.
In regards to the IRS one, has he sent you the additional information?
No, he hasn't. Nope.
Am I correct, there's a limit on how many of those you can do?
Right. You can get up to 16 hours of credit through a non-registered sponsor, and you can make 1 request for each reporting period.
Theoretically, he's made 2, if I'm not mistaken. You said the IRS was exempt from.
Right.
So if he provided that information, then that would be
Right, he would get credit
sufficient,
for that.
and it wouldn't need our.
He had instructed for 1 hour at an IRS presentation, so he would get 3 hours of CPE credit for that.
That would not fall under the 16 hours. It would just be normal CPE. We wouldn't have to approve any of that.
Right.
So the question is 16 hours.
The Tennessee Bar Association, I think, was only for 1 hour, and the New England Planning, I believe. So that was actually for 1 hour as well. But it wasn't clear from that. I believe he may have instructed those 2 hours, so he would get 3 times the amount. So it would be a total.
We're still within the 16-hour rule. The violation, the hang-up is because it was not pre-approved. Okay.
I'd also asked Mr. Goodman to, I clarified for him that he also didn't include confirmation that he had instructed the new series of emails where they were planning what they would talk about.
What do we consider valid supporting material for something like this?
Typically, it's an agenda or brochure that lists him as a speaker.
Mark, in the past, with regards to not getting pre-approval, because I believe in his email, he was wanting us to consider changing that rule, because his point was being he was the one assuming the risk of whether or not it was compliant, whether it was compliant or not.
We are pretty strict in assuring that they get pre-approval for horses before we award credit. Because we don't want someone to fall into the trap of spending thousands of dollars to attend something if they go to a 40-hour event and then send it in for CP credit and we don't allow it. I don't want to be in the position of telling them, sorry, you wasted a week of your time and your money. So just on pre-approval.
More for their protection than anything else.
I would assume there's also some time involved, and certainly you wouldn't want to be doing the research on the backside. It seems like it'd be something you'd probably prefer to do ahead of time so you could give it your full attention and really consider.
Yes.
He's wanting us to approve this, not change the policy.
I think he's wanted to do both. In his email, he offered himself up as Exhibit A. I believe that's the terminology he used to start our discussion. He mentioned, is he attending the meeting tomorrow? Do we know? I saw there was reference to a possibility of that.
He hasn't confirmed whether he'll be here or not.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that's two issues. Number one, he's wanting us to discuss these specific courses, but also for us to have further discussion as far as, the three items I read
Policy.
earlier, our
Yeah.
policy on that.
Aaron, is he short during a cycle or something? Is that why this is a big deal, or?
I'm not sure. He hasn't been audited. I'm not sure where he stands on his.
How did it come about? He submitted it subsequent to taking the courses, and then I guess y'all sent back and said it doesn't qualify.
He's taken in 2013? Do you know? And the follow-on question is going to be, do you know if 2013 was his reporting year?
New England Financial, it says 2/18/14 in Franklin, Tennessee, from 4 to 5 p.m. I assume it's p.m.
Which would indicate he has plenty of time to replace it. Unless it's,
I'm trying to understand, I mean, yes, I understand it. I mean, I understand he doesn't like the policy. So, if the board deems fit, the board can look at the policy and decide whether they want to make a policy change. But other than that, I mean, we have the policy. I don't know if we can deviate from the policy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I understand he doesn't like it.
Pretty cut and dry as far as what the rules are.
But I mean, if it doesn't affect, if it just means he's going to have to go take another 3 or 6 hours, whatever it is that he thought he wasn't going to, I'm not sure why the term he uses gets him out of the fraternity he's been in for 40 years.
I agree with that.
I'm just talking out loud.
No, I agree
I'm
with
trying
that.
to understand.
It's not like it's already happened and we're past the deadline and we're trying to determine if we're compliant or not, as far as with our hours.
And under our policy, we would be able to give him 3 hours if he can just provide an agenda or something. Is that?
The IRS.
Yes,
Not trying
that's
to put
right.
words in your mouth, but that's what we'd be limited to. Under our policy, we could not give him credit for all 3 events. Is that true?
Yes, that's right.
Basically, he can get 3 hours of credit instead of 9.
I also feel like this is something he will continue to do because he makes it very clear he doesn't.
I mean, if the goal is that he wants us to consider a policy change, then that's not for this committee to do. I mean, that's for the board to do, I believe, right? Rulemaking or.
I think we could mention that as part of our committee report, that, there was a request for this, if that committee wishes to take it upon themselves to, study this issue and bring it for the full board. I think that would be my thoughts. Is that?
I think you're accurate, Mr. Eldridge. Yeah.
Is there anything else?
Sorry, I'm looking at Mr. Goodman to see if this is his reporting period.
Oh, okay. I mean, is there anything else this committee needs to? I apologize for being dense. I'm just trying to make sure.
Not like we're not denying the request. The rules deny the request. I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
Make it invalid. Is that right?
That's right.
And as far as the IRS CPE, then he would need to submit that, but that's more administrative process than anything else, correct?
Chris, is it your impression that as a committee, we would have the ability or the authority to override the rules?
Certainly not as a committee, because any board action requires a quorum, and this committee is not a quorum. So, I mean, any recommendation, I guess, is on the table, whatever you'd like that to be, but in terms of anything binding on behalf of the whole board, it can't happen with only three of you.
I think then, with that said, I think we would just make reference tomorrow that during our meeting, we had a request to review the rules on non-sponsored CPE, and, you know, just if the board wants to discuss it and take upon themselves to study it further, then.
I think we've got two issues. I think we need to bring the non-sponsored CPE policy up, and whether the board wants to, you know, take that to a committee or
Right.
consider changing it. But I also think that he's requesting that we somehow override our current policy, which I understand we can only do with board majority. Is that correct, Chris?
Well, that's presuming that sufficient legal authority exists for the full board to do it at all. It's just that from a committee standpoint, you guys don't even reach that question because numerically, there's not enough of you to do
Yeah,
it.
well, what I'm saying is, though, as a committee, we would take the issue to the board and ask the board.
Recommendation or deny it.
Right. And then,
Yep. I mean, we can give a recommendation, but I think the board would then need to vote on whether they want to override the policy. Is that?
I think I think it's sort of a different thing if there's going to be an overriding of policy versus an override of rules, because rules are more authoritative and powerful, not as much as a statute, but more so than a policy.
This is a policy issue.
Right. So that, I think that probably gives the board more latitude, leeway, and discretion to do that than if this person were making a request that the board go and fly directly in the face of the rules and do something that the rules don't say they can do.
Is it any different than somebody asking for an extension of time to keep their CPA parts, or, I mean, does it fall in that category?
Yes and no. Yes, to the extent that there's board discretion there, but no to the extent if there is a rule or a statute that speaks directly on point that says it has to be X way, then no amount of board discretion or wishing it
Can override that.
to be different can go against that.
And to that point, with the extension, it's usually there's some kind of circumstance that a cause. This one is more, I don't agree with that, you know, there's a disagreement with the rules.
Well, and to carry your point forward, there are requirements that are applicable to the request for the extension, that if those, you know, the request requirements are not met, then the board can't even consider it. Like if they wait too long or something, then, you know, the board can't look at it and say, hey, you know, as much as we would like to do this, we just can't do it because it didn't comply with the requirements.
Just as a point of clarification, if he had sought and received pre-approval, then would he be eligible for all of these hours? Or is he only eligible? Trying to understand the pre-approval standard.
My interpretation, he would be, if he had pre-approved those other two, he would have been, that would have been okay.
I don't know if we would have really been able to approve it. He didn't give a lot of information about the courses that he taught and the content of the material. He gave us really very little information. And my impression was that Mr. Goodman feels that we endorse the Tennessee Society and NASBA and favor them and make it unnecessarily difficult to get CPE from any other sponsors. I included the letter I sent to him and let him know there are more than 2,000 sponsors registered with NASBA, as well as the society offering programs, universities, firms, government entities. There's a lot of places to get CPE. I think he just didn't ask for these to be approved in time and now wants to do it after the fact.
Also, in point of fact, this is more for the record than anything else, but during my tenure on the board, this board and other prior iterations have been, I don't know if liberal is the right word, but open to consider virtually any source or vendor for CPE as long as it teaches what it says it's teaching and the like. But again, kind of in the vein of this issue, those sponsors have to be approved too. They have to submit materials to the board to look at, and if they don't meet the requirements or don't do what they say they're trying to do, then they're not going to get approved either. So,
Vic, to your point, whether or not we can approve all three of them, the policy says licensees may utilize this exemption one time per reporting period.
This exemption is the things that are not pre-approved?
Yes. That's what the policy says.
Yeah, so my question then is, if he had gotten the pre-approval, then would he be eligible for credit on all three, assuming that he supplied the documentation?
The way that I read this policy, no. We would have given him pre-approval for one of the courses, and that would have been it.
He's only eligible for one pre-approval.
Yes, that's the way I read this. Now, that's my interpretation.
Isn't it two because the IRS is exempt?
Well, they're not included in this. I mean, he
Is that-
gets credit for that,
Okay.
provided
I
he
thought that
gives
was one
us
of the three.
documentation.
Yeah, I thought IRS was one of the three as well.
I thought it was Prudential or whatever, or New England Financial, IRS, and then a third one.
No, the Internal Revenue Service is an exempt organization. They are a government entity. So he can have that CPE provided he gets us the documentation,
Which leaves two more at question.
which leaves two more in question.
Okay.
And I'm saying we'd only give him pre-approval rights on one of those.
One of the two.
The
okay.
way that I read
Okay.
this. Now, you all can read it and interpret it differently.
So had he submitted these in time, then he, best case, would have gotten credit for one.
Yes,
Of
that's
the
the way
two.
I would have, that's the way I would have done it.
And at this point, we're deficient on documentation, even if we were to recommend it. Is that correct, Karen? All right, my recommendation is that this committee recommend to the full board that he receive conditional approval for the IRS and one other, contingent upon him supplying the required documentation.
Saying to circumvent the rule that requires pre-approval.
We would be circumventing the rule on we would in essence be giving him pre-approval for one, which is all he would have gotten to begin with, as I understand it. If he had sought pre-approval, what I just heard is he would have been pre-approved for one of them.
Right.
The IRS, he didn't need pre-approval. So his best case, his best day, if he had sought pre-approval, was what I'm recommending.
Does the staff approve, or does the board have to approve, at the recommendation of the committee, the quality of the materials that are supplied?
Normally, that is a staff decision.
That is a staff decision.
Yeah.
We have a motion on the floor to grant him, to recommend to the board, we grant him conditional credit for one of the two courses for which he did not receive pre-approval on. We would waive the pre-approval requirement for one of those two.
With the understanding that the IRS
He
should be
gets-
approved anyhow, right?
And he sends in all documentation for
Like any other CPE.
those courses. Okay, do we have a second for that? We have no second.
Sorry.
As long as you leave the gavel over there, we're fine.
The rule is the rule. I think I can read, you can read, he can read. He should have gotten pre-approval.
We need a motion to recommend denial?
Or he might be at a dead.
well, actually, if there's not going to be any pre-approval for one of the two included in there, then it would be,
Effectively, that is.
yeah, I mean,
Right.
it would only be a motion to approve the IRS contingent upon receipt of the documentation, plus deny the other two.
Policy stands if you don't.
Right.
I don't know if the IRS situation needs a vote, because that's just normal procedure.
Mark, have we given authorization for or approved a CPE after the fact, similar to this situation in the past? And I'm trying to remember, it seems like one meeting, we had someone sitting on one of the standard setting boards recently, and we approved. Now, I don't know if that was proactive or if that was reactive.
Oh, that was Jan Silvas, and that was the Gatsby, and that was proactive.
That was proactive.
Yes, she wasn't asking for anything in the past, she was
Okay.
asking for the future.
Do we have any precedent where we have waived the policy in the past? I know it's not good to waive. I'm not suggesting that we do, but is there any precedent?
I was going for the gavel.
I can't,
I'll have it in a minute.
Trey, I can't think of any time when
Okay.
we have given CPE approval after the fact. But now keep in mind, most of the time, we don't run across this unless it's a CPE audit.
Right. I mean, I know it's a slippery slope. I guess the only thing that I say in defense of his request is, and it's a complete ignore, did he get valid CPE? I mean,
I really don't question.
and that's,
I know
if he
Mr.
got
Goodman.
valid CPE.
I don't question that he got valid CPE in my mind.
And that's where I kind of, again, I understand the slippery slopes. We've been down this path before. We got a CPA out there who's gotten valid CPA, or CPE, I'm sorry, too many acronyms, has gotten valid CPE, and we're going to deny it, which sounds like a technicality just because of the rules. Now, understanding our rules, understanding our policies, I hate to see a CPA denied CPE that is potentially valid, and just saying, sorry, rules are rules, I get that, but I don't know. That's just a commentary there. I'm
This
not
is not
on
a
this
rule
committee.
either, right?
Right, it's a policy.
It's a policy, it's not a rule.
And the board can vote to change the policy and vote to give him credit for this.
I agree with that point. I mean, if it's valid CPE, I hate to take it away, but, and, we discussed this a minute ago, we implemented this rule, and, and Mr. Goodman has a good point, that, he's willing to accept the risk, that, if he doesn't get it pre-approved and that sort of thing, then if he gets audited and it's not valid CPE, then it's on him, and I guess my thoughts would be if someone wants to assume that risk, well, why should
But at least this guy's actually bringing it to our attention.
Right, well, yeah, that's right.
Some of these people might just do this and not ask us.
I think
I don't know.
I think he wants to make a point here. And so in my eyes, I believe that if we feel that way, we need to address the policy.
I agree with that.
And so to make an exception for him just
Opens the door.
opens the door.
Yeah, I don't
So-
disagree with that.
Well, what about this as a recommendation? Because obviously, this is something we can discuss, and we could always discuss making that change. I guess the change would be the pre-approval portion of this, of that policy. Is that correct?
I don't see how you can get rid of the pre-approval process, because I think, as Mark stated, that is a protection issue, and that's what this board is designed to do.
Somebody's
So,
going to come back and
yeah,
file a
and
complaint against the board in that case.
And to Charlene's point, she has a very valid point, I think, in the fact that if this guy is trying to make a point on the policy and we grant him a waiver, then all of a sudden we've given him ammunition that the policy's bad.
Right.
So I guess I lean back now. I'm going to swing the other way and just say denied, I guess.
If I can refer you, if you've got your rule books, do they have the rule books, Karen? If you've got your rule books on page 62, page 62, and it's the last number 9 down there. In order to ensure credit, any program of continuing education not specifically covered by this rule must be submitted to the board for evaluation before attendance and/or completion. So we're dealing not just with a policy, but with a potential rule change.
Mr. Goodman mentioned that he would assume the risk, but I don't see how he would have had any expectation that these courses would be accepted because they're not registered with NASBA and they're not exempt sponsors. So without this pre-approval process, there's no chance of their being accepted for CPE.
I think the posture is now that it would be in contravention of the rule and that to change the rule, we have to go through a rulemaking process, right? So, I mean, even if we change the policy, it would be
Violate the rule.
violate the rule. You didn't need a motion. No.
I would say just a recommendation for this particular request to be denied with a citation to the rule that Mark just mentioned.
Say that one more time.
5-.04 sub 9. And that, based on that rule, Mr. Goodman, is that his name?
Yes.
His request cannot be approved due to the rule for the two non-IRS courses.
Do I need to read that in, or is it good, what you said?
Somebody can say so moved and second.
So moved.
Second.
More discussion on this? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? All right. Last item we have is a request from Matt Shillington for a waiver of credits in lieu of experience. All right. I believe Mr. Shillington had graduated from college with an accounting degree, got a job in public accounting, and has been working full-time since January of 2012. When he applied through NASBA and his transcripts were reviewed, he determined that the rules have been changed from the 24 semester hours in accounting to 30. And he's asking for us to grant him a waiver because when he started in public accounting, graduated from college, the rules only required 24 semester hours of accounting. 2 years later, I believe, when he applied to sit for the CPA exam, the rules had changed to 30, so now he's not compliant. He's 6 hours short, and he's requesting that we grant him 6 hours credit through his working experience. So I'll open that up for discussion.
Guessing that Dr. Spicer and I are probably not going to agree on this.
I'm going to start wearing a striped shirt over here, a referee whistle.
You might be wrong on this.
Okay, well, I hope that I am.
I personally think that we grant 6 hours of internship accounting credit for working at the University of Memphis. I have no issue with this. He's been working full-time. So I feel like he should be able to get the 6 hours, or that, I guess we're not actually giving him credit, we're waiving the 6 hours. Is that the request? Because we can't give him credit.
6 hours of credit?
We, 6
Just,
hours of credit in terms of counting it as accounting. We're not actually giving him any credit.
Right, true.
He says, I'm requesting a waiver of the 6 additional college accounting credits in lieu of the experience that I've earned in the public accounting sector over the last 2 years. I agree with you.
Good.
I have a question, just for clarification, and I do agree as well. However, does this create any problems going forward in the future as far as undermining the 30-hour rule? You know, do we have people that, you know, they get to their 24 and say, well, I worked for 2 years or I worked for 2 semesters, you know, or whatever the equivalent is, and I'm just going to, you know, use that as a loophole to minimize the college credits that I have to get to sit for the exam.
We're not changing the rule, right? We're just granting this one-time waiver.
No, but we're
are.
creating a precedence
We
there
could.
that we've done this before now, and so now the door is at least cracked. Somebody's gotten through
But
it.
it appears that at the time that he graduated, according to this, the requirement was 24. The
Right.
requirement subsequently changed as I read this.
I'm just looking for some justification, just something to anchor to, that this is the reason why we did this rather than.
I mean, did we ask all those people who graduated in 2011, go back and get 6 more hours?
Yes. If they haven't applied for it, yes.
They hadn't
If
applied for
if
the
they have
exam.
not applied for the exam, they must go back and get the 6 hours. So I think the unique factor here is that he was unaware of the change. So he may have applied for it prior to, what was it, July, the last July?
The 11th,
Of 2013, that the rule went in.
2012.
2012? Okay.
So just hypothetical, if I've got a staff accountant that's not a CPA that's been working for me for prior to the rule change, and then all of a sudden they come in next week and say, I want to apply for this, I've only got 24 hours. And they say, well, I wasn't aware the rule change, which they may or may not have, but probably not. Does that set precedence for them to,
They would still have to ask for the waiver from this group. and
Right.
Explain that.
but it'd be hard for us to say no in that circumstance. That's my point. It'd be hard for us to say no under this, if it's the same circumstances. So have we, in effect,
I don't disagree, though, with Charlene's interpretation that we do give credit for internships, and therefore, is it really a stretch for us to approve those in the future, if case may be?
We could easily say, our requirement's 150 hours of work time for 3-hour credits. He obviously did a lot more than that. And I looked, actually, so the only internship he has down was a business internship. So, again, it falls within what we would have approved. So I think that does make it different in the sense that we aren't really opening the door. You would still have to come before the board and ask and meet all these specific things before we would really consider it.
can I make a suggestion that we require some sort of documentation as far as what the duties were as, for that work period? I mean, I don't know what he did. It was accounting.
At LBMC, according to this,
But what if he was just,
That's true.
working as a clerical person, or,
We could ask.
answer the phone, or, I don't, like I said, he may be doing taxes and audit, I don't know, but just to have some sort of requirement, that there's some documentation provided as far as what his duties were, to show, just like if you have an internship, I assume you have to prepare some sort of documentation as far as what your duties were.
And so if we were meeting internship requirements, he would have to show evidence of 300 hours of accounting work,
Right.
accounting associated.
I'm just trying to tie that in, since that's kind of one of the bases we're using is, and I don't disagree with this. I mean, I think but I want to make sure we think about it thoroughly before we crack that door.
Let me just make one comment in regard to the internship aspect of this. On page 43 of your rule book, it says, down there under 0020-02- under the education heading, B says, not more than 3 semester or 4 quarter hours may be internship programs, which may be applied to the 30 semester hours.
Oh. That's interesting.
So he has to take one class now.
But he already has one internship that that's counting
Oh,
toward the
it was
business. not-
management. That's
yeah.
why I said I looked.
Counting toward
because
business, not towards accounting.
It would not have qualified for accounting.
Yeah.
I think we can go against the rule, the law. I think we can allow 3 hours. That's all. Correct, Chris?
I believe, in light of what Mark just pointed out, I think that's right. If he's short 6 hours, I still think Stephen's point is well taken, that for those 3 hours, he should provide some documentation in support of it. Board approves that, then that means that, he'll just have to go wherever he feels, pick up that 1 3-hour course, and then he can be done. But I think that's an accurate take on the situation.
Mark, do we know if, so this is the education requirement that obviously went into effect in June 30, 2012. Do we know what if the education requirement that was in effect prior to June 30, 2012 had this same limitation
On the internship?
on the internship?
Yes, it did. We have not
Okay.
changed that at all.
Okay.
Mark, had he just applied right after college and just applied for one part of the exam, he's grandfathered in for life? Is that how that works? Say he
But he
takes
would have
one
been granted
section-
eligibility to sit for the exam, and
Yeah.
he's taken the exam. It doesn't matter when he passes, right?
Say he took one part, failed it, and waited 10 years, he would still be under the 24-hour rule?
That's something that I would probably bring to the board, but right now, if they applied for the exam before June 24th, 2012, when this went into effect, and they were applying with the 24 hours, and they had been accepted to take the exam, then they are grandfathered in.
His mistake was not making application during that 6 months, of which 3.5, I'm guessing, was his tax season or busy season, where
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's where I kind of hang up on this, is that, he graduated with an accounting degree. Is it right to ask someone to go back to school when they've graduated and they think they've fulfilled the requirement just because they decided to postpone, for whatever reason, taking the exam right away, to send them back to school? I know what the rules say, but I mean, obviously, this is.
We could pursue the
Right.
same thing with 150 hours. I mean, now we have 150 total semester hours. Someone from 15 years ago could come in and say, well, I didn't know it'd changed.
in this case, he missed a 6-month window. Right, he graduated in December of 2011. The rule changed according to this
Was it?
in June of 2012.
So it was only 6 months.
That's the way I read this.
Okay, I read it, but that's even. It's even worse, as far as the timeline goes. If he
That's what I'm
applied
saying.
6 months
I
before.
mean, it's not 15 years, it's,
Yeah, I'm just saying, but either way,
I understand slippery slope, it's just,
no, and I'm
for
with
whatever
you.
reason, where he messed up, he just simply didn't apply. We know for 3.5 months what he was doing and why he probably didn't apply. Not that that's an excuse, but
Well, and also just something to bring up, as long as the rulemaking process takes from beginning to end, that was probably going on while he was wrapping up school. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's a 6 to 9 month process, approximately, from inception to notice of rulemaking hearing to AG's approval and to effectiveness. So I'm not trying to be a hardcore head case kind of person here, but if you're in a professional field and you are in school, it behooves you to know what the educational requirements are and if they might be changing. I mean, that's
And also, it doesn't actually say when he applied. What he says is, I discovered that in June 2012. It doesn't really say when he applied. He said, I got a job, I've been working full-time, when I applied. And it's April, so it kind of makes me think he just applied a couple of months ago.
Ooh, I got 2 years somewhere.
The other thing I'd point out is that he does mention the fact that you now require 24 hours of the 30 hours of accounting being upper division courses, and he only has 18 hours in upper division courses. So you're giving him out on two fronts. Yeah, keep that in mind.
At our universities.
True, but it's not we can't send them back, that's the conflict of interest. get commission from these.
Oh.
You have to have 300 hours to read.
I do have a question, though, as far as the
Kidding.
rule going, limiting to 3 hours, the internship. Is that something that we need to address?
I mean, that is something I'm taking back and making a recommendation that we only count 3 hours of accounting because we're misleading our students.
Right.
They aren't going to find that out until they apply.
Or do we need to reconsider the rule here?
One or the other. Something needs to be done because we definitely have a discrepancy. We're not the only university that allows the 6 hours in accounting. There are a number of them that do.
I would agree with that. I mean, I think today's world, we're encouraging more internships, and I think all of our firms, we probably have interns most of the time. To minimize that, I think we're doing a disservice to our applicants, because I mean, internship is a big part of the learning process.
A huge part of the learning process, and because we require already the 150 hours, one of the problems we continually have is what are we filling in for those 30 accounting classes that are really good experience and training for our students? Is it some throw together fluff class that we just give a name to and put someone in, or are we actually putting them out there where they're training? So if we're not giving them the full 6 hours, then somewhere we need to do something different.
Don, do you have?
I had a comment related to the timing of this one. Mark, is it possible for tomorrow you could contact this individual and find out the timeline on it? I mean, Chris spoke about the length of our process, and obviously we did everything we could to give timelines, to notify schools and all that, but that doesn't mean that with a small school with limited budgets and limited staff, that as fine a job as I think they do at Carson Newman, having worked with some of their people, I'm not sure that the message got down to the students that the requirements were being changed. And I would hate to penalize, because this window is not going to be very large that we're looking at, somebody and send them back to school because they weren't informed in a short window. Now, if he's been sitting and just delaying going back to school or doing whatever, then that's a different animal, I think.
If you're going to contact him anyhow, I'd be interested in when he applied for the exam too.
That's what I'm referring to, the timeline of when he did what, and that way we could maybe fill in some of the blanks on it. And I would agree with the comment. Now you're not making these classes up, are you, that you were referring to? But just glossing them over, you acted like you had authority in that.
No, actually, it is a pet peeve of mine that we have these,
But, an internship, to me, is better training in the classroom, oftentimes, and that both of us, the students and the employers, get a chance to see, is this person suited for public, private, whatever internship it happens to be. And if we're limiting it to 3, then maybe we need to revisit that and say we could go to 6.
The problem is that we recommend that they do 2 internships because we feel like that gives them a better view of not only what they want to do, but, what's involved.
Well, I think that
school
serves
credit
the
for that, too.
profession, too.
Right, it serves the
Right.
profession. So if we're only allowing 3 hours, that, again, is another,
So we
Other end of the
theoretically,
state does it 3 hours, and that's all they'll give them credit for. They encourage them to have other internships, but they only give them college credit for 3.
well, they're giving them college. Here's the problem. We're giving them college credit, but then we're seeing that the state isn't counting it. So when they graduate, they try to meet their 30 hours accounting, and they believe they have because we're giving them accounting credit.
They need 33 at your school to meet
Well,
30, right?
Unbeknownst to me, they do. Now, the reason this hasn't come up is because they're getting a master, most of them,
Right.
probably 80% are getting a master's, and so they get the extra accounting because they have to get a master's. But there are an awful lot of students now that come back just to meet those CPA requirements of the 150, and they don't know that they haven't done their 30
To that
hours.
point, I think the problem is we may not have kept up with the times on the amount of credit that's allowable for internships because they're much more prevalent than they used to be.
Yes, and we encourage it
Right.
more.
I would think to revisit
I think
an idea on the internships, but just getting a timeline would help us take care of this without setting a dangerous precedence.
So if we make recommendation for the board to consider changing the rule, is it 2002.02, not more than 3 semester hours or 4 quarter hours, maybe counted for credit, we could add him, we could make it retroactive to include him on this, on that change. Is that I'm just talking out loud, I'm asking clarification. If we change the rule, if the board changes the rule, we recommend to the board that the board consider changing the rule. Could we include him in that change?
I don't think that a rule with any kind of retroactivity in it will pass an AG's review. I think
We could pass the rule and then we could grant him one exclusion and
you would be doing so at your own risk, and I'll just leave it at that.
I hear what you're saying.
I don't,
That rule change is going to take how long?
minimum 6-9 months, probably closer to a year now. I mean, it just is how it is.
But I was going to ask further than that. The other issue he's going to have, though, is there was the advanced classes, what he had to have, I don't know the rules, was it
He needed 24 and he has 18.
18?
We would be allowing not only to count the credit, but also that he didn't get the required upper level, which internship does count as upper level, but we obviously have two separate issues, though. Right, Chris?
I think that's correct. And that's what you guys will have to decide to do with both of those. If anything,
How quickly can we deal with something like this? Because, I mean, he's pretty much in limbo for a while. You can't affect a rule change for some period of time.
Chris said it'd likely be at least 9 months to a year,
Yeah.
right?
And even then, we're still going to make we would still be needing to make an exception for him, because what we're saying is that it's okay that he didn't get the required coursework done in accounting. So we're still going to have to make an exception. But I guess the question is, can we make an exception that breaks the rule?
I would say not, and this is me thinking out loud here as well, since we're kind of kicking this around in committee, but let's say there's a future rule change because of this. This person, if he sticks with the application he has on file now, would be in the unfortunate position of having brought something to the attention of the powers that be to get it changed, but then not being able to benefit from the change because he's already got an application on file under the current set of rules. So, and me not being a CPA, forgive me if this sounds stupid because I just don't know how it works, but unless he were to withdraw that application and submit a new one post-rule change, but even that is, a long time from now, but that's about the only way he could probably do it. Because
You're saying-
otherwise, he's stuck with his current application date.
You're saying he's grandfathered into the new rule now, and if we change to a new rule, then he's,
Stuck with the new rule, yeah.
So
but he's the one that brought it to the attention. So
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think, looking at this, I think that we can move to allow him to have 3 hours internship. He has, even under his current application, 200 days to get the other 3 hours, which could be in basket weaving. No, it has to be in accounting. So he has,
Oh, it's gotta be upper level.
he has 200 days to get that without having to withdraw his application.
or he could wait 9 months or whatever it takes
Or he
for us
could wait.
to change the rule. He would have to withdraw the application, then he wouldn't have to go back to school.
Didn't he just make the wrong request? I mean, if he had requested, for whatever reason, a good reason, that he failed to sign up for the exam prior to June 30, 2012, and he was requesting an exemption or a grandfather for that, then we'd be having a different discussion, would we not? Because we get those kind of requests all the time. Why people don't make it to Windows to sit for the exam, right?
Yeah.
Right, but the board has rule-based authority in existence to exercise some level of latitude and discretion on that.
That's my point. I mean, didn't he make the wrong request? I missed the first window because.
I guess that depends on when he applied.
Understand? I'm just.
Yeah.
We're all down here in the weeds in these rules, and the real issue is he just didn't. I mean, he didn't go for that exam during that 6-month period. I don't know why he didn't go for the exam during the 6-month period. But if his request had been that I didn't go for the exam in the 6-month period because my mama was dying or whatever other reasons we've approved in the past here, then we would have the authority to grant that, would we not?
Provided he had put an application on file within that time period before the June 2012 effective date. If he had put an application in before the rule change went in and then missed a window or something, that's a separate discussion. But because, unless I'm missing something here, and I doubt Mr. Shillington would be sending us this request if he had applied pre-June of 2012, then it's not quite an apples to apples comparison. I mean, I understand your line of thinking and your thought process, but it's two different situations because one presumes that he applied pre-rule change. The other one assumes what appears to be the reality that he did not.
I guess my question is, Mr. Royston suggested that we get the facts, right, when he did apply. But based on the tenor of the group, I'm not sure what that's going to do for us.
Push it 3 months down the road, I'm just saying that's all it's going to do. He's going to be close.
And if our posture is you didn't apply by June 30, so
Yeah.
you didn't apply by June
Right.
30.
Don't give him
We don't really
false
care
hope.
why.
Right.
Right.
We're not going to do anything about it. Then, I mean, why even go back and ask?
And I think just for records purposes, on the 1 in a million chance that he did apply on an appropriate date, somebody ought to ask because it's not in his email. I mean, I'm presuming that he did not, but nothing that I saw in here says I applied on such and such date. So I think regardless, we do need to know that so that we know which set he falls under. But I don't think that requires the board wait until July necessarily to the next meeting.
Well, if he did apply, he doesn't need our approval then.
It says, when I applied through NASBA and my transcripts were reviewed, I discovered that in June 2012, the rules were changed from 24 semester
Subsequent
hours.
to that.
Yeah.
Had
I
to
mean,
be. So presuming that it's subsequent, then the answer is probably no, and you need to go get the 3 hours. If the board is going to go under the cited subsection under the .02B and grant 3 semester hours for the internship credit, say, okay, now you need to go get the other 3 hours and go from there. Because you can get 3 hours of college credit way quicker than this board can do a rule change.
That's
You could do it in
exactly
1 month in the summer.
Cost to it.
I agree. So I'd like to make a motion that we allow him the 3 hours credit for his work experience if he provides evidence of his hours.
Description of his
Provides
internship.
evidence of having worked at least 150 hours.
Okay.
And his description.
Second for that.
wearing me down, I'm telling you.
Worn out too. All right, so we have a motion A second, any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I would now like to make a motion that we recommend the full board review this education experience requirement dealing with internships. Hours to 6 hours.
A motion to recommend to the board to consider changing the rules to making it we accept 6 hours of internship as opposed to 3. Do I have a
My
second?
only question is, just from a matter of protocol, does that need to go through the Law and Rules Committee as opposed to the full board?
Make the recommendation that it go to the committee.
That's, yeah, I'm just asking, is that,
Yeah, I would think so. Rather than the full board, it should go to the Law and Rules Committee.
Don't we, and then do a hearing for that specifically?
We try not to, because the process is so long and involved, we try not to do just one thing at a time. If
Right.
we can put together at least 2 or 3 changes. And that's how we try to do it. But I don't think there's anything hard and fast that says the board couldn't talk about it tomorrow if it were so inclined. But if you just want to go through law and rules, then that's fine as well. And just whatever you,
I don't feel strong about it either way. I was just asking a question. So,
Would that speed it up at all if we went on and talked about it in the board rather than going back to the committee and then back to the board?
Yeah, I mean, you're just talking about a 3 versus 6, and probably the whole board's going to have to discuss it at some point anyways.
That's right, and it's just
For the
a
board.
discussion anyway, and that way, if the full board feels strongly enough about it, then at least it's on the record about it in May as opposed to July. But, so that does move it up a little bit, but in terms of an effective implementation date, who knows?
I second the motion.
All right, so let's clarify this. We've got a motion to send to the full board a recommendation to consider changing the rules from us allowing 6 hours of internships from 3. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any other items? That's all we have on the agenda.
It-
A motion to adjourn. Second. There we go.
Pause, because it's 3 o'clock now.
It's killing me.
No, I thought somebody was asking who's calling in, and I said probably Gabe, because he thinks it's probably killing me.
I agree. I just wanted to see that I could get through that, and then we'll just refer everything to tomorrow's meeting, I guess. I looked at the financials. I didn't see anything of major consequence there. Travel was down overall compared to last year. That's reading that correctly, correct?
Yes.
For the same time frame. Okay. All right. I'm okay with the financials. Kind of the questions I had here was at the last meeting, you were going to bring up, sort of dig around for some information on, I believe it was cost on establishing the peer review oversight committee. It was in the minutes in January.
I didn't do anything on cost, Trey.
Or whatever,
I had some information on what other states were doing. in
Okay.
My executive director's report.
Okay, got that. So you'll cover that. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of getting through some of my questions here. So, we had also discussed the fact on the peer review process that you would look at whether or not it's possible for the board to supply to the society a list of people who had selected on their application the attest function and whether or not we could supply that with the society so that they could then cross-reference.
We have
List.
created such a list, and Karen, we can supply that to the society if they want it. I mean, it's ready and available.
Okay. Does that? Okay. And then the last thing, and I guess we're going to have to talk about this tomorrow. Just I can't do this solo, but we've been getting. I've had a request for a clarification of the CPE tracker tool and the use of the CPE tracker tool, and when it's required and when it's not required. That undoubtedly has caused quite a bit of confusion amongst the profession. I thought we had addressed that it was not a requirement, that there was always an opt-out on the use, but I couldn't remember if they came under audit what we had decided.
My recollection, Trey, was that when we concluded the conversation, Mr. Alexander asked for clarification on what Missouri did in regard to opt-outs.
Okay.
And we told him and the board that at that point, the opt-outs for Missouri were simply if they didn't have access to a computer. Otherwise, the CPE tracker was going to be required. Now, that was how we left it. Now, since then, I've had conversations with one or two other board members who were confused about that, so that's on our old business for tomorrow to discuss. We have not started CPE audits yet.
Okay. That's all I've got for now. I mean, I'll have to reserve the right for Casey and Bill to ask any questions tomorrow at the meeting, since they're not. Is Casey coming tomorrow?
Casey's not going to be here tomorrow.
At all? Okay. So Mr. Bloffice.
Mr. Bloffice.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll conclude the executive committee meeting. I don't know if I could have conducted it to begin with.
No, he won't be here. He's at a firm retreat that's required, apparently, and he couldn't get here.
You saw nothing of that? Mr. Whitaker, have anything else to pass out, or we're just going to work from the draft ones you mail? Mark, are we ready as far as, or we're waiting on somebody to call in? Gap was going to call in, I think.
Bates,
I'm here. Gabe's here.
So you're ready to go, Mr. Roy?
Okay. This is call to order the Probable Cause Committee for the Tennessee State Board of Accountancy, May the 1st, 2014. The records show Mr. Gabe Roberts is on the phone and is present. Mr. Whitaker, would you present your report, please, and give us any specific details that we might have? I know that you emailed a draft report out to us, and Gabe, anything that there have been no changes except some typographical changes in the report you were mailed and what we have presented in front of us.
Okay, and that's the report we received yesterday, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Royston. As you'll note, there were a few additions from the first round. I believe there are now 14 items on the report that you should have in front of you. Not much to add beyond the descriptions, just as general notes. Some of these are older complaints that have been sitting in litigation monitoring for a while, and it looks like we've now got some resolution on them, and it's that will allow us to get some of our more aged cases off of our report, even though it doesn't hurt us for accounting and record keeping and performance measure purposes. Still better to be able to wrap up old cases when you can. I guess the two things I would mention for special attention, items number 7 and 8, those are the cases on which the board retained an expert that has been discussed kind of off and on at the last meeting or two. The expert did render an opinion in his report, and we're now ready to dispose of these two cases based in part on that report. And then item number 10, there is a summary and recommendation there. And the reason that it's phrased the way it is basically it appears that settlement is imminent and that there will be an agreed order of settlement within a matter of days. However, I don't have that at this time. I am waiting on it from counsel in this matter. And so my thought process was if we're able to get an agreed order of settlement in, a few days after the board meeting, and then the board's own investigator can't turn up anything independent beyond that would lead us to believe we should go forward with a formal hearing, then if the board granted that conditional authority for dismissal, if the conditions met in the summary turn out to be true, then we wouldn't have to wait till July to get this off the report. But if this kind of being first time for a description and recommendation like this, if the board would rather say, hey, look, we'd just rather wait till the settlement agreement comes in and the investigator looks at it and you can report to us then, I'm happy to take that item off and table it until July. But figured we'd give the committee and the full board that option. And if the committee and or board are agreeable, then it can stay on the report. If they're not agreeable, we can take it off. So that's all the real points of emphasis I have. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman, for review and any questions once your review is complete.
Okay, thank you very much. Looks to me like we've got some of these actually go back just to the privilege tax and are more housekeeping than anything else. 1 and 2 actually do have substance to them. Gabe, have you had a chance to review the 1 and 2?
I have, yes.
What about you?
Yes.
We have recommendations from either one of you on the recommendation for the formal hearing, or on the first one with authority to settle with consent order, recommending a civil penalty of $5,000, a placement of the respondent's CPA on probation for 5 years, 2 hours of CPE, penalty hours of ethics. Any disagreement? Do y'all feel like that we need to know anything else on that particular one to make the recommendation?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. It's obviously while the conduct in question is not what you'd want to see from a CPA, and certainly doesn't cast the profession in a good light, I think it also does matter somewhat that this individual had 20 years of prior practice with no complaint history, that he self-reported and has already made restitution. I think that's a different posture than someone who got caught, hauled in, yanked in, arrested, and is facing criminal charges over it. And it's also worth noting that the organization from which these funds were misappropriated and then to which restitution was paid appears to be happy with the resolution of this matter between them and their now former treasurer. So but again, I always like to stress that these recommendations are just that, and that the committee and or the board may amend them as they see fit, and provided that the discipline is legal, we'll try and go after it and defend it.
Mr. Whitaker, I'd just like to know just kind of the reasoning behind the arrival at the $5,000 and then the 5-year probation. Not questions, just wondering what the thought process was behind it.
Well, the $5,000 appears to be a combination of a couple of things. It's a percentage, not an exact percentage, but a percentage nonetheless of the amount of funds misappropriated. And although individual acts of misconduct are typically capped at $1,000 per violation, because this conduct was ongoing and over the course of a period of time, in order for the funds to be misappropriated. It just seemed that given the conduct that more than $1,000 was warranted, but then it also didn't appear that should go so much further over the edge that, even though restitution's already been made, he gets fined or hits with a civil penalty that exceeds what was misappropriated and then paid back. So that's kind of how I got to the $5,000. And then the 5 years of probation, the Accountancy Act typically caps at 5 years the right to suspend, revoke, or place on probation. And, especially with the suspension and revocation, after that time, the board has to accept a reinstatement application if filed, but is not required necessarily to grant it. In this case, that I just thought the 5 years of probation sent a very strong message based on the conduct, in addition to the civil penalty, that, hey, look, you screwed up pretty good here, and if you're back before us within this 5-year time period, the likelihood that you're going to be looked kindly upon for being back in front of us is not good. So that's kind of my thought process, but I'm open to other feedback, thoughts, and persuasion, if there are any.
What was the amount of the embezzlement or whatever? Is that an appropriate question for this, or approximate?
Over 10,000.
This is actually, whatever our action is public record published on the website.
Yes, it is.
Further questions on one? Entertain a motion on this one to make a recommendation to the full board.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Sorry. I had my mute button on, sorry.
And I guess you have a second on it?
I have a second.
Yeah, that's good. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Number 2 is not nearly as egregious, but regarding CP, does anybody have either one of you have any problems with the recommendation that's been made with the penalty of CP, penalty of $1,000, 72 hours, total CPE, broken out exactly like he's qualified it here? Okay.
Yeah, no problem here.
Oh, I was
No problems.
trying to clarify who you were asking.
Let's move on down, and I'll save that one for all the motions at the end, because 3 is a privilege tax case. Any problems with it?
No.
4?
No.
No.
Number 4. 5 is privilege tax.
All right, that.
Okay. I think the other group is litigation monitoring status. So let's take a motion on 2 through 5. Do I have a motion to approve and make a motion to approve that and recommendation? Let's get it all out here. Go to the board for a full recommendation.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Gabe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 6, do you need to speak to this one on litigation monitoring, or is that, you said 7, actually, the 7 and 8 are combined. Is 6 part of that, or it's a separate case entirely?
Item number 6 is separate. Items 7 and 8 are connected. One of the complaints is against a CPA, and then the other one is for the firm at which he was employed at the time.
I believe that all 3 of those, 6, 7, and 8, and 9 are recommendation to remove them from litigation monitoring status and dismiss the complaint.
Okay, Mr. Royce, can I just ask one quick question, Mr. Whitaker, on 6?
Sure.
Mr. Whitaker, is 6 there's just nothing really we can do because we've gotten to kind of at an impasse? Is that what the recommendation is on this one?
if you're asking for the kind of rationale for it,
Yeah.
you know, I think we felt pretty strongly about some of the allegations when the complainant was still with us. She's an elderly lady. I think she was in her 80s when the alleged misconduct occurred, and she passed away at the age of 91. And then it fell to her children as executors of her estate to decide whether to proceed with the civil litigation or not. And at the point she passed away, criminal proceedings had already been instituted as well, but the children, for whatever reason, they haven't disclosed that to us, but they made clear to the civil attorneys that they just didn't wish to pursue it any further, wanted the matter closed, and because they weren't going to participate and help anyway. And so with that, the civil lawsuit went away, and then in addition to the local district attorney's office, they could, without the participation of the now deceased complainant, they couldn't make their case either. And I think the securities division even took a look at it, but it was sort of the same thing. The level of proof and the need to authenticate it really came down to the complainant herself. And I think all three, from civil to criminal to securities, all looked at it and said, without this, we just can't make the case. And even with what we've been able to look at and gather, aside from that, I'm not at all sure that the board could make anything stick either. So it really, this is one that if we had been able to prosecute it while the complainant was alive, I think the chances were decent that something could have happened with it. But at the end of the day, you got to be able to carry your burden and prove your case, and just not sure that that's possible.
Okay. Thank you.
I would entertain a motion then, if we have no further questions on be 7, 8, no, it'd be 6, 7, 8, and 9.
So moved.
Second, Gabe.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Number 10 was the one that Chris spoke to us on a conditional approval. Do we even have an idea, though, Chris, what this settlement might even look like and whether we want to pursue it based on? I know you've got conditions above here that if, and I understand the idea of keeping things off a list, but
Sure. I think I can give you a little more, if not the whole story. But as I understand it, an agreement on a settlement payment amount has been reached, and there's also an agreement that the agreement itself will not contain any admissions of liability or wrongdoing by the respondent who is paying out the settlement. Frankly, that, most times just opposing counsel or respondent's counsel representation to me is fine and will carry some weight and go a long way. But because I don't have paperwork, that's why I phrased it conditionally as I did, because it's just, I wasn't comfortable saying, as I was with the others, where, in the case of settlements, as in number 9, where I do have paperwork and I know what that looks like and there's no uncertainty. I don't have that on this one. So my thought was, okay, well, if the board were inclined to say, okay, well, Mr. Whitaker, if that paperwork comes in the door and it looks like you say it does, and then there's no other issues based on our investigation, then we could go ahead and get rid of it. But if not, then as I mentioned earlier, I'm not at all adverse to tabling this to July to just wait and see what we get.
get an idea of the size of the settlement and whether there's a insurance company paying it or whether it's individual paying it or anything?
Not at this point. I'm sure I could inquire as to that. Not sure how much information I would get depending on the level of confidentiality at play or required, because some settlement agreements are like, yeah, we're going to pay out this money, but only if the settlement is confidential. And so I don't know how that's going to look either.
Like to weigh in on that?
No, I don't think they have a lot to operate with right now. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I mean, what do y'all think about keeping it on the report until next meeting, just to give Mr. Whitaker enough time to follow up after, the agreement's entered into?
I personally am not comfortable not knowing any of the facts, and I mean, I place a lot of faith in our team here, but and that they would bring it back and all, but I don't want to set a precedent that
Right.
that we have something and have it show up later that we should have looked at it. So I'd rather defer on that one myself.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
We'll take a vote to leave that one on there. All in favor, say aye. I think
You
that was the
mean-
first and the second.
Mr. Royston, I think if you're deferring it to July, the motion will be to remove it from the report that goes to the full board, not to keep it on here.
So it will not go to the board at all then?
It will not.
Okay. And was that your motion, Gabe?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay. And Vic seconded it. Passed unanimously. Boy, thank you, Vic. Anybody have any questions on 11 or what we do with them, or any recommendations on any changes? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, what about 12?
I don't have a question.
Okay. 13? What about 14?
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Good deal. All right, then if I would entertain a motion then to recommend to the full board approval of the recommendations from 11 through 14.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. We have any more business to come before the probable cause committee? Hearing none, I would say we're adjourned. Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you. Sorry for being absent in presence, or physical presence, I guess.
Not a problem. There's nothing wrong with a second from the clouds.
Hey, as long as you'd have to look at me, so that's a good thing, I guess. Right?
Thank you, Gabe.
All right, thank y'all.
You get a copy.
All right, we'll call this meeting to order, the State Board of Accountancy. A couple announcements. This meeting was properly noticed by having the agendas placed on the board's website on Monday, April 21st, 2014. The board will be electing officers for the coming year. At the meeting in July, current board policy states that officers may only serve 2 terms, and the current slate of officers have served 2 terms in office. Therefore, nominations for chair, vice chair, and secretary are in order. Please send your nominations for the officer positions to Mark so that he can reach out to nominees and determine that they are willing to serve if elected. Ms. Brundage and Mr. Stewart will not be with us today as they had unavoidable conflicts in their schedules. Excuse me. I also want to remind the board members that they should speak up and speak into the microphones. If the red light is not on, then they are not being recorded. With that, Mark, do we want to go ahead and approve the minutes from the previous 2 meetings, I guess? We had a telephone conference and a January meeting.
Mr. Chairman, may I make one quick comment?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, I have to leave today at about 5 after 11, so I just want to go ahead and put that on the record, and I apologize sincerely for an unavoidable conflict on my schedule.
Got it. If everybody would review the minutes, and I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a proper second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Minutes are accepted. Mark, you want to go ahead with your executive director's report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'll notice in my Executive Director's report, I made reference to NASBA activities. The Executive Director's Committee met in Savannah on March 3rd through 5th. I did note that some of the more interesting topics that we discussed, background checks on CPA exam candidates, legislative update in the software that John Johnson at NASBA is using to track introduced legislation for the 55 jurisdictions, the federal agency outreach, and the effort that NASBA is putting forth to build a relationship with these agencies so that we can operate together to protect the public. CPE tracking was a big topic and a big issue, and we will be discussing that later in our board meeting. And of course, Ian Dingwall's presentation from the Department of Labor. Apparently, we're having some difficulties with employee benefit plan audits. Wendy Garvin from TSCPA will be addressing this for us a little bit later in the program. I did attend the regional directors meeting and the board of directors meeting for NASBA in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Got a listing there of the other meetings that I attended. The State Board Committee is meeting again. I'll be going to Denver for that one. You have proposed future meeting dates. Please put those on your calendar. This gets us through the 16th of October of 2015 as far as future meeting dates goes. Peer Review Oversight Committee, I did want to bring you up to date on some information that we had for the PROC. You had requested some information from me at the last meeting. Here's what we've discovered. There are 50 jurisdictions in which peer review is required. Peer review will become a requirement in 2 additional jurisdictions in 2015. Virgin Islands and Delaware are discussing the development of peer review, and peer review has been passed in the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, but their rules have not been developed yet. So it looks like we're getting peer review in all jurisdictions shortly. Currently, 26 jurisdictions have an active PROC or are developing a PROC. The 26 are broken down as follows. 15 have an active PROC, 5 have an inactive PROC, 4 are in the process of establishing a PROC, and 2 are planning on establishing a PROC. So of the 55 jurisdictions, you have at least 26 that are using a PROC or planning on using a PROC. Tennessee is among those. The size of the PROC committees range from 1 to 9 members. Here in Tennessee, we have a 3-member PROC. The AICEPA Oversight Handbook recommends that no active board member should be a member of the PROC. So that eliminates your participation as part of the Peer Review Oversight Committee. 4 states have severe confidentiality restrictions on peer review reports. Those states are Tennessee, Indiana, Missouri, and Texas. And I think that this is where we perhaps need to look at the issue of peer review transparency. We are one of the few states that have these restrictions. Perhaps we need to loosen that up a little bit. In many states, the Peer Review Oversight Committee is a volunteer position and is unpaid. Here in Tennessee, we are not able to get volunteer PROC members. That's why we have contracts and we are having to pay them. We had to beg to get people to fill out the contracts. We seem to have a shortage of those interested in being on a Peer Review Oversight Committee. There are several jurisdictions in which several states have joined together to engage a peer review oversight committee because the individual jurisdictions are not large enough to have their own PROC. 2 or 3 states have gone together. They have one peer review oversight committee that does all of the work for those states. I think Tennessee is probably large enough in regard to active firms that we need our own peer review oversight committee. I know that we're looking at the peer review oversight committee process and the structure. if we're going to do something here, I recommend that we work with the society, create a task force to look at our law and rules, to determine whether or not we want to pursue using the PROC as it is established. I don't see another option out there, but perhaps a task force could come up with some type of recommendation. I think the rest of the report speaks to itself. I will like to mention a couple of things that are not included on the report. The NASBA Eastern Regional Meeting is June 4th through the 6th. I have made application for Mr. Brewer and Mr. Haas and myself to attend that meeting. That is part of our travel plan for the executive director and 2 board members to attend. So that is within our budget. Mr. Brewer and Mr. Haas will be attending the new board member orientation on Wednesday so that they can see how other boards operate and how an ideal board operates. I'll also be attending the NASBA Western Regional, which is June the 11th to the 13th. That is part of my duties as the chair of the Executive Directors Committee. We will be having an ED committee meeting on Saturday following the Western Regional. The department has looked at the RBS system and the new core system that we are going to for our licensing database. We have a significant number of CPAs for whom we do not have Social Security numbers on file. The department is requesting that we get those Social Security numbers from our licensees. So we will be sending out letters to our licensees for whom we don't have the SSNs, requesting that information. Wanted to let you know about that just in case you got some calls on that. In personnel issues, Ms. Christy Burton has, Henry?
You may run into some pushback on that from a lot of people not wanting to give their Social Security numbers, especially anybody that's been involved with any kind of identity theft may have a problem with that. I personally hadn't thought very much about it until about this past year, and I got hit twice with identity theft issues, and I've just quit giving my Social Security number out to anybody. And so there may be some issues there that we might run into, and if there's, I would really want to know what the need for the Social Security number is in order to give that number out. And then I would also like to know about the security aspect of it, how secure the database is with this information.
Well, there is a statute in another part of the law that states that if you are issued a permit to practice for a regulatory board, we must have a Social Security number on file. It's not part of our statute, it's part of an overriding statute. And the division has decided to enforce that particular statute. As far as I know, Henry, our database is as secure as it can be. I can't speak to the security. You'd have to get someone from the IT department in here to talk about that. I know that we've not had any issues with our information being hacked. Chris, do you want to?
1 second. I need to speak with Mr. Crocker about that. Thank you for your patience. As Mr. Crocker was kind enough to remind me, I was trying to search for the title under which the Social Security requirement exists. I don't have an exact statutory site in front of me, but it's in Title 56 under insurance, I believe. And because the Regulatory Boards Division, of which the Accountancy Board is a part, is under the Department of Commerce and Insurance, I believe that that the statute being discussed is applicable to all regulatory boards and not just this one. And I think that's where we are right now.
Crocker, I would think that, if we're in the position that we're in as a regulatory board, every client we've got their social security numbers, and we ought to be willing to give our social security numbers to our regulatory board as a requirement without hesitation. Is personal on that. I mean, I've had identity theft clients as well, not personally, thankfully, at this point, but, I think if we're going to license somebody, they need to comply with whatever the statute is, particularly since it's not us requesting it.
Certainly. I appreciate that, Mr. Royston.
We used to put our social security numbers, for those of us that have a little bit of gray hair, instead of having a P10 number on every tax return we file. So ours are well published out there anyway.
I will point out that all of the new applicants are required to give a social security number. What we're looking for are those that are older licensee files, where perhaps when it was converted in 1993, the social security number was not input. So it's primarily the older licensees that we'll be dealing with here, Henry.
I would assume that you use that number to do background checks. Is every person that's licensed have a background check?
No, we don't do background checks. The social security number is there for identification purposes, is my understanding.
Not going to win this argument, so let's go on.
In personnel issues, I will tell you that Ms. Christy Burton resigned effective April the 18th. She took a position with the federal government, making a significant amount more, so we were unable to keep her. We will miss Christy, and I wish her well in her new position. Ms. Turner, who is our office manager and firm permit coordinator, has advised me that she will be retiring as of June 30th, so we'll be losing her as well. The firm responsibilities will be transferred to Ms. Condon, and just want to let you know what personnel is up to. And I think that's it, Mr. Watkins, unless there are questions on my report.
Are we attempting to hire for these positions?
Yes, I have prepared the memo to go to Commissioner McPeak to fill Ms. Burton's position, and I've got to talk to personnel about how to go about filling Ms. Turner's position.
Condon's doing just about everything now, right?
Turns your head around.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you, Mark. Any other questions for Mr. Crocker? Okay, hearing none, I guess we will have to take a break here till 9 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I believe that would be the proper thing to do.
Okay.
And let's get set up for the formal hearing.
All right, we'll take a brief recess till 9 a.m. Troy, you want to go ahead with the law and rules?
Sure. The Laws and Rules Committee did meet yesterday at 1 p.m. We had 3 items that were on the list. The first item that we discussed was we had a little discussion of the exposure draft on the UAA regarding a test. We just compared the UAA Act exposure draft as compared to our rules and our guide. I think the two large items I guess we talked about was one, in our state, a compilation falls under a test, and I think it's that will remain. There will be no change in that regard. I think there's too much involved with that anyway. And then our other item, we went through the list, and I think the one thing, I think we tabled it for more research would be, but our PCAOB, the Private Company Accounting Oversight Board, is in the UAA attest definition is part of that, and I think I think there were some issues we needed to discuss about that before we would decide on whether or not to add that to the definition. Our next item that we discussed was we reviewed the rule 0020-01-13 regarding renewal of reciprocal CPA certificates. I think that rule, if you open your guide, is on page 40 on the top left of your law and rules guide, and I think that is attached to a change that we had previously made that was on page 32, and I think that is also on your top left page, I believe. And I think we wanted to make sure that we coincided the fees with those two rules. I think if you look in the rule book, it hasn't been changed yet on page 32. It should be, if you go to 0020-01-041C, you can see the fee is $120, which that has been changed previously since this book was written to $110. So but more or less what we're doing is changing 13.2C to coincide with the same fee. And I think we passed that motion. And then our third item that was on the list, and this was Mr. Whitaker may present this at some time today. I think he'll enter this into the minutes, but we did it will more or less would be a review of regulatory flexibility analysis for rules with preliminary board approval, and he will go through that today at some point when we get to that point. Those were the three items that we discussed in our committee meeting. We need to make a motion of some type to accept the one rule change, or how would that, or is there a question or response to any of that?
Yeah, does anybody have any questions? Okay, Mark, what do we need to do here?
I think we need a motion to accept the report's recommendation to change the rule so that we can accurately reflect $110 for the renewals.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any noes? The ayes have it. Thank you, Troy. I assume you're good on the UA.
I will.
Hey, Mark, is there anything on Jennifer's board effectiveness and legislative?
Yes, actually, she did send me this report, and I'll read this into the minutes. The NASBA Legislative Support Committee met in Nashville on March 31st, 2014. The committee continued to discuss how to measure a board's effectiveness and the next steps for assisting interested boards in assessing their effectiveness and providing them with tools for improving their weak areas. We discussed the bill tracking system and successes from the legislative season. The committee is working on the development of a key person contact program. NASBA members and associate members will be sent a questionnaire survey and asked to provide information about their legislative administrative contacts so that NASBA and state boards can mobilize when legislation is identified. And that was Ms. Brundage's report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we go ahead? We've got 5 more minutes here. We'll do the executive committee because I think the other 2 committees will take some time to discuss. We reviewed financials yesterday. Actually, we really didn't have much of an executive committee meeting yesterday, but I did want to give Bill an opportunity if you had any questions.
I guess my question regarding the financials is that normally we would have some narrative to go with the financials to explain unusual variances, and particularly projected for the end of June.
Bill, I did not include a narrative. I will get that to you if you want one.
I mean, but on a going forward basis, it's helpful to have explanation as to why we have unusual variances from past experience against the budget.
Sure. I will get that to you.
All right, and then I had brought up a few issues yesterday that we were going to try to get the society a list of all applicants that have selected a test function on their firm permits, and we're going to try to share that with the society so that they can ensure that all firms are getting peer review that need to have peer review.
Certainly.
Okay. And then, did we need to authorize you to work with the society on the peer review oversight committee? You said something about task force to,
I'd like for the board to select a task force of board members to work with the society. Of course, I'll be involved in that, but I think this is a board and society matter.
do we need to authorize anything here?
You might want to ask for volunteers to serve on that task
Okay.
force.
Do I have any volunteers that would like to serve in that capacity? Not everybody at once.
Can we look at a time commitment on what you're referring to?
Well, this board is looking at options as far as peer review oversight committee goes. If you'd like, I can have Janice Gray from NASBA's Compliance Assurance Committee come in and talk to you about peer review oversight committee before you select a task force. She has a wealth of knowledge in regard to peer review oversight committees and how they operate. That would be my recommendation, is to wait and have Ms. Gray come in.
We determined that we need an oversight committee.
That's one of the things that this task force needs to look at, Bill. Our statute and rules currently require it, but that is something that this board needs to look at and determine if that's what you want to do.
Sounds like the number one agenda issue.
Certainly.
Can we add that to the committee meetings at the next meeting, perhaps?
Sure.
And not sure if that needs to be the whole board or we need to have that discussion.
Mark, could you indicate what qualifications would be best for those serving or whoever's going to be on that committee to have? Specifically, what I'm asking is it preferable that they come out of an assurance background or a test background as opposed to tax?
Dick, I think obviously that would be preferable. You want someone who is intimately involved in the peer review process. I think in order to provide accurate oversight, you need to know what's going on. So I don't think anyone who has a tax background is going to be well qualified to do this.
And that's all I had for executive committee. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, I guess we'll move into the formal hearing.
Very good. Thank you so much. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. We are here today in Nashville on May 2nd, 2014, for a hearing before the Board of Accountancy to consider the matter of John Hamblin Jr., and that's docket number 12.19-124014A. My name is Kim Summers, the administrative judge assigned by the Tennessee Secretary of State to preside over this hearing. Do we have Mr. Hamblin with us here today? Do you have the notice of hearing and charges to pass out to the board members?
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, it appears that I don't have quite enough copies for all the board members.
Okay.
So that would be just a second. I apologize for undercopying.
Okay. Well, we can just take a moment. If we could have someone make the copies and we can maybe move forward with the proceed. I'll have the board members review the notice of charges once we have sufficient copies. Again, I'm here to, as the administrative judge assigned to this proceeding, to make decisions on evidence, law, and procedure. Will not participate in making a decision on the merits of this case. That will be left to the members of the board to make that decision. And if I could have the board members identify themselves for the record at this time.
Gabe Roberts.
Stephen Eldridge.
Troy Brewer.
Don Royston.
Trey Watkins.
Bill Blofus.
Vic Alexander.
Charlene Spiceland.
And Mr. Chairman, do we have a quorum?
We do have a quorum.
Very good. Can I have counsel for the state identify himself for the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Chris Whitaker, Assistant General Counsel with the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance Regulatory Boards Division. I'm representing the state in this matter.
Very good. And as we previously determined, we do not have the respondent present with us at this time. Is there a motion from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. In order to enter proof of service into the record, I will need to call what will also be my first witness, Mark Crocker, Executive Director for the board.
Okay. Would raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Crocker, would you please state your name and position for the record, please?
My name is Mark Crocker. I'm the Executive Director of the Tennessee State Board of Accountancy.
How long have you been Executive Director for the board?
October of 2007.
And are you also the custodian of records for the board?
Yes, sir, I am.
And prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed the licensing and complaint files for a Mr. John Hamblin?
Yes, I have.
And what is Mr. Hamblin's mailing address at which the board was able to locate and serve the respondent in this matter?
The address was 8833 Sawyer Brown Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37221.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker. I'm going to hand you a document now and ask if you can identify it for the record, please.
Mr. Whitaker,
Yes, sir.
this is Troy. Hey, this individual I actually went to high school with, so I wanted to make that known. When I heard the address and the last name, when I heard the name, I thought they recognized it, but this is a person that I went to high school with, so I wanted to make that known, and however that may.
You want to recuse yourself from this?
I think I probably should. I've known him for a long time.
Will we have a quorum, Mr. Chairman?
We will still have a quorum.
Thanks. Thank you.
This appears to be a green card, return service notification that Mr. Hamlin received, mail at 8833 Sawyer Brown Road, 21814. It appears to be his signature on here.
Thank you. And based on your review of the complaint files for Mr. Hamblin today, is this green card in fact associated with the notice of hearing and charges that was filed in this matter?
Yes, sir.
And looking at the green card, does this green card appear to be signed by the respondent, Mr. Hamblin?
Yes, it does.
And as you mentioned before, what was the date of delivery on this certified mail and the notice of hearing and charges?
The date of delivery is February the 18th, 2014.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker. Your Honor, under the business records rule, I'd move that this matter be entered into the record as Exhibit 6. I have other pre-marked exhibits that will come in later, and I'd request permission to publish this to the board.
Okay. How does the state wish to proceed at this time?
Your Honor, based upon the proof of service of the respondent in this matter via certified United States mail, the state would move under applicable case law and Secretary of State rules to be allowed to proceed with this matter in default in the respondent's absence, and to move forward with the formal hearing in this matter today.
Well, I find, based upon the respondent's signature on the green card, that he did receive notice of this hearing today. Based upon that, it will be up to the board to determine whether or not the respondent will be held in default. And if they choose to proceed in the absence of the respondent, or adjourn the proceedings for a future time. In making this determination, you will need to consider the statutory definition of default. If a party fails to attend or participate in a pre-hearing conference, hearing, or other stage of a contested case, the administrative judge or hearing officer hearing the case alone, or agency sitting with the judge or hearing, may hold the party in default and either adjourn the proceedings or conduct them without the participation of that party, having the regard for the interest of justice and the orderly and prompt conduct of the proceedings. I will now turn the matter over to the board to determine how to proceed.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion, I guess, to determine whether or not proper notice was given and whether or not to try this case in the respondent's absence.
Just to clarify, I've made a determination of
Okay.
proper notice. The board determines whether or not the respondent will be held in default, and if so, how to proceed, that being going forward or adjourning and resetting the matter for the future.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we find the respondent, John T. Hamlin Jr., as properly noticed and not presenting himself today. Motion to continue with the proceedings today.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? The motion carries. Thank you.
Very good, thank you very much. I would generally have the board members review the notice of charges to determine whether or not anyone has any conflict with the proceedings. In the absence of that, at this point, I will go ahead and review the technical record, which consists of the notice of hearing and charges that was filed December 17th, 2013, a December 26th pre-hearing order. We did then receive returned mail from the respondent, a motion for continuance dated January 24th, an order of continuance dated February 4th, notice of service of documents dated February 5th, again returned mail from respondent, the state's witness and exhibit list filed April 24th, and notice of filing return on service by mail dated April 24th. Is the state aware of any other documents that have been filed that should be included in the technical record?
No, Your Honor, I don't know of anything else that's been filed in advance.
We did have Mr. Brewer indicate some personal knowledge. If anyone else is aware at this time of any personal knowledge of this matter, they can now so disclose this matter or the respondent. Okay, seeing none, if anyone becomes aware upon review of the notice of hearing and charges, if you could let us know at that time. Members of the board are reminded that during the time this hearing is being conducted, no discussion concerning this case should take place between board members or with witnesses, attorneys, or other persons unless all parties are present. During the hearing, the board sits as a jury and must only consider evidence introduced at the hearing in reaching its decision. The Sunshine Law requires all board discussions and deliberations to be in public before all parties. Failure to observe the Sunshine Law may result in the board action being reversed or remanded if appealed to Chancery Court. Again, you are reminded that you must disclose on the record any outside knowledge of this case or any communications, whether written, verbal, or otherwise, from any parties concerning this case. Give the board members a few moments to review the notice of hearing and charges, and then we'll proceed with opening statements. Y'all ready to proceed? You may make your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the board. For the record, my name is Chris Whitaker. I'm Assistant General Counsel for the Department of Commerce and Insurance Regulatory Boards Division. I'm here today to represent the state in this formal hearing against the respondent, John T. Hamblin, Jr., for his alleged violations of the Tennessee Accountancy Act of 1998 as amended and the rules promulgated under the Act. In this case, the state expects to prove the following allegations. That the respondent has previously been disciplined by this board for substandard performance of professional services and for practicing on an expired license. That at all times pertinent to this case, Mr. Hamblin's Tennessee CPA license was expired. That the respondent's Tennessee CPA license was not timely renewed, and Mr. Hamblin failed to timely renew his license, failed to notify the board of his intention not to renew his license, and failed to surrender his CPA certificate, all as required by law for a CPA who does not wish to renew his or her license. Also, the state will prove that the respondent performed accounting services on that expired license, and that during the performance of services on an expired license, the respondent failed to exercise due professional care and to competently perform services during a client engagement, again, which was performed on his expired CPA license. For these alleged violations, the state will have a prayer for relief that will be presented to the board at the conclusion of the proof. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Mr. Mark Crocker, who was previously sworn.
I'm here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Crocker, just to reiterate for the record, you have reviewed the licensing and complaint files for Mr. John T. Hamblin, Jr. prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And has Mr. Hamblin ever held a Tennessee CPA license?
Yes, he has.
And what is his Tennessee CPA license number?
License number is 15371.
And was Mr. Hamblin's license issued on or about June 3rd, 1997?
Yes, it was.
And is Mr. Hamblin's Tennessee CPA license currently valid and in good standing?
No, it is not.
Is Mr. Hamblin's Tennessee CPA license currently expired?
Yes, it is.
And approximately what date did Mr. Hamblin's license expire?
His license expired December 31st, 2005.
Before we get to the current complaint, has Mr. Hamblin ever been disciplined by this board before?
Yes, he has.
And how many times has he been so disciplined?
Once.
And approximately when was Mr. Hamblin's prior discipline imposed against him?
July of 2002.
And for what violations was Mr. Hamblin disciplined?
Issuance of a substandard report and providing accounting services on an expired license.
Thank you. Mr. Crocker, I'd now like to show you a copy of a document and ask you to identify it for the record, please.
This is a copy of the consent order that Mr. Hamlin signed in July of 2002.
And is this document a true and correct copy of the consent order signed by Mr. Hamblin in July of 2002?
Yes, it is.
And can you ascertain what discipline was imposed against Mr. Hamblin pursuant to this consent order?
Mr. Hamlin was to obtain 16 hours of continuing professional education and compilation and review engagements. That was not to count toward his 80 hours that was required for renewal of his CPA license. There was a civil penalty in the amount of $1,000, and for a period of 2 years, the respondent was required to have the board perform a pre-issuance review on the first report that the respondent performs. The 2 years was to become effective upon execution of the consent order. He was to comply with all statutes and rules governing the practice of accountancy in the state, and I believe those are the applicable.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker. And is this document maintained in Mr. Hamblin's licensing and/or complaint files relative to this case in the ordinary course of business of the Accountancy Board?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I request that this consent order from July 2002, signed by the respondent, be admitted into evidence, and it is pre-marked as Exhibit 1 if Your Honor will admit the document.
It'll be marked and entered as Exhibit Number 1 and can be passed to members of the board. Do you have a copy of that? And I don't think we got the proof of service to be marked and entered.
Your Honor, are we referring to the green card?
Yeah, the one that was number 6.
That was published earlier. I'm not sure if the copy with the yellow exhibit sticker was handed to Your Honor.
It was not.
I believe Mr. Crocker has it.
Okay. Have the copy of this document with the exhibit sticker on it?
Mr. Crocker, can you just briefly explain for the record what the issuance of a substandard report means?
Issuance of a substandard report means that certain standards, professional standards, were not followed properly or adhered to during the course of the engagement.
And how could the issuance of a substandard report harm a CPA's client?
Depending on the nature of the violations, there could be loan covenants involved that perhaps were no longer being met due to the misstatements in the financial statements. It could affect stock price if it's a public company. It certainly could affect credit ratings. And of course, potential stockholders could be harmed if they are relying on misstated financial statements in order to invest in the company.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker. I'd like to turn your attention now to the present complaint for which we're here today. In approximately November of 2012, how did Mr. Hamblin come back to your attention?
He had a complaint filed against him by a client by the name of Mr. Becker.
And based on Mr. Becker's complaint filing, did the board in turn open a complaint against Mr. Hamblin on that basis?
Yes, we did.
And what were the allegations of Mr. Becker's complaint?
That Mr. Hamlin failed to timely file Mr. Becker's taxes and that he failed to respond to numerous attempts by Mr. Becker to communicate with him regarding his tax return.
Mr. Crocker, I'd like to show you another document at this time and ask you to identify it for the record, please.
This is a copy of the complaint filed with the Board of Accountancy by Mr. Becker.
Is this document a true and correct copy of the complaint filed by Mr. Becker against the respondent, John Hamblin, on November 27th, 2012?
Yes, it is.
And is this document maintained in Mr. Hamlin's complaint file relative to this case in the ordinary course of business of the Accountancy Board?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I request that this document be admitted into evidence and marked as Exhibit 2 with permission to publish to the board.
It will be so marked and entered and can be passed to the board.
We need to give the board members a minute to review this, or we keep going?
What would be your preference?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crocker, I'd now like to show you a set of documents and ask you to review the set of documents for the record.
This is the notification to Mr. Hamlin that a complaint had been filed against him with the green card showing certified mail, showing that a Sarah Hamlin signed for it on December 11th, 2013.
So it's your testimony that it appears...
I'm sorry. It is December 11th, 2012.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker. Can you determine from the documents in front of you whether Mr. Hamlin received this letter from the board notifying him of the complaint?
As previously stated, the green card is signed by Sarah Hamlin, who is Mr. Hamlin's mother.
And was this letter sent to the previously referenced address at 8833 Sawyer Brown Road, Nashville, Tennessee 37221?
Yes, it was.
And is this set of documents maintained in Mr. Hamlin's complaint file relative to this case in the ordinary course of business of the Accountancy Board?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Your Honor, I request that this set of documents be admitted into evidence, marked as Exhibit 3, and permission to publish to the board.
It will be so marked and entered and can be passed.
Mr. Crocker, according to your review of the complaint file prior to your testimony today, does it appear that Mr. Hamlin ever responded to this notice of complaint letter?
No, he did not.
And was Mr. Hamlin required by law to respond to that letter?
Yes, he is.
Thank you. Changing gears a little bit now, do the Tennessee Accountancy Act of 1998 located at TCA 621101 and subsequent sections and the rules promulgated thereunder primarily govern the conduct of CPAs licensed in Tennessee by this board?
Yes, it does.
Just for the sake of brevity, so I don't have to say that 100 times, I'll refer to that as the law and rules. How frequently do the law and rules require that a CPA holding a Tennessee CPA license require, how long is it required to renew his or her license?
Every other year.
And I believe you mentioned earlier that Mr. Hamlin's Tennessee CPA license expired on 12/31/05, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And what does a Tennessee licensed CPA have to do to renew his or her license?
To renew timely, they must pay the fee of, back then it was $120 per renewal period, report CPE earned of 80 hours, broken down as specified by the rules.
And based upon your review of Mr. Hamlin's licensing file, at any time since 12/31/05, did the respondent ever make any attempt to renew his Tennessee CPA license?
No, sir, he did not.
So it's your testimony that for the 06/07, 08/09, 10/11, 12/13, and the current 14/15 renewal periods, the board has received nothing from Mr. Hamlin relative to a license renewal?
That is correct.
Is it a violation of the law and rules for a Tennessee licensed CPA to fail to timely renew his or her license?
Yes, it is.
So Mr. Hamlin's failure to timely renew his or her license, to timely renew his license for those renewal periods constitutes one or more violations of the law and rules?
Yes, it does.
And if a Tennessee licensed CPA does not wish to renew his or her license, is he or she required to notify the board of that intention and to surrender his or her certificate?
Yes.
And did Mr. Hamblin ever so notify the board of an intention not to renew his license?
No, he did not.
And that failure to notify the board constitutes a violation of the law and rules as well?
Yes, it does.
Did Mr. Hamblin ever surrender his CPA certificate to the board as required by the law and rules?
No, he did not.
And does his failure to surrender that certificate constitute a violation of the law and rules also?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I'd like to show you another document at this time and ask you to identify it for the record, please.
This appears to be an affidavit created by Mr. Hamlin in response to the complaint dated May 17th, 2013.
And is this document maintained in Mr. Hamlin's complaint file relative to this case in the ordinary course of business of the Accountancy Board?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I request that this document, which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 4, be admitted into evidence with permission to publish to the board.
It will be so marked and entered and can be passed to the board.
And Mr. Crocker, I've got one more final set of documents for you to review and also ask you to identify this set of documents for the record.
This appears to be a letter sent to Mr. Hamlin in regard to settling this matter without a formal hearing. The letter outlines what the consent order would say.
And how was this letter sent?
This was sent via certified mail.
And can you determine from this set of documents whether Mr. Hamblin received this letter from the board notifying him of the potential of disposing of this matter without a formal hearing?
It appears the green card was signed by Sarah Hamlin.
And was that also at the previously referenced address of 8833 Sawyer Brown Road, Nashville 37211?
Yes, it was.
And are these documents maintained in Mr. Hamblin's complaint file relative to this case in the ordinary course of business of the Accountancy Board?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I request that this set of documents, pre-marked as Exhibit 5, be admitted into evidence with permission to publish to the board.
So marked and entered and can be passed.
One last question, Mr. Crocker. You previously referenced the allegations by the complaint in this matter by the complainant, among which are failure to timely file client's tax returns, failure to return client records, and failure to communicate with the client regarding his engagement. If proven true, would those allegations constitute one or more violations of the law and rules?
Yes, they would.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Crocker. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Crocker at this time.
Any questions from members of the board?
Your Honor, do we ask Mr. Whitaker the questions, or?
No, you fire away.
I just have one question, Mark.
Yes.
Looking at the complaint, the handwritten complaint, the person says that the missing W-2 is from 2010, and they were trying to get an extension of 2010 taxes. But in the allegations of fact and the affidavit from Mr. Hamlin, it talks about the missing W-2 being from 2011 and 2011 taxes. Did we do some investigation to make sure which year it was that was late?
Your Honor, if I may, the board's investigator will be a witness in this matter. In fact, he'll be the state's next witness. He may be able to speak to that a little more specifically. And we also have the complainant in this matter here who will testify probably after Mr. Butler.
That's sufficient?
That's sufficient. Thank you,
Very
Your
good.
Honor.
Crocker, did the respondent ever complete his required CPE in the consent order for 2002?
Yes, it appears that he did.
Civil penalty? that
He
was
did pay the
required?
civil penalty.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Mr. Crocker, it says in that original, or in 2002, that he practiced on an expired license. Do we know how long that expiration was prior to that?
Chairman, I don't have that information available.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Anything more for this witness?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker. You're excused. Your next witness?
State calls Ray Butler.
If you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. May I have a seat?
Mr. Butler, would you please state your name and position for the record?
My name is Ray Butler Jr. I'm a CPA and in the position of investigator with the Tennessee State Board of Accountancy.
And how long have you been an investigator for the board?
2.5 years.
Pursuant to your duties as board investigator, did you have occasion to become involved with and investigate this complaint against Mr. Hamlin?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the board a little bit about that, please?
During the course of my investigation, I had numerous attempts of trying to locate Mr. Hamlin, going by his house, finding his vehicle there, knocking on the door. I had a discussion with his mom, or an older lady that I assumed to be his mom, telling her that I needed to talk with John. I called him on the telephone several times. I had found out some of his hangouts and drove by those numerous times because it's between here and my house. So I did that each time that I came into work and went back from work, and anytime I did any other complaints in the Nashville area, I always swung by his house and all his hangouts to look for him.
And were you ultimately successful in meeting with the respondent and obtaining an affidavit from him?
Yes, I was.
And at this time, I'd like to show you a document which has previously been entered into evidence and marked as Exhibit 4, and ask you about that document. One moment, Your Honor, I'm going to grab a copy. Would you like to take a moment to review the affidavit, or?
I've read over it. This is the affidavit that I obtained on May 17, 2013.
Okay. And Did Mr. Hamblin sign this affidavit in your presence?
Yes, he did.
And did you also sign this affidavit?
Yes, I did.
In this affidavit, does Mr. Hamblin admit to performing consulting services for clients even after the expiration date on his license?
Yes, he does, in the last sentence.
Okay. And does the performance of consulting services also constitute accounting services under the law and rules?
Yes, it does.
And is it a violation of the law and rules for a person to perform accounting services, including consulting services, without a valid current Tennessee CPA license?
Yes, it is.
And can you please provide a brief summary of your meeting with Mr. Hamblin for the record?
I met with Mr. Hamblin, sat down with him across from a table. We went over the facts of this particular case as to what the complaint was, and I asked him, since we'd never received a response, to write out his response to that complaint, which was in this Exhibit 4.
And so, just to reiterate, during that interview, you did explain to Mr. Hamblin the nature of the allegations against him?
Yes, I did.
And did he appear to fully understand the nature of this complaint?
He did.
According to your testimony, you met Mr. Hamblin in one of his hangouts. Does this hangout serve alcohol?
Yes, it does.
And did Mr. Hamblin appear to you to be intoxicated or otherwise under the influence of alcohol or other substances in any way?
No, he did not. In fact, I mentioned I sat across the table from him. It wasn't apparent.
Okay. And in your own words, what was Mr. Hamblin's explanation for the allegations in the complaint, his provision of services with an expired license, and anything else that he wanted to add?
He really didn't have a reasonable explanation for not doing it. He just kind of went over the facts as had been presented by the complainant, and that was it. I mean, there was no, as far as I was concerned, no reasonable explanation for not doing the return or giving back the information.
And did Mr. Hamblin at that time indicate to you whether he intended to address, settle, or otherwise deal with this complaint beyond your meeting?
Not directly, but I did tell him that he needed to give the information back to the complainant as soon as possible.
Okay. And is there anything further that you would like to add for the record for the board to consider relative to Mr. Hamblin's complaint?
I would only say that as obvious by the fact that he didn't show up is that he's a very difficult person to get a hold of, and he cannot say that we didn't try to get a hold of him, because one of the things I didn't mention is I was also leaving notes on every time I saw his vehicle and he wouldn't answer the door, I was leaving notes on his vehicle that I needed to talk to him with my card.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. I have nothing further for this witness.
Questions from the board?
If you did know what he looked like, how would you recognize him in the pub?
I had a picture of him that I had gotten off the internet, and also when I went in to look for him, I asked the barmaid, told her I wanted to speak to John Hamlin, and she pointed him out.
Butler, in the complainant says that the W-2 that was missing was from 2010 and the extension was for the 2010 tax year. But in the allegations of fact and in the affidavit from Mr. Hamlin, it looks like the missing information was from 2011 and the taxes were for 2011. Can you explain that or just confirm that you investigated that piece of it and understand and confirm for us which year was in fact the one the taxes were not prepared for?
I saw that in the allegation, and I saw where when Mr. Becker wrote out his complaint, he first put in 1 year and then marked out another year. I'm not sure that directly question those discrepancies in those dates. I will tell you, as a former practicing CPA, when you get down to extending something down to October, it gets kind of confusing which year you're doing. I mean, you extend it down to October 12 for October 11, and almost all the year of October 12 is over with. So, and you've probably already been working on some October 12, so it does get a little confusing as to which documents you've passed to somebody and hadn't had done yet, and on the accountant's part as well.
I guess I just want confirmation that the board knows which tax return wasn't filed, just to make sure we understand that in fact it was the 2011 tax return that was not filed timely, or if it was a 2010. I
think you were given a copy of the complaint, and I believe it said 2010. They said do my 2009 taxes in 2010. And that he had to get back to him for the 2010 because of the W-2 that was missing.
Okay. So my follow-up question is, in our allegations of fact, in page 2, I believe is where it is, perhaps page 3, it talks about getting an extension from 2000. The way I read it, I may be misreading it, but it looks like we're talking about a missing W-2 from 2011, and the extension was for the 2011 taxes. So I just want to resolve the confusion, and maybe it's my confusion. If so, I apologize to the board.
Roberts, if Mr. Butler is unable to resolve this discrepancy, we still have the complainant, Mr. Becker, with us today. And it looks like there is a little ambiguity in the complaint because of something crossed out. So perhaps direct questions put to him on that matter can resolve it.
More questions? Any further from the state?
Not for Mr. Butler, no.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. You're excused. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Thomas Becker, the complainant in this matter.
Good morning, Mr. Becker. If you would raise your right hand for me, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. May I have a seat?
Becker, could you please state your full name for the record?
Thomas Scott Becker.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Becker?
I'm a detailer, reconditioner for Jim Kennedy Sales and Leasing.
Okay. And do you know John Hamblin, the respondent in this matter?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Mr. Hamblin?
Roughly 20 years.
And were you also a client of Mr. Hamblin in his capacity as a CPA?
Yes, I was.
Did you engage Mr. Hamblin at any time in the past to perform tax work for you?
Yes, my 09, he did my 09 and my 010. It was the 11 that I did not receive back.
I apologize for my own unclarity here. I just want to be as clear as I can for the record. So we'll take these one at a time. Did you engage Mr. Hamblin to perform your taxes or to file your taxes for the 2009 tax year?
Yes, I did.
And did you engage Mr. Hamblin to file your taxes for the 2010 tax year?
Yes, I did.
How about the 2011 tax year?
Yes, I did.
Okay. 2012 or any time thereafter?
No, sir.
Okay. During the years that Mr. Hamblin was your CPA and responsible for filing your taxes, did you provide all of the necessary documentation for Mr. Hamblin to file your taxes to him while he was engaged to file the taxes?
Yes, I did.
And to the best of your knowledge, did Mr. Hamblin timely file your taxes for the years in question?
Phrase that.
I will try. For your 2009 tax return, did Mr. Hamblin file your taxes?
Yes, he did.
How about 2010?
Yes, he did.
And 2011?
No, he did not.
Thank you. Relative to your 2011 taxes and tax return, did you attempt to contact Mr. Hamblin to ascertain the status of your tax returns and whether they've been filed?
Yes, I did.
And how did you attempt to contact Mr. Hamblin?
Telephone, going by his residence.
And approximately how many times would you say that you attempted to contact Mr. Hamblin regarding your 2011 taxes?
At least 10 or 15 times.
Did Mr. Hamblin ever respond to any of your numerous attempts to contact him regarding the status of your 2011 tax returns?
No.
Did Mr. Hamblin ever return your client records that you gave him in order to file your 2011 taxes?
No, he did not.
And did you ultimately have to retain another CPA at additional expense to file your 2011 taxes?
Yes, I did.
About how much did that replacement CPA run you? Just ballpark.
$150.
Okay. And as a result of the late filing and or non or never filed filing of your 2011 tax returns, did the IRS assess any fines against you for the untimely tax filing?
Yes, they did.
Do you have any idea how much that amount is? Again, ballpark is fine.
I do not.
And is it your understanding after speaking with the IRS that any such imposition of fines for later untimely filed returns may be deducted from a future tax refund?
Yes.
And have you contacted the IRS regarding your issue with Mr. Hamblin not filing your 2011 tax return on time?
Yes, I have.
And to the best of your knowledge, what is the status of the IRS's consideration of your request? Well, let me break this up into two pieces. When was the last time you spoke to the IRS regarding this matter?
I received a letter from them on, I believe, March 31st in regards to a form that I had given them in regards to this matter.
What document or documents did you file with the IRS?
It was a failure to prepare form.
And
I'm not sure what the number. I think Ray has the number there.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the IRS's consideration of your filing is still pending at this time?
Yes, it is.
Becker, is there anything else that you would like the board to know about your complaint against Mr. Hamblin?
I did speak with John shortly after Mr. Butler approached him in regards to this matter, in regards to getting my documentation back to me. And he did in so tell me that he would either mail it to me or bring it to my home, of which I never received anything. Never even spoke to him again.
So just to be clear, as we sit here today, Mr. Hamblin has not returned your records to you.
No, he is not.
And has also not responded to or communicated with you in any way other than the one phone call you just referenced.
Correct.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have of this witness.
Questions from the board?
Mr. Becker, did Mr. Hamlin hold himself out as a CPA to you?
Yes, sir. I knew, like I said, I've known John for 20-something years, and I knew that he was a CPA, and he was recommended to me. So.
Do you recall if he signed your tax return
Yes,
for
sir, he
CPA
did.
at the
Yes,
end
sir.
of his name?
Yes, sir, he did.
Mr. Becker, did you pay him for the 2009 and 2010 tax returns?
Yes, ma'am.
More questions? More questions from the state?
No, Your Honor, nothing further from this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor, that concludes the state's proof in this matter.
Closing statement?
Yes, Your Honor, just a very brief closing, and then I also have a proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law at the conclusion of the closing. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, you've heard the proof in this case today and is now concluded. The state submits to the board that it has proven the allegations against Mr. Hamblin as outlined in my opening statement and in the notice of hearing and charges, specifically that Mr. Hamblin was previously disciplined by this board for multiple violations, some of which we are here on again today, that Mr. Hamblin was practicing on an expired license that has been expired since the end of 2005, that he failed to timely renew his license, failed to surrender it, and or failed to notify the board of his intention not to renew or not to further practice accountancy. State submits that it is also proven that the respondent did in fact perform accounting services for the complainant in this matter, Thomas Becker, while his license was expired, and state further submits that the respondent, Mr. Hamblin, failed to exercise due professional care and to competently perform services during this engagement by failing to timely or file at all Mr. Becker's 2011 taxes, and all of this failure to exercise due professional care and performance of services occurred on an expired license. The state's prayer for relief in this matter would be to impose a civil penalty in the amount of $5,500 for these various violations, and also to revoke Mr. Hamblin's Tennessee CPA license. That concludes the state's closing statement in this matter, Your Honor.
Would the members of the board like to proceed with the charge and the deliberations, or take maybe a 10-minute break before doing so?
I would prefer to move forward if we can.
That's fine with me, if that's okay with the board. Okay with you? Very well. If you would pass out the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law to the members of the board. This case will now be submitted to the board for deliberation. You must decide this case from the evidence which was presented at the hearing. This evidence consists of sworn testimony and exhibits. The state has alleged that the respondent has violated certain state statutes and rules. The state has the burden of proof in this matter. The respondent does not have the burden of proving that he is innocent of the charges. It is the state's burden to prove its allegations by a preponderance of the evidence, which means the greater weight of the evidence is in favor of the state. Statements of counsel made during the course of the proceedings are not to be considered as evidence to satisfy the burden of proof. The Administrative Procedures Act specifically requires your order to contain 4 sections: findings of fact, conclusions of law, a decision regarding the appropriate relief, if any, and the policy reasons for your decision and determination. In making findings of fact, you must make your own evaluation of the testimony given by each of the witnesses and any documentary evidence admitted. You must then give that testimony or other evidence the weight and credibility that you deem proper. You may weigh the evidence in light of your own training and expertise. The notice of charges and the proposed findings of fact are not evidence. You may use either or both of these documents as guides to assist you in making your findings, but it is the sole responsibility of the board to make your own findings of fact. You should use the documents as guides only after careful consideration and a determination that the notice and proposed findings accurately reflect your own independent recollection of the evidence and your own conclusions. Once you have made your findings of fact, you must decide if the respondent's activity constitutes a violation of departmental or board rules or state statutes as alleged in the notice of charges. And if so, you must state those determinations in your conclusions of law. Your decision must include sufficient analysis of the evidence to clearly demonstrate how the facts of the case support your conclusions. Your conclusions of law should make appropriate specific references to your findings of fact to articulate linkages and connections between the 2 sections of your final order. You must limit your inquiry regarding the violations of statutes and rules to those violations alleged in the state's notice of charges. If you decide that there has been a violation of a state statute or rule, you must then decide whether the relief requested by the state is appropriate in accordance with the legal authority and considering the particular circumstances of this case. You may grant the state's requested relief or decide that some other relief or none at all is more appropriate. Finally, a policy reason must accompany your determination to state why the decision you render in this situation is appropriate. Your policy reason tells the public and reviewing courts why the action you choose in this case is proper. The gravity of the violation and the respondent's attitude towards the action may be included in your policy statement to support your decision. The decision should be more than just a reiteration of the facts you have found in this case, but should be a short statement as to why the action you have chosen is correct. If you need assistance with the law or the structure of your order, I will be available to assist you. If you have any questions about the facts presented, you may, by a majority vote, go back on the record and hear from counsel or witnesses to refresh your memory. All motions must be carried by a simple majority of the board. I will now turn the matter over to the chairman to preside over the deliberations.
Does anybody have any commentary they'd like to share?
I have a question regarding the penalty amount, if this is the proper time, or if you want to address that in the penalty phase.
We can address that now.
Why, can you help me with how the penalty was derived? Potential of $0 to $12,000 in penalties, and the second time around to $5,500, which seems light.
In order to hear from counsel, you'll have to suspend deliberations by majority vote.
Or do you just want to address we can address the actual penalty?
The court reporter needs just 1 second. She ran out of tape. But the penalty is a recommendation from the department, and you can make your own calculations and determine what you determine to be an appropriate penalty.
Thank you, but to get the thought behind that penalty, we would have to suspend is what I'm hearing you say.
That is correct. And then you may want to do that from council or.
I'm happy to suspend deliberations for the moment to allow the question to be answered.
And would you like to hear from council? Would you like to hear from Mr. Crocker?
Council, I think, has probably made the recommendation with the input from Mr. Crocker.
Okay, and you'll need to do that by majority vote of the board members.
Okay. All those in favor of suspending deliberation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any noes? None. Okay. We're suspended.
Very good. Mr. Whitaker?
Thank you, Mr. Royston. Just a brief summary. I counted, as I believe the proof covered, 5 separate reporting periods for which the respondent failed to timely renew his license. I calculated a $500 civil penalty for each of those for a total of $2,500 for the aggregate failures to timely renew, and then the maximum $1,000 apiece for the respondent's failure to file the tax returns, timely or otherwise, $1,000 for Mr. Hamblin's failure to communicate with his now former client relative to the status of his tax return, and then another $1,000 for the failure to return client records as required. As is generally the case, and as Your Honor just mentioned, these are recommendations, and the board is always free to amend them as they see fit. But basically, I felt like I had to come up with a number for a recommendation to start the board's thought process and to give you all something to work from. But I'm happy for the board to do its will, provided that it matches up with its ability to do so in the law and rules.
What are the civil penalties that have been assessed in the past?
Typically for,
Excuse me, I'm referring to this particular person.
for this particular person, the civil penalty in Mr. Hamlin's 2002 consent order was $1,000. This proposed civil penalty would be $5,500, which is, by my math, a 550% increase over the last go-round. And the state is also requesting the revocation of Mr. Hamblin's license in light of his repeated failure to comply with the board's law and rules, to maintain his license appropriately, and whether or not he maintained his license in the prior consent order or now, it appears he also has an issue with competence in performing quality work. So the state's position is that that constitutes a danger to the public, and as such, that Mr. Hamblin's CPA license should be revoked in addition to the imposition of the civil penalty referenced.
Can I ask a question? You mentioned there were in your calculating this proposed penalty, it was 5 reporting periods times $500. What were the 5 periods?
Well, according to Mr. Crocker's testimony, Mr. Hamblin was last validly currently licensed effective 12/31/05, and since he ends in Mr. Hamblin's license is due up for renewal in odd numbered years, I counted 06, 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, 13, and the current period as we sit here today for 14 and 15.
Other questions? Your Honor, can we return back to deliberation?
By majority vote.
Okay. All those in favor of returning to deliberations, please signify by, I'm sorry, I guess I need to have a motion.
Motion to return to deliberation.
Second.
Okay. Have a motion, have a second. Any comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any noes? Hearing none, we're back in deliberations. Does anybody want to entertain a motion to accept the findings and facts as proposed, to at least start the process of whether or not we agree with the attorney's proposed findings of fact, and we can get that piece done and then discuss penalties?
I'm sorry.
I just had one comment on item 9, or item 9 of the proposed findings. And it mentions that respondent, he'd allowed the respondent to do his federal income taxes since 2010, which is the 2009 tax year. Shouldn't that be 2011 tax year?
Now, the allegation
I think it says-
indicated that he did the return for 2009, 2010, and failed to do the return for 2011.
It should say the 2010 tax year in parentheses.
This is 2009 tax year. He did, oh, wait. I
He
think-
performed the services in 2010 for the 2009 tax year.
But he also did
Forward.
the 2010 tax year as well. As you're saying, forward?
It says
Since, okay, since.
since, and
Okay.
then he failed on the 11 return.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if the board would go through each of the factual allegations and specifically address them and adopt them, you can discuss them in total and then adopt them in total by motion or individually, but it helps for purposes of deliberation and judicial review, should that be necessary for there to be deliberation on each factual allegation.
Hear any motions?
Chairman, I move that we accept proposed findings of facts number 1 and 2 as presented by Mr. Whitaker.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the proposed findings of fact are approved, or accepted.
I hate to be tedious, but if we could have them specifically
Do
addressed.
roll call. Oh,
I'm
you want
sorry.
to do 1 and 2?
No, if they could be specifically read into the record as the finding that's being adopted. I know it can be tedious, but the Court of Appeals has found that actual deliberation on the facts is necessary in order to uphold the order, should it be appealed.
You want to restate your motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd be glad to. Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that proposed finding of fact number 1, which reads, the Department of Commerce and Insurance, Division of Regulatory Boards, the state, is the lawful agent through which the act is enforced, and the state is authorized to bring this action, be accepted as presented.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Chairman, I'd also make the motion that this board find proposed finding of fact number 2, which reads as follows. Respondent holds certified public accountant CPA license number 15371, issued by this board on June 3rd, 1997, which expired on December 31st, 2005. Respondent also holds a CPA firm permit number 2879, issued by this board on July 18th, 2002, which expired on December 31st, 2004. According to the books and records of the board, the respondent's last known address is 8333 Sawyer Brown Road, Nashville, Tennessee 37221. Mr. Chairman, I propose that we accept this proposed finding of fact.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Your Honor, if I may, just briefly for one moment.
Not during deliberations.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I ask a question to you?
Certainly.
Would this, if we adopted this entire without reading through it, would this not be part of the record that the Court of Appeals or whoever may be able to read and review?
This document is not necessarily a part of the
Okay.
record. No, this document is provided to you as a guide to inform your deliberations, but not to be the actual document this is not the order, and it's not evidence.
Okay.
It's merely presented to you as a guide for
Great.
your deliberation.
Thank you for clarifying that, Your Honor.
Mr. Roberts, you want to carry us on through?
I'll be glad to, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that allegation of fact number 3 be accepted as presented by Mr. Whitaker. For the record, I will read allegation 3 as it's presented. It says the respondent has failed to timely renew his Tennessee CPA license and his Tennessee CPA firm permit, or to notify the board that he no longer desires to renew the license and permit. Further, respondent has failed to surrender the license and permit to the board upon their expiration as required. I would move that we accept this allegation of fact.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Is it possible for Mr. Roberts just to go ahead and read all of the
Can he read and
allegations
vote
take
one
care
time?
of
That would be acceptable.
Great.
Yes.
May I amend my motion,
You
Mr.
may.
Chair? I would also move that this board accept the remainder of the allegations of fact, which I will read in number as follows. Number 4, during early 2012, the respondent agreed to complete client Thomas S. Becker's 2011 federal tax return. By the middle of March 2012, Mr. Becker had provided respondent with all of his tax information and documentation except for one missing W-2 for the 2011 tax year. Mr. Becker asked respondent to file an extension request with the IRS by April 15, 2012 for his 2011 tax return, but never knew whether respondent did so. Number 5, Mr. Becker located the missing W-2 later in 2012, enclosed it within an envelope, and left it in respondent's residential mailbox on or about September 15, 2012, and expected respondent to prepare and file his 2011 return by October 15, 2012. Prior to delivering the W-2 in this fashion, Mr. Becker had left respondent phone messages several times requesting to meet respondent at some restaurant or other public location in the Bellevue area of Nashville to deliver the W-2. Respondent did not respond to these messages or return Mr. Becker's calls. Number 6, respondent did not file this client's 2011 federal income tax return by October 15, 2012, and did not respond to many additional voicemail messages left by this client since October 2012 requesting a status report on the tax return and the return of the client's documentation. Respondent has failed to furnish to this client all of the client's 2011 tax records through the present. Number 7, Mr. Becker submitted a complaint against the respondent regarding this matter with the board's staff in December 2012, and the staff forwarded respondent a copy of this complaint by certified mail correspondence dated December 10, 2012. This letter and enclosed complaint were received on December 11, 2012, but respondent failed to file a written answer within 14 days of receipt as required. Respondent did not request and was not granted an extension of time to answer this complaint. Number 8, after being found in a Bellevue pub by a board investigator on May 17, 2013, respondent admitted that he had performed tax work for Mr. Becker and also admitted that he currently did monthly bookkeeping and consulting services for small businesses. Such action constitutes the provision of, quote, accounting services under the rules of this board, and the respondent's performance of such services on an expired CPA license and an expired CPA firm permit constitutes unlicensed conduct in violation of applicable authority. Number 9, Mr. Becker has known respondent for nearly 20 years and has allowed respondent to do his federal income taxes since 2010, the 2009 tax year, upon respondent's statement that he was able to do tax preparation work. The only manner in which Mr. Becker has been able to transact tax business with respondent over the past several years in person has been to meet respondent at neighborhood restaurants or other businesses. And number 10, the respondent has been disciplined previously by this board, having been assessed a civil penalty of $1,000 for issuing a substandard audit report and a 2002 consent order entered in case number L01-ACC-RBS-2001-030911.
I have a very lengthy motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the ayes have it.
If in reviewing the, looks like there's a section of applicable law and then the causes of action, which would provide the linkages for you between the findings of fact and the laws as stated.
You want that read in as well?
I'm sorry?
Do you want that read in as well?
The statutes and regulations?
Yeah.
No, you just
Okay.
need to do, I think, the causes of action, which would be your conclusions of law that start on page 8.
So we have moved for all of these, or acceptance of all these conclusions. I guess we need to move it, is it penalty? Is that what you're,
No, you'll need to, based upon those findings of fact, you'll now need to determine, based upon those facts.
that we in fact have violations?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any discussion on these matters at all? Are we ready to move into that particular motion? Okay. I have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that based on the findings of fact, that we do have violations of the applicable law and rules, and would make that motion before the board.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, motion passes. Penalty.
Well, you'll need to determine what laws have been violated based upon, say, this fact means a violation of this law, which I think is basically what's been done in your causes of action. But you'll need to specifically deliberate on each violation and then determine, based upon that violation, how much you think the resulting penalty should be.
That be by, Your Honor, under the sections using chapter definitions, or do we need to go into the subsections and read them in so that the court record is clear on what we're saying? For instance, under chapter definitions, we found that under 62103, he did hold himself as being a CPA.
Well,
Or do we need to delineate each line item?
you can go through the causes of action, which start on page 8, and adopt those if that's your preference, which does have references to all of the applicable statutes and regulations, or you can go through the applicable statutes and regulations and, for instance, let's see.
Your Honor, may I make one comment? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think I may have some. Your Honor is speaking about actually page 8 of the notice of hearing and charges, I believe. Is
No,
where
I think it's the, oh, you're right, I'm sorry, I apologize. Which is, yeah, because that's missing from your proposed. Yeah, I think it is probably laid out a little bit better for you in the notice of hearing and charges.
So, Your Honor, should we read the causes of action from the notice of hearing to show that we've deliberated on these causes of action?
I think it probably would be helpful if you read one at a time and maybe had some deliberation on them, and you will certainly need to do so in order to determine the appropriate penalty.
Mr. Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion, please?
You certainly may.
I would make a motion that this board finds this following cause of action to exist, and I'll read the cause of action. Count 1, respondent's acts and conduct in failing to immediately surrender his expired CPA firm permit and his expired CPA license to this board after their expiration in 2004 and 2005, and his failure to notify the board of his intention prior to the expiration of those licenses as described in numbered paragraphs 2 through 3 of the foregoing allegations of fact, constitute violations of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 62-1-111, Section A3 and 6, and Tennessee Comp Rules and Regs 0020-01-082 and 0020-03-.121, subjecting respondent to the imposition of possible revocation or suspension of both his CPA license and his firm permit, and civil penalties in the maximum amount of $1,000 per day for each day of continued violation, and the assessment of investigatory and hearing costs pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Sections 56-1-308A, 56-1-311A, and 10 Comp Rules and Regs 0020-04-.021 and 2, and 0780-5-11-.011.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries.
If I may make a suggestion, it may be easiest for the board to discuss penalty after you do each one of the violations, rather than having to go back and redeliberate after you've gone through.
I recommend a penalty on count 1 of $2,500. Or I have a motion for a penalty for $2,500 on count 1.
I would second that, Mr. Chairman.
Have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the penalty signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm sorry, if I may, based upon the language, it says in the maximum amount of $1,000 per day. So if you would specify your rationale behind the proposed penalty.
Mr. Alexander, may I make a friendly amendment to your motion?
Please.
I would ask that, the rationale for the $2,500 penalty that I believe you had recommended would be based on $500 per period, I believe, for 5 periods in which these licenses were not renewed timely.
Per reporting period.
Per reporting period.
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm sorry, I would have to just point out to the board that you're limited to considering any factual allegations that are contained in the notice of hearing and charges, which is dated December 17th, 2013. So you wouldn't be able to consider anything that occurred after that time period.
Our $2,500 is still within the framework of what's allowed.
I believe she's referring to that the 13-14 year wasn't.
Or the 14-15.
14-15 year, excuse me, thank you, was not delinquent yet.
Amended $2,000, sure.
Well, now, is this, realizing that, and I think that this is just a penalty for him individual, and there's a firm permit that I'm not sure was in the allegations, except that it's mentioned that he did not renew that either when we're looking at our penalties. Not only looking at his individual license, but a firm permit that was not maintained.
I would like to amend my motion to $2,000 in recognition that there are only 4 reporting periods because of the December 13th cutoff.
I would second that amendment.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the $2,000 penalty, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Chairman, I'd like to also make a motion for a cause of action, a second cause of action, if I may read it into the record. Count 2, respondent's acts and conduct in performing accounting services in the form of tax preparation and business consulting, while his CPA license and CPA firm permit were both expired as described in numbered paragraphs 4 through 6 and 8 through 9 of the foregoing allegations of fact, constitute violations of Tennessee Code annotated sections 62-1-111A6 and Tennessee Comp Rules and Regs 0020-01-.111, subjecting respondent to the imposition of possible revocation or suspension of both his CPA license and his firm permit and civil penalties in the maximum amount of $1,000 per day for each day of continued violation, and the assessment of investigatory and hearing costs pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated sections 56-1-308A, 56-1-311A, and Tennessee Comp Rules and Regs 0020-04-.021 and 2 and 0780-5-11.011.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the motion carries. I guess we need to deliberate penalty. Do I have a motion for penalty on this particular cause of action?
Make a motion for a penalty of $1,000.
Second.
Do we need a rationale for that, Your Honor?
Well, the rationale is that the penalty, we're allowed to penalize him up to $1,000 per day, so we think that's well within the guidelines presented. Is that acceptable?
$1,000 would be based upon what conduct?
Count 2 that was just read.
Well, I'm so, how is the $1,000 being assessed specifically? If it's $1,000 a day and the penalty is $1,000, how is that being, what is the dollar amount that is, what conduct is the dollar amount being assessed to? Because you have acts of tax preparation and $1,000 penalty.
How about for the year that he admitted that he was providing accounting and consulting services for clients? When
I'm not sure how to respond to the question, quite frankly.
Help the board.
Mr. Roberts, could you help us out perhaps since you're an attorney?
Mr. Alexander, I'm actually going through that right now. If you'll buy me just a little more time, we'll.
How about for the admission of providing accounting and consulting in his affidavit? I know that's not perfect, but
Your Honor, if I'm reading this correctly, we just discovered, or you reminded us correctly, that there are 4 reporting periods that we're limited to assessing damages against based on the date of the notice of hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we're talking about providing services in tax preparation and business consulting that were admitted to in the affidavit for a period of 4 years. I think $250 a year for those 4 years would be reasonable, given that the maximum is $1,000 per day, and that could be fairly steep. 365 days a year times however many years are in each period times the number of periods. In an effort of restraint and reason, I would say $250 per period, for the 4 periods that we can assess damages against would be a reasonable way to assess a damage here. So I would make the motion that we're going to assess $1,000 penalty for this count.
does he have to rescind his motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd make the motion that we assess $1,000 penalty for the count 2 on the basis that for 4 periods during which this action was ongoing, we would be, in an exercise of restraint, only assess $250 per period for a total of $1,000.
Second.
Motion, I have a second. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make another motion, please, as a cause of action, count 3 that I'll read into the record. Respondent's acts and conduct in failing to return to Mr. Becker as his client, all tax documentation for the 2011 tax year provided to him by Mr. Becker within a reasonable time, as requested by Mr. Becker and as described in numbered paragraph 6 of the foregoing allegations of fact, constitute violations of Tennessee Code annotated sections 62-1-111A6 and 7 and Tennessee Comp Rules and Regs 0020-03-.111-1A, subjecting respondent to the imposition of possible revocation or suspension of both his CPA license and his firm permit, and civil penalties in the maximum amount of $1,000 per day for each day of continued violation, and the assessment of investigatory and hearing costs pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated sections 56-1308A, 56-1-311A, and Tennessee Comp Rules and Regs 0020-04-.021 and 2 and 0780-5-11-.011.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries. Consider penalties for this particular account.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we assess a penalty for this count of $1,000 for failure to return records.
That is a one-time event. Okay. You good with that, Your Honor? Okay. I have a motion on the floor for a $1,000 penalty. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'm sorry, yeah, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an additional motion, please, as cause of action count 4 that I'll read into the record. Respondent's acts and conduct in failing to file a written answer with the board to the complaint of Mr. Becker within 14 days after he received said complaint, where no extension of time to answer was granted to respondent as described in numbered paragraph 7 of the foregoing allegations of fact, constitute violations of Tennessee Code annotated sections 62-1-111A6 and 7 and Tennessee Comp Rules and Regs 0020-03-.163, subjecting respondent to the imposition of possible revocation or suspension of both his CPA license and his firm permit, and civil penalties in the maximum amount of $1,000 per day for each day of continued violation, and the assessment of investigatory and hearing costs pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated sections 56-1-308A, 56-1-311A, and Tennessee Comp Rules and Regs 0020-04-.021 and 2 and 0780-5-11-.011.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay, I'll accept a motion on penalty.
Move to assess a penalty of $1,000 based on his one-time event of his failure to respond to the board's.
Can I make one comment?
Sure.
The recommended penalty was $5,500. I think we're at $4,000. Just as a
We reduced
comment.
it $500 because of that one reporting
Oh.
period that we backed out for 14 and 15. I think that
Okay.
was.
Just want to make sure.
Mr. Chairman, also remind the board that the other recommendation of penalty was a revocation of respondent CPA license.
We can come up with our own penalty amount,
Right.
too.
Absolutely. I'm just pointing out what was recommended.
I'd also like to ask the question, how do we go about assessing the hearing cost, the investigation cost? Is that automatically added on, or does it,
You vote on that as well.
we have to vote on that as
Yes.
well? Okay.
Your Honor, does it need to be tied to one of these causes of action, or is that something we can deal with after the fact?
The civil penalties was easiest done with respect to the counts, that you can have an easy mechanism for justifying the amount of the penalty. I think the other recommended penalties, the revocation and the costs, are easily done in total. Just based upon all of that, all of the findings of fact, we believe that revocation or suspension or whatever.
Thank you.
So I have a motion on the floor for a $1,000 penalty.
I'll second that.
You have a second? Okay, I have a second for that. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Chairman, I'd also like to make a motion that we assess investigation cost and hearing cost for this particular event.
Could that motion include revocation of his license?
We can make that,
Does it?
or we could do it separately, either one.
Why don't we do them together if the judge, or if your honor has no objection?
That'd be fine. I would make a motion that we revoke his license also.
I have a motion for hearing cost and for revocation of license. Do I have a second?
Second, subject to friendly amendment.
Okay.
The revocation should be, as stated, for the period of 5 years.
Fine.
Okay, I have a second with a revised amendment there. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay, Your Honor, I believe,
Have your policy statement.
okay, I'm going to attempt this. It is this board's purpose to protect the public. This board agrees and accepts the proposed findings of facts and conclusions, and that Mr. Hamlin did, in fact, violate the rules and regulations of this board. As such, this board has assessed the penalties that have previously been agreed to and all hearing cost and revocation of Mr. Hamlin's license due to the violation of the rules and regs of this board.
Motion.
Oh, it's a motion.
I second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I would like to say I do think this is a serious matter. I think that the public interest is absolutely well served in making sure that the board protects our profession and the profession of accountancy.
Absolutely. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
I believe that concludes the contested case hearing for this morning. Is there anything further from any member of the board?
Thank you for keeping us straight.
It's my job. Thank you all so very much. The contested case hearing is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're excused. You've earned your absence.
I think we could take a break at this point.
Yeah. Do y'all want to take a short break or a?
Short.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I go on the record?
No, you can't.
I greatly apologize, but I knew you need to step out at this time.
That's fine.
Thank you.
I appreciate your help.
We're glad you were here till now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. We'll let you read in anytime you want.
I want to move into the licensing committee. Mr. Eldridge, if you could.
Thank you. I'm going to go out of order on the agenda. One of our issues, review of policy statements regarding non-registered CPE sponsors. I believe Mr. Goodman's here with us, so out of respect for his time, I'll go ahead and take that one first. Yesterday, let's see. Let me get my notes. This is a review of policy statement regarding non-registered CPE sponsors. We had a request by Mr. Joe Goodman, I believe that's correct, to consider our policies. Mr. Goodman had some CPE that he had taken that was not, but I guess he had completed, that was not sponsored by either NASBA or the Tennessee Registry, and was determined to be ineligible. And I believe there were three courses. One was with the IRS, which is an exempt organization, and then two others that were non-exempt or non-approved CPE providers. We've got two items, I guess, to talk about. The first thing, the committee discussed this and understands Mr. Goodman's points, but based on Section 0205-.04, Item 9, which states, in order to ensure credit, any program of continuing education not specifically covered by this rule must be submitted to the board for evaluation before attendance and/or completion. And based on the information that was provided to us, the requests for approval were submitted subsequent to his completion of these courses. So based on that law, the committee recommends to the board that we deny this request. I guess the second item related to this was, excuse me, there was a request. The request was for us to review our policies and procedures and rules for the requirement that non-exempt sponsors register with NASBA, the requirement for prior approval of a non-registered sponsor, and the limit of one exemption per reporting period. The committee would like to just ask the board if the board would like to consider discussing and possibly changing those rules and policies.
Mr. Whitaker, I'm not sure of the procedure here. We've got recommendations, but knowing that we have someone here to comment, I guess, is it okay for him just to go ahead and make his commentary before we deliberate these actions?
I think that's fine. If the board wishes to consider Mr. Goodman's comments as part of its deliberation, then it's probably preferable that he go first and get what he has to say before you, and then the board can have that information as it discusses this matter.
Mr. Goodman, if you would.
Thank you for your consideration. I'm very relieved to know that the judge and stenographer and lawyers were not for my benefit. And I am asking for consideration of a broader matter. By way of reference, I have been a tax lawyer, estate planning, wealth planning, family business planning, mostly in the context of a law firm, boutique firm typically, small concentration of tax lawyers. I have practiced previously in a large CPA firm. I've been doing this for 35 years, almost exclusively. I have some degree of notoriety for doing it fairly well, have a nice clientele, and I'm very proud to be a holder of a CPA license on an active basis. I'm proud of my PFS credentials, which I've had from a good number of years. I am a numbers person, and I'm faced with losing my CPA license and my PFS designation unless I go through some hoops that I believe are unreasonable and unnecessary for purposes of making sure that I am qualified to carry the CPA license and PFS designation. And before I go and leave the fraternity of CPAs, I appeal the decision from Ms. Conlon and whoever to say that the board can pass any rule it wants to with respect to CPE requirements. I observe that the enabling legislation certainly delegates that authority to this board, and properly so. I can take issue with the fact you've delegated it in toto to the TSCPA and the NASBA to allow them to construct a system for continuing professional education that you deem to be almost exclusively appropriate for my education. And the few others who are in my boat, who may be attorneys and CPA dual holders and other multiple certificate holdings. Yes, I could buy tapes and online videos in the TSCPA. Last year they offered 4 live tax conferences, which didn't help me any. They offered almost 200 online videos for purchase in tax and management technical specialties. If I cared to purchase them and carry them to my office and turn on the reel and I guess whatever I would do meanwhile. I'm old-fashioned. I like to attend CPE conferences. I like to spend the half day or full day absorbing the material, hundreds of pages usually, and to listen and have the dialogue and really learn the material live. I'm sorry, but I'm just old school. And I think what we're finding now with the CPE offered through this board, that it's been delegated to become a money-making machine for the TSCPA and the NASBA, which deprives me of a reasonable opportunity to maintain my education. My education requires a high level of pretty complicated current events. The American College of Trust and Estate Council, of which I'm a proud fellow and member, I'm on committees and subcommittees. When we have education programs, we think we're at the leading edge of what the tax laws are, what they should be, and what they will be at a national level and sometimes a state level. I think we do a pretty good job of maintaining educational standards and requirements appropriate for tax accountants, lawyers, estate planners, financial planners, wealth planners, family business advisors. And I'm convinced and fearful, you hear me shaking, it's not like me, to realize that I'm about to lose access to something that's a valuable and appreciated asset that I'm very sorry I'm going to have to lose unless, for example, I choose to go to the AICPA Advanced Estate Planning Conference in Las Vegas the 3rd week of July, spend $4,000, which I'll recoup through my gambling winnings, and to attend 2 days of certified, qualified conferences at a pretty high level, honestly, of which about half is relative to my needs for education and current education, etc. There's a few others I could attend, I guess. No, I'm not going to attend the Walter Nunnally annual How to Prepare a Tax Return that is sponsored by TSCPA. I don't need it, don't want it. I don't prepare tax returns on a regular basis. I don't do tax compliance. I do a few tax returns with big numbers in funny places, but they're rare. But I just enjoy being a CPA. I'm proud of it. And plus, I'm going to lose my PFS designation, which I think I've earned and I think I'm entitled to keep. I passed it pretty quickly without studying, and I hadn't practiced a CPA for 20 years before that. I just think I'm qualified. Thank you. And I'm asking the board to overrule the administrative determination that, I'm sorry, this board has the right under law to pass any rules and requirements it cares to relative to CPE qualification and requirements. And we have the rule, and so be it. Good luck. Now, why do I not submit advance requests for approval? ACTEC and many of my conferences with American attorneys for family help, a lot of associations I'm in, do not choose to register with NASBA. There's too few of us weirdos who need it, and they say, I'm sorry, we're not going to pay $5,000 to register with the NASBA, subject ourselves to the 14-page standards of excellence that are imposed by the NASBA and transferred to every sponsor approved by the NASBA. They won't do it. They also have to worry about the state-by-state unique requirements. You go to the Tennessee Federal Tax Institute, there's 5 tables of state-by-state forms already. An administrative nightmare. And ACTEC and FFI and the things I run around it say, we're not going to fool with that. Now, it's not snobbish, it's just there's too few of us, Lee Griffith, David Parker, who are trying to be dual as attorneys, and they just can't do it, they won't do it. When I go to these conferences in advance, and I'm going to them, I don't know if they're going to qualify, in my judgment, to be worthy to ask for acceptance as qualified continuing professional education. I just don't know. Some are and some aren't. Half are, half aren't. I can't fill out this monstrous imposing form that asks for CPE provider information, all the details, contact person, telephone number, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Give a summary of each session you plan to attend on a separate piece of paper. Attach a statement how this course relates to your practice of public accountancy, and describe how it contributes to the professional and technical competence of a CPA in public practice. I can't fill this out in advance until I go and determine which of these presentations, either as a presenter or as an attendee, that I can submit it in good faith and ask for your consideration. On the other hand, we have the NASB. I received these 2 in the last week from the NBI, who, I'm sorry, they're not well thought of in our circles. And I could attend this 2-day probate boot camp, paid $575.
Or can I interrupt just for 1 second?
Who's saying that? I don't know who's speaking.
The chairman.
Yes.
Can you just get more to the point of what you're asking of this board and less commentary, I guess, on other organizations offering CPE or accreditation? What do you want from this board?
I would like for you to consider modification of the rules and requirements to accommodate disabled and handicapped CPAs like me who don't fit into the model of practicing in a CPA firm that can conveniently and easily comply with your rules and requirements, and ask for another route, another way for people like me to receive and earn credit without going through the NASBA or TSCPA. That is my request.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Eldridge, do you want to continue?
Yeah, back to the original, our discussion, obviously we had 2 issues we pointed out. Was the first one being the request to approve the 2 submitted CPE courses, and the committee's recommendation was based on the current rules, that the request would be denied based on the current rules. Do I need a 02-05-.04, item 9, and that was our recommendation.
To have a recommendation from the committee to deny the credit. So that is a motion from the committee, I assume. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Haas. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of adopting the committee's request or motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Okay.
The other issue, I guess, related to this would correspond to Mr. Goodman's request for our committee to consider amending our rules or amending our laws to make different accommodations for registered CPE. Committee doesn't have a recommendation. It was just something we would discuss as a board. So.
I'll open the discussion up here. I think it's a slippery slope when we start allowing people to dictate what CPE is required to maintain their certifications without our input. And I think Mark said it best yesterday in the committee hearings that, you know, we're putting people at risk if they think they're going to a conference which is going to qualify for CPE and they find out later that it's not an approved course. And I think it's a very dangerous position for our profession to be in, quite frankly. But I'd love to hear other commentary from the board.
I think I can appreciate Mr. Goodman's frustration with the fact that NASBA seems to be very expensive in some situations, but I will note that there are a lot of other means in here. You can subscribe to a journal, reading it, get credit from taking those. You can do continuing education. You can audit courses. There's a lot of other opportunities that do not involve NASBA or even the TSCPA that are listed in our current laws. So.
I'd have to concur with that and note that it's our requirements on pre-application for, and I went to the NASBA website, and our firm, even as a small regional firm, we go through NASBA. We are a registered CPE provider. We provide one course a year. Although it's even already a speaker and the documents from Western CPE, we go through it so that there's no question. We also go through the hoop to allow it for CLE and pay the fee to allow attorneys to come into ours. And we have what I think is a very good annual, and that's a tax course, which may or may not help in this particular case. But it's not cumbersome. They've streamlined the process. It's not a fraternity to be a part of. It's a gatekeeper for us for quality CPE that we can count on, and that we're not having to try to independently judge whether this course or this speaking engagement is qualifies. So I would be not in favor of changing our.
Any other commentary? Okay, there is no motion, so we can end this conversation if the board so chooses. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to kind of put a bow on this, if the board's position is that at this time it does not wish to consider rule or policy changes relative to this matter, then a motion and a vote may be in order. Just
not change
to not do anything different than is currently in the rules and policies.
All right. At the request of Mr. Whitaker, do I have a motion?
Could I ask a question?
You may.
Mark, have we had any complaints from any other attorneys or groups that about how we go about enforcing CPE requirements?
Not to my knowledge, Henry. Not that I can recall, no.
Make a motion to go on record as stating that we have reviewed the possibility of changing and at this time do not want to make any changes to the current policies regarding CPE and the qualified sponsors.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Proceed back to the original agenda. We have a review of several firm applications. I think the most efficient way to handle this is to they were all related to a certain issue. There's 4 new applications. Well, there's 3 new applications, one name change application, and then additionally, there was the request from the Jeff Shepherd CPA request that we've previously discussed. All 5 of these issues relate to 020-03.15, which states a fictitious CPA or PA firm name, that is one not consisting of the names or initials of one of the more present or former partners, members, or shareholders, may not be used as a CPA firm unless such name has been registered with and approved by the board and is not false or misleading. So we'll take these one at a time, I guess.
And these come with no recommendation, is that correct?
Correct. The committee decided that because this involves, I'm trying to think, fictitious names, we felt it'd be more efficient to review it as a board in total.
But I think we also wanted to look at just the
ruling.
The ruling itself on fictitious names. It seems that we're kind of opening up more and more vague and absurd kind of sounding, and we're worried about establishing a pattern here with our fictitious names.
Right, that was our rationale, was to determine what this board's preference is going forward for these requests as well as future requests. So the first one we had was for Real Tax and Accounting. It was a request to license a firm with the name of Real Tax and Accounting. You want to take these one at a time, or you want to go through them?
Let's just name them out and let, I think this is a general conversation anyway, so.
The second was Call 3 CPA, which it's our understanding this represents Colossians 3 CPA. The third is Simple Accounting Solutions. The fourth is Enter Account PLLC. I'll note on that one that the applicant presented a few other options for names that if the Enter Account PLLC didn't work, they had submitted some additional names, which I'll read. Enter Account Accounting Services PLLC or Enter Account CPA Services PLLC. In addition to that, we've got also the review of the revised name change request for Jeff Shepherd CPA PLLC. If you remember correctly, we had a conference call back in April, I believe, and let's see. We had denied the request for the application for this firm based on the ownership issues with that firm. Since then, the firm has come back and submitted a documentation showing that the ownership percentages have changed. So now we're back to the same rule here of a fictitious name application and whether or not we want to approve that. So I would say all 5 of these items would refer to the same issue at hand.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to ask that we consider tabling all of these requests at this time, and that we as a board take a look at our rule here relating to use of fictitious names. It seems to me that this situation could, if it's not already out of hand, it could get out of hand, that it offers an opportunity for non-CPAs to become owners of firms and not have their name presented to the public, not have their name out in front of the public. And it seems to me that that non-CPAs could hide behind these fictitious names and not be in a position where they would be perhaps regulated. I worry about these firms being regulated and being able to, and how they're presenting themselves to the public.
And it notes in here that it should not be false or misleading. I think my fear is that we are basically allowing companies to insinuate that they have a specialty in some area when we can't really say whether they have that. And so we may be allowing the public to assume that we have authorized this.
Misleading.
Right. For example, the church audit and financial solutions, by okaying that, it's almost as if we're saying, yes, we know him, and he's excellent with audits of churches.
Mr. Whitaker, just from a legal standpoint, the Jeff Shepard matter has been a long-running issue at this point. If we table this, it goes to the, is it August or July meeting? July. What is your impression of what, I mean, there is some precedent for allowing these names. And I guess my question to legal counsel is, where does that put this board in this topic, especially as it relates to the Shepard issue?
I'd just like to be as clear as possible and make sure that I understand your question or questions so that I'm answering what is asked and not what I think was asked. Are you asking about the board's potential exposure from a legal standpoint for tabling any or all of these, especially
Correct.
Mr. Shepard? Okay. There could be some exposure. I will be upfront about that. How much, I can't say, and that would be for a Chancery Court judge to determine if someone like Mr. Shepard and his counsel were to file suit in Chancery Court. It would be a declaratory action to try to have the Chancellor order the board to allow the name to be used. I don't have any specific information or knowledge from Mr. Shepard's counsel or from any of these other folks, counsel or no counsel, that somebody is going to plan to run to court the next day, first thing Monday morning, if the board doesn't grant any or all of these requests. But I also believe I would be remiss in my duty as board counsel if I did not at least advise the board of the possibility that could happen, and especially in Mr. Shepard's case, having been on the agenda for 2 meetings now, one of which called specifically to address his situation, there is some risk. And
my intention in asking this question is not to scare anybody here to make a decision one way or another. My only intent is that this is an issue that has been going on for some time, and we've gotten no resolution. And it seems to me that, I don't care one way or another, however this board chooses to vote on this action, but I think delaying it only makes us look like we can't make decisions. And so I'm strongly recommending that whatever we're attempting to do, that we attempt to discuss this issue and make some decision. And whether that has any blowback, that's not my intent. It's just we need to be decisive on these issues and come to some resolution on this matter. I feel like they're probably thinking they're just delaying because of some additional issues. And I just think we need to come to some resolution, especially on Shepard, as to what we're doing. And if that's to approve it or not approve it, that's fine. I just think a decision needs to be made. And that's my commentary. That's no charge to anybody here.
I agree with that.
Mr. Whitaker, would it be appropriate for us to consider eliminating the provision or the rule relative to allowing fictitious names and grandfather in those that currently have fictitious names out there, and let them continue on and just discontinue the use of allowing fictitious names? Can we change that rule and just eliminate that part of the sentence there?
Before I would give what I would consider to be a binding definitive answer on that, I'd obviously like to consult with Mr. Crocker at some other time that is not today on the potential impact that might have on not only the board's position and reputation across the country, vis-a-vis national or other regional organizations of which this board may be a member or participate in, and also just to make sure that there are not other things that I haven't thought of that could be of some interest to the board as it considers such a decision. And if I might, I'd like to just kind of try and break down, I guess, the two main possibilities I see as to what the board could do here. Option A is for the board to say, hey, look, we see this as a problem now, and we find or vote that all of these name requests are deceptive and misleading. I would point out that if the board makes that decision, then I'd point the board's attention to Rule 0020-03-.15, and that's sub-item 3, and this is on page 53 of your books, and it reads as follows. The board may disapprove of the use of any fictitious name that falls within one of the prohibitions listed in paragraph 1 of this rule, or if it determines, after notice in a hearing, that the trade name is deceptive. And the two pieces of that are, if the board can look at items number 1A through H in that same rule, or item 2 in that same rule, then no notice in a hearing is required. The board could just make that finding, cite to the section that the name change request is violative of, and that's that. If, on the other hand, the board looks at the name change request and says, it doesn't fit cleanly into items 1A through H or item 2, then it would have to say, okay, we find that this trade name is deceptive, but then it says after notice in a hearing. I have to be candid with you that I don't know exactly what that means. I don't know if that envisions some sort of quasi or actual contested case proceeding before an ALJ, or if that simply means notice in a hearing from the standpoint of providing the requesting entity or person the opportunity to show up before the board, to be heard, and to provide whatever information they wish to in support of their request. I don't know which it is. Off the top of my head right now, probably say the board could and should at least start with the latter of those two options. For anybody they deny, to give them notice of that and to say, hey, look, this is the next board meeting. We are, your request is denied. We are giving you notice to come in here and talk to us about our decision if you want to provide anything you want to provide. I don't think.
I guess the issue I've got right now is that we have precedent in place on this issue, and we have a current rule that's in place. And I agree, if we feel like it's deceptive, then we need to just vote on that today. And I have no problems reconsidering the rule. But we can't affect that rule change for some period of time. And so I would suggest that we just consider these names as it stands under the current rules and make a decision as to whether or not we feel that they are deceptive or not. And how do we want to roll on that?
That actually segues into the other portion of my explanation, which would be almost exactly what you said, Mr. Chairman. Go with what you have today with your best evaluation, analysis, interpretation of these requests under the rules you have, but then also simultaneously be clear for the record that the board does consider this an issue that has, as Dr. Spiceland put it, somewhat gotten out of hand or getting out of hand, and the board wishes to and intends to address it as soon as it can, and will immediately undertake the process of doing that, which would probably look something like attempting to come up with amendatory language, whether it's just deletions of section under this rule, section or sections under this rule, or addition of new sections between now and the next board meeting.
I guess we could delegate that to the Rules Committee, is that correct, to come back with some recommendation of what that should look like?
I believe
potentially.
I believe that's accurate. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Whitaker, can I get some clarification, please? Under 0020-03-.15, is 2 and 3, are they exclusive of each other, or are they to be read in conjunction with each other? And the reason I ask, before you answer, when I read 2, there's 3 things that have to happen in order for a CPA firm to get a fictitious name. One is that they have to apply to the board or be registered with and approved by the board, and it is not false or misleading. I read that as a conjunctive, and if 2 is not associated with 3, that means any one of the 3, if they fail, would not allow a fictitious name. Now, if I read that 3 somehow imposes with 2, then I would interpret it to say that we have to have a reason not to approve. Am I making sense?
I believe so, and if my attempted explanation betrays a lack of understanding of what you're trying to communicate, please say so. Just my initial reading is that on number 2, item number 2, that you are correct in that 3 things have to happen. I look at number 2 as primarily associating back with item number 1, and the reason I say that is because the very last piece of language in subsection 2 is say, and it is not false or misleading. Well, if you go back up to item number 1 defines what misleading is. So, you've got the 3 prongs, one of which has to be not false or misleading. Okay, well, what's misleading? Well, then you go back to number 1 to determine if it is misleading, and you go with it that way. If you get through that analysis and you find all three things in place that you would otherwise approve the firm, then I think your analysis requires you to move down to number 3 to say you may still disapprove of the use of any fictitious name if it falls within one of the things in item 1 or after notice in a hearing if the trade name is deceptive. Now, deceptive is not a defined term anywhere in the rules, but I think that number 3 appears to impose upon the board an additional analysis requirement beyond just that which is listed in number 2.
Well, the essence of my question, and I appreciate that explanation, because that explanation leads me to believe that you say 2 is related to 1 and 3 is related to 2, which is related to 1, which makes it ambiguous, in my opinion, somewhat. But the gist of my question is, does this board have to have a reason to disapprove of a name that falls in one of these buckets?
If it appears, and this is just on-the-spot analysis, but it appears that if the board makes a finding that the name is misleading under items 1A through H, then no additional analysis or reason is required. If, on the other hand, it says, we believe the trade name is deceptive, then it would appear that the board would have to have some rationale, analysis, and explanation for that, especially if the section 3 is to be complied with vis-a-vis the notice and hearing requirement, even if it's just for folks to come in and contest the board's decision or request that it be reconsidered after denial. I mean, the board is going to have to explain that to them somehow, and since deceptive is not a defined term in the rules, the board had to come up with its decision that the name change request was deceptive somehow.
What I just heard you say is we do have to have a reason to deny it.
If you say that it's deceptive but doesn't fall within one of the clear categories of 1A through H.
Yeah, so again, we have to have a reason. We can't just say at our discretion, we're not willing to approve it. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
I think that it would be difficult to defend if the board did so.
We can make a rule change to that effect, could we not?
The board may propose any rule change it wishes, and if it is approved by the powers that be, including the AG's office and the legal analysis review that this undergoes, then, and it does go through with no problems, then yes.
Thank you for the clarification. I just needed to know what the parameters were.
Mark, in years past, my time on the board, I don't recall this becoming an issue as it is now. Firms, particularly regional or national firms, have changed their name. Has our board ever challenged it? For example, in the use of initials, it's really a fictitious name, BKD, BDO, KPMG. Yes, those initials at one time stood for a name, but have we ever disputed or when they've asked for a change of name?
Bill, we read this yesterday, I'm sorry, it does include names and or initials of current or former partners in the law or in the rules.
Passed away.
Okay, very good.
No, sir.
That really answers that question. I agree with the chairman's comment about dealing with the cases before us today and studying it going forward, and this is where I think we could, if we had knowledge as to how other states have dealt with this issue, could be informative or helpful as to how we do it. And, you know, this could be a place where NASBA actually could be helpful.
Okay, we'll do some research on that, Bill.
All right, well, I believe we've had enough of legalese today.
One other question.
Yes.
To be a registered CPA firm in Tennessee, do all the partners have to be CPAs?
In a registered CPA firm in the state of Tennessee, the ownership must be held primarily by CPAs, but you can have non-CPA owners.
Majority, basically. Is that correct, Mark?
The majority must be held by CPAs.
That was the issue in the church. That, back to my prior life, no individual could be a partner in KPMG or Pete Marwick unless they were a CPA. If you were not a CPA, you had to, you first of all didn't have an equity interest, and secondly, you couldn't carry the title of partner, and it was either principal, senior manager, director, or some other sort, which all the firms seem to use. But our rule is that it just has to be a majority of them have to be CPAs.
Yes, sir. That is
The
correct.
equity ownership. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the original question. How do we feel about these names? Are they deceptive? Are they misleading? Where do we stand on approval or not approving the name changes?
I have one question about the real tax and accounting. Do we have an approved name out there that's tax and accounting or tax and something or?
Let's see.
You mean another firm that's called Tax and Accounting?
Right, because one
So
of the
they'd be the
things it
real-
says is it can't be similar, and I'm wondering why they put real in front of it anyway versus false or.
Unreal.
Unreal, yeah,
Unreal
it's
accounting.
really
Really tax. and
Really
accounting.
tax.
Extra, really.
Arlene, I can't answer that. I don't think we have anything called tax and accounting. I think we may have a tax and accounting solutions, but that is just
But
what's.
see, that's, again, tax and accounting solutions that's similar. So, again, we're back into a problem where, you know, are we going to be the A accounting firm and the double A accounting firm and the triple A accounting firm? I mean, this is.
Here's my commentary on all of this, is that if we're going to examine the rules, I think we've all agreed that some review of this policy needs to be made. I feel like we need to just look at these names. Now, that's a valid point. If that is similar to another name, that would be one reason to deny it. But right now, I feel like, I know we're all hoping that we could stop this at this point. The problem is that Pandora's box has been opened, and we are where we are today, and we need to determine whether or not these are misleading names. Or in that case, like you said, similar to another firm name or something of that nature, so.
I would certainly think that Galatians 3 would be a misleading name.
I do too.
I just can't, well, I would think that'd be misleading. And I'm really beginning to think that church audit and financial solutions is a misleading name.
I agree.
That because it's religious based, or what is that?
Well, that's
Well, church is
certainly
not.
part of
Yeah.
it.
I think that one of the things I'd like to see the committee, Law and Rules Committee, look at is doing away with something, as I said, that insinuates that they are specialists in that area. I think that is, we know that law firms are not allowed to advertise a specialty, and I think that as a profession, we can't say whether that CPA really is a specialist in that, and I think by putting their name, by saying that in the title, it makes us think that they are. And I don't care what we've done in the past. I don't.
Okay, so let's take these one at a time. Colossians 3. How does the board, I've heard a couple commentaries, does the full board agree with?
To clarify, it's call 3 CPA.
All 3 CPA. Okay. I mean, do we need to make this an emotion on each single one, do you think? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do that then. We'll start with the 2 that y'all have already mentioned, just because there seems to have been some discussion on that.
I'd make a motion that they be denied based on being misleading.
Okay, so you're talking about Colossians 3, or Call 3 CPA, and church
Audit and financial solutions.
service. Okay. So I have a motion on the floor for 2 of the names to be denied. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. Any further discussion?
Chairman, if I may just chime in, just one clarification for my notes, because if that decision goes through, then I'm going to have some detailed discussions with Mr. Shepherd's counsel. And I certainly don't mind doing that. It comes with the territory, but I'd like to be clear on what I tell him.
So we do that and then get back to the rationale after the fact. I mean, we're saying it's misleading.
Right.
I think we have our rationale. As far as fleshing out your explanation to the attorney, perhaps we can have some further discussion about that after the fact.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman, however you would prefer to.
Okay.
To
I'm
go
just
about
trying
it.
to keep this moving along because
Sure.
we're getting bogged down here.
I move to amend the motion to include simple accounting solutions as well.
Are you?
That's fine, yes.
So we have an amended motion to deny Call 3 CPA, Simple Accounting Solutions, and Church Audit. Don't know the rest of the name, but Financial Solutions. So those 3 are there. I had a second. I'm not sure who was the second.
I second.
You seconded. Do you re-second? The amended?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion on those 3 name changes?
I'd just like to just go back and say that in the beginning, I suggested that we table all these.
Right.
We decided not to table them, and now we're going to either approve or disapprove each one of them.
That is
Okay,
correct.
that's fine.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. The 3 name changes are not approved for Church, Call 3, and Simple Accounting Solutions. We now have remaining Real Tax and Accounting, Enter Accounts PLLC, and I guess they had some alternative names. Stephen, is that right?
Yeah, Inter-Account Accounting Services PLLC and Inter-Account CPA Services PLLC.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion dealing with real tax and accounting that we investigate further to see what other organizations have a similar name and how similar. So if we could get a listing of anything that has tax and accounting in it currently.
Can I just make a comment on that? If we're denying simple accounting solutions, should we really go down the road of investigating real tax any more than?
I should have included tax.
That's fine, we can pass them. I need to.
I'm
We'll just
fine.
take these separate, that's fine.
Okay. I would make a motion that we deny it based on.
Okay, so this is the real tax and accounting. I have a motion to deny. I have a proper second from Mr. Blofeld. Any further discussion on that particular one? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any noes? Hearing none, the motion passes. All right, we have one left. Enter account PLLC. I will accept any motion.
Does anyone know why it's enter, what is the deal with enter account? Is there any indication?
Data.
Well, it's spelled wrong.
I know it is, but I mean, it's like the impression. I don't know.
I mean,
I kind of get back to the same issue with the rest of these. If we're going to imply that none of these qualify, I don't know how you go down the road of suggesting that this, you don't even know what they do. I mean, that's the.
and they brought up the fact that it might be misleading.
Right.
I mean.
Well, there's your answer.
So.
So I'll entertain a motion on this.
I think they made just a quick comment that it was, their argument was they feel that it was more ambiguous instead of deceptive.
I move that this name be denied as well.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion passes. So all name changes have been denied, and I guess the Rules Committee probably needs to consider at the next board meeting some sort of potential rule change on the names aspect.
As part of that, could we get a list, and when Mark's getting his together, of anything that we've approved in the past that's, quote, fictitious, that we felt like wasn't, and look at the population so that we can get some saying, well, this really is fictitious under today's
Sure,
stopping.
we can have that for you, Mr. Royston.
All right, Stephen, you got one additional item?
Last item I have was a request from Matthew Shillington for a waiver of credits in lieu of experience. Mr. Shillington graduated with a degree in accounting in December of 2011. He got a job in public accounting in January of 2012. At that time of his graduation, the rules, the CP hour rules were 24 semester hours in accounting. However, in June of 2012, there was a change from 24 hours required for accounting to 30 hours to sit for the exam. I think we weren't quite sure if what the time period was, but to summarize, the time when he graduated from college, he was eligible to sit for the CPA exam because he did have the 24 hours. However, after working for I thought it was 2 years, that he did not have the requirements to sit for the exam because it had changed in June of 2012 from 24 hours to 30 hours. Mr. Shillington is asking for a waiver of the 6 additional college accounting credits in lieu of his experience that he's gained from working in the public accounting sector for the past 2 years, as well as the various CPE classes he's attended in the 2+ years since he's been out of college. We discussed this in great detail yesterday, and the committee recommends, or made a motion to recommend the board grant him 3 hours credit as an internship of the 3 hours requested. Additionally, the board, or the committee asked the board to consider to change rule section 0020-02.02, I believe it's section 1, item 1B, and make the change that allows, right now, currently our rules allow 3 hours be accepted as credit from an internship, and the committee recommends the board change that rule to make it 6 hours be approved for an internship for credit for the CPA exam.
But that doesn't relate to this individual.
It's two different things. The first one, regarding to the individual, we would recommend granting him 3 hours credit, which is allowed by our rules, of the 6 hours requested. That's the first motion that we would make as a committee. The second one, you want to take that one now?
Let's go ahead and do that one if you want.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I can take the motion from the committee. Do I have a second of that motion? Okay, I have a second by Mr. Haas. Any discussion on that particular item?
The reason that we could not, or even though we were so inclined to agree with the 6 hours, said our rule prohibits it. So that's where we were. And he, in his credit of courses, he had not received credit for a 3-hour internship in accounting at the time, so.
Okay. So I have a motion. I have a second. Do I have any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay.
The second motion, I guess we'll just go ahead and make a motion from the committee, is to change rule 0020-02.02, item 1B. Do I need to read that, or do you have it?
Just substituting the 3 for the 6.
That's correct. It currently says allows for no more than 3 semester hours or 4 quarter hours, maybe internship programs which may be applied to the 30 semester hours or 45 quarter hours in accounting. We're requesting to change the 3 semester hours, but let me go ahead and make that, and we'll have discussion. I don't know if I can make discussion in the midst of a motion, because we did not address the quarter hours, which I would assume it would be 8 hours. We would just double that. So, okay, so my motion is going to be that we change that item to 6 semester hours or 4 or 8 quarter hours.
Okay, I have a motion to change the rules on the hours granted for, or the credit hours given for internships. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion carries.
I'll make one last comment that we discussed yesterday in regards to Mr. Shillington. I believe that your application for the CPA exam is what it sets you into what rule you fall under, and I think it was our opinion that he could rescind his application.
He could rescind his application, but because we can't, the law isn't going to take so long to change, his best bet would actually be to continue with his application. As long as he meets the 3 hours accounting within 200 days, he can still go ahead and take the CPA exam. But that would be up to him.
It only takes how long to?
Otherwise, he's going to be longer waiting But that would be his choice.
We know it's
voted
not
to-
going to be before the next board meeting because we're considering other rule changes, and therefore,
Them all together.
it won't even start that process for another quarter, so.
And it would be another
And then it
probably
would be
6
another,
months.
yeah, 9 to 6 months, probably.
Mr. Eldridge, was your question how soon he could get that 3 hours?
No, I'm just saying he could always wait if he wanted to and not have to go back to school. He could always wait until the rule changes. But that I'm not recommending one way or the other. It's just an option.
Or he could do a summer session somewhere that offers such things, get it knocked out, and
Everybody understands.
That's right.
He's saying that
Okay.
if
If he
he
didn't
did
wanna
not
pay.
want to go back to school,
I see.
He has the option to wait.
he has the option to wait until the rules changed and get his credit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eldridge. All right. Mr. Royson's going to do probable cause in record time, I'm sure.
Ready to go.
Mr. Chairman, before we get into probable cause, I believe there was one other thing from Mr. Eldridge's committee yesterday. I hope it was. I may have lost track of committees after today, but we have to do a regulatory flexibility analysis of the rules that are already working their way through the process. And that's just something that, as the board has experienced before, that I just have to read it into the record and then a vote to approve. Not sure, was it Mr. Eldridge or Mr. Brewer? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was that the thing we were trying to get you to read in yesterday? That
Well, I gave the committee the option to
I'm
hear.
kidding with you again.
Okay.
Y'all didn't want to hear it yesterday. I was trying to trick him into reading it to us. He said he
It's not
couldn't.
Chris's day.
Yeah.
Oh, my day
Sorry,
is
we
just
needed a
fine.
laugh.
I, you know,
We needed a
I
laugh.
just don't
It's been
wanna
too
bore-
serious.
I just don't want to bore you to death. that's
We're
all.
sour on attorneys today.
Okay. This will be the regulatory flexibility analysis for the rules that are currently working their way through the rulemaking process. The amendments are to Rule 0020-01-.08 regarding licensing and registration requirements, Rule 0020-04-.03 for grounds for discipline against licensees, and Rule 0020-5-.03 relative to continuing education. The Regulatory Flexibility Act at Tennessee Code Annotated Sections 4-5-401 and subsequent sections requires that prior to initiating the rulemaking process pursuant to TCA 45202A3 and 45203A, all agencies shall review all proposed rules and the effect that the proposed rule has on small businesses. The Act requires that each agency shall employ a regulatory flexibility analysis utilizing regulatory methods that accomplish the objectives of applicable statutes while minimizing any adverse impact on small business. The Act further provides that the agency shall consider without limitation certain methods of reducing the impact of the proposed rule on small businesses while remaining consistent with the health, safety, and well-being of the public, and those methods are as follows. The extent to which the rule or rules may overlap, duplicate, or conflict with other federal, state, and local government rules. The clarity, conciseness, and lack of ambiguity in the rule or rules. The establishment of flexible compliance and/or reporting requirements for small businesses. The establishment of friendly schedules or deadlines for compliance and/or reporting requirements for small businesses. The consolidation of simplification of compliance or reporting requirements for small businesses, the establishment of performance standards for small businesses as opposed to design or operational standards required in the proposed rule, and the unnecessary creation of entry barriers or other effects that stifle entrepreneurial activity, curb innovation, and/or increase costs. The description of the proposed rules are as follows. The Accountancy Board intends to convene a rulemaking hearing at a date to be determined in order to adopt amendments to the rules governing the Tennessee State Board of Accountancy relative to payment of professional privilege tax, continuing education, and the adoption of a military applicant rule, which was necessitated by a legislative amendment in 2013 in order to provide an expedited licensure process for certain military personnel and their spouses. The proposed amendment to Rule 0020-01-.08 would add the military applicant rule, the text of which the board has seen at a prior meeting, to that language to the board's rules. The proposed amendment to Rule 0020-4-.03 would provide specific, unambiguous authority for the board to impose discipline against a CPA for failure to timely pay professional privilege tax as required by law. The proposed amendment to Rule 0020-05-.08 would remove ambiguity from the current rules by clarifying the exact circumstances under which the board could seek to assess penalty CPE hours against a licensee. The regulatory flexibility analysis as to the methods of reducing impact of rules on small businesses is as follows. Number one, whether the rules overlap, duplicate, or conflict with other federal, state, and local government rules. Analysis has determined that there is no overlap, duplication, or conflict with other federal, state, or local rules. The clarity, conciseness, and lack of ambiguity in the proposed rules. The rules are clear in purpose and intended execution. The implementation of the proposed rule changes will increase clarity and conciseness and will decrease ambiguity in the rules as a whole. Number three, flexible compliance and/or reporting requirements for small businesses. These rules do not create any new compliance or reporting requirements for small businesses. Number four, friendly schedules or deadlines for compliance and/or reporting requirements. The proposed military applicant rule will expedite the licensure process for certain qualified military personnel and/or their spouses. Otherwise, these rules do not set out any further or additional compliance and reporting requirements. Item number five, there are no new consolidation or simplification of compliance or reporting requirements. There are no new compliance and reporting requirements other than those previously referenced relative to the military applicant rule as a result of these proposed changes. Number six, performance standards for small businesses. These rules do not set out operational or design standards. As such, there are no performance standards for small businesses to meet as a result of these proposed changes. And finally, item number seven, barriers or other effects that stifle entrepreneurial activity, curb innovation, and/or increase costs. It does not appear that these proposed rule changes will erect barriers or will have other effects which would stifle entrepreneurial activity, curb innovation, and/or increase costs. This concludes the regulatory flexibility analysis, and I will turn this back over to the chairman for any discussion deemed necessary. And at the conclusion of any discussion or deliberation, we'll need a motion and a vote to approve this analysis.
All right. Mr. Royston.
Thank you. We have before us items.
Fortunately, if I can interrupt for just a minute, we do need a motion and a vote on the regulatory flexibility analysis, Mr.
I
Chairman.
move approval.
Have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
You were inspired by the law judge, huh?
Yes, Mr. Royston, I aspire to be an administrative law judge, just like Judge Summers.
I believe that you still have on your iPads 14 items on Chris Whitaker's report. Are you passing that corrected? Okay. We're about to have 13 items. Just a moment, please, to read over those. They are the same ones that were sent to you, with the exception that number 10 in the previously issued draft has now been deleted.
Does that mean it needs to be deleted, or it's coming?
No, it's gone in what you are, the paper version. What you're working on, if you had questions based on number 10 that's on the iPad and what you were emailed earlier, it's now, it was removed from the list. So it's the difference in the two lists. We're acting on the paper version you have in front of you. Mr. Whitaker, do you have any particular instruction on any of these items?
Thank you, Mr. Royston. Relative to the item that was removed, I believe the probable cause committee's rationale for that was to simply defer this matter appearing on the legal report until probably the July meeting, pending receipt of additional documentation relative to what appears to be an imminent settlement of the civil litigation related to that matter. And that is perfectly acceptable, and as such, based on the committee's vote, that item was deleted, and therefore giving you the draft with the 13 items in front of you. Now with the 13 items before you, okay, going by the new numbers here, so items number 7 and 8 are related. The two complaints are against a CPA and the firm for which the CPA was employed at the time of the complaints. This was also the matter that some board members may recall having been referenced, the board having to retain an expert witness in order to render an opinion on a couple of pending cases to determine if sufficient proof and probable cause existed to move this matter forward through the formal hearing or settlement process. And the summary before you outlines what the expert came up with and staff and management's recommendation as a result of that. Item number 6 above that was also previously in litigation monitoring status. The CPA in question was alleged to have misappropriated quite a bit of money from an elderly former client. Unfortunately, that client passed away prior to the ability of the board and staff and other agencies investigating this matter to move any of the related matters forward to a conclusion. The civil lawsuit that was filed against this respondent was dismissed at the insistence of the now deceased complainant's children, who are the executors of the complainant's estate, and without their participation and assistance, there was no way for the civil litigation to be proved up, and also some of the same proof problems that were there would have been present in the criminal allegations against the respondent, in that without the respondent there to personally testify to certain things and authenticate documents and the like, neither the litigating attorney in the civil case nor the district attorney's office, who had initiated criminal charges against the respondent, felt that the charges could be proven up. And as I understand it, our own securities division took a look at this matter briefly and came to the same conclusion, and we've been notified that they will be taking no further action. Beyond those three things, the investigation on the board's end was unable to come up with substantial independent evidence to conclusively prove or even get us to a probable cause determination that we could prove any of this at a formal hearing. That's why the recommendation is for dismissal in that matter. And I believe those are all of the special, unique ones. There was some discussion on item number 1 after reading the summary, but if that discussion was concluded in committee, and if after reviewing that item the full board wishes to discuss it further, I'm happy to address it as needed.
Okay, has everybody had a chance to review the documents? Item 1, because it is actually a suspension, I'd like to handle items 1 and 2 separately. And we can
Mr. Royston,
combine
the
some.
recommendation is for 5 years probation, not
Okay.
suspension.
Mr.
I thought it was for, just okay, suspending, you're right, sorry.
That was the self-report. There's another one in here, I think.
I would like to just say on item number 1 that I think the proposed settlement on that is it's inconsistent with what we have done in the past. I think we need to take a real hard look at what was actually took place here, and consider a different type of penalty on this particular individual, because basically he embezzled over $10,000, and all we're doing is I'm not sure we're even slapping him on the wrist, but I think that much more serious type of penalty needs to be assessed in this case, especially in light of the fact earlier case where we assessed a $5,000 penalty.
Now, he did self-report, he did turn himself in, didn't he?
Yes.
He wasn't caught, he admitted that he had done wrong, made
Or
rest.
maybe he got caught and self-reported to us.
Before somebody could report
Right.
to us.
Right.
That's probably the reality.
Did we investigate this?
Mr. Butler, I believe, was the investigator on this matter. I'm sure he can speak more detailed to the investigation beyond my summary here.
Mr. Butler, can you fill us in on some details, please, without revealing names and all, so that we're offering him 2 options, a formal hearing with whatever we put on it, or a settlement on it. So.
Ray, microphone.
He was told that if he didn't report himself, they were going to report him.
Can I make a suggestion on number 1, since we're having some issues here, that this be, I mean, do we need to do formal hearing on something like this? Or are we talking about suspension of license? Do you want to do consent? Or do you want to have the facts or information behind it?
Well,
Is this such a
I think that's
case?
what we're trying to do, that if we want to offer him something, I mean, when this was presented to us, that was not part of it. It was self-reported, period, and maybe we didn't ask the question. In future, if we've got something that's part of the record, we need to know that when it comes to us as a board, if that's appropriate, so that we're not sitting here looking like, well, he did self-report. Well, he self-reported because our investigator knows. I want to know that when it comes out on this report in the future.
I agree with Mr. Haas. I mean, this is about the worst thing a CPA can do.
Right.
This theft.
Exactly.
And at the end of the day, the point to this board, I guess, is that maybe I'm biased, I don't know, but these people tend to repeat history, and I would certainly hate to have something of this serious of a nature come back a second time if we didn't sufficiently handle it the first time.
Right.
So
All right, would you fill us in on a few other, if we need, I mean, that in itself
Okay.
changes my thought pattern. on it.
I don't have his file in front of me, but I believe it was something less than 10,000, but it was darn close to what he stole. Appropriated was his words. And the way they handled it is they had another CPA look at it to arrive at what the loss was. That CPA who informed the fellow that if you don't turn yourself in, I got to do it.
And Mr. Royston, I'd like to point out, when I wrote this summary, I was going off the respondent's self-reporting letter, which was pretty detailed, and, you know, in the interest of candor, he made no mention of that at all.
Okay, can we work with our investigators? And I'm not sure where the line has to be drawn between investigators and our staff attorney in presenting stuff to us. But if there's things that our investigators feel important, or important facts, such as he may have self-reported, but he was told he was going to get turned in if he didn't, then those need to be put in our reports within the guidelines. And maybe we have to be harder at the committee level, and I'll accept that responsibility for not asking that particular question.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. On number 1, would somebody like to make an amended consent offering And it's up to this individual whether or not they want to contest that penalty if we feel that this is the extreme that we need to take on this one. So I don't know about monetary, but
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend this by asking that his license be suspended for 5 years.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. And then we'll look at the other part of it. At that point, now, are you supposed to take the votes or am I?
You can do it.
Okay. I'm just,
You're not stepping on my toes.
okay, just don't want to. We have a proper second and a motion and a second for offering in the consent order, instead of payment of a civil penalty of X amount, the license will be suspended for 5 years instead of on probation.
Are you keeping the monetary in place? Yeah.
I do have one question. Did they decide not to press charges with the company?
$9,000 in restitution, I guarantee you they didn't, just as a practical nature, they didn't do it.
All right, did you amend your motion then to include the 5,000, or was that part of the original?
No, that was
motion?
already in here. I just,
All right, so
I
you're
just
saying
added
just to change that. And was that your motion then, Charlene, are you
I
understanding
would
that?
second his, yes.
And that was to leave the
was just
5,000.
5,000.
Leave the 5,000
Okay.
revoked license.
All right, I have a motion on the floor and a proper second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Okay. Item number 2, this is a CPE requirement case. The recommendation, consent order for a penalty of $1,000 and a whole lot of CPE. Is this up to date current for the current renewal year as well? Does this include what it would be required?
I believe
And
this
that doesn't
would,
count towards our current 13-14. This is,
no, this is for the 11-12. This would take this respondent up through the period for which I believe it's a she was audited, and also impose the additional penalty hours to get them up through for that particular reporting period. If the board also wishes to add that this respondent undergo a mandatory CPE audit for the 13-14 reporting period, that may be something you wish to consider as well. The board has done so in the past on a case-by-case basis, and I figured I would bring that up as a possibility if that is something the board's interested in.
that's something we do. Isn't that something we normally do anyway, or and is it something we need to do, Mark?
We normally do it anyway, Don. You can certainly make it part of the consent order if you wish, but it's something we normally pick up on. And
Well, if anything, you put them on notice that that is what's going to happen.
I think it's a good point, Christopher. I would entertain a motion then at this point to amend that, assuming everybody's in agreement with the recommendation.
I'll make that motion.
Have a motion and a second.
I'll second.
All in favor, or is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, 3 and 4 are privilege tax cases. And, let's see, 5, I believe is that, no. 3 and 4 are privilege tax cases.
Move to
I have a
accept
motion,
the-
proper motion. And do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. 3 and 4 approved. Got 5. Does anybody have any problems with 5? And I'm just going to, these others are not as much of a hot button, and we'll handle them together in one motion. Does anybody have any questions on 5? 6 and I'm going to skip 7 and 8 combined for just a second. 6 and 9 are removal from litigation monitoring with dismissal of the complaint. Have any problems with either one of those? 11, I'm skipping 10, 11, and I think it's it, isn't it? 11 and 12 are, and 13 are dismissal. No, wait, no, 11 and 13 are dismissal, excuse me. Anybody got any problems with either one of those? Or have I confused the issue?
Make a motion for all four, is that what you're saying? Or- I make a motion that,
That's the list. All right, that would be 6, 9, 11,
11 and 13.
and 13. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Any discussion? All for approval, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Like sign. Motion carries. 7 and 8 were combined. This is litigation monitoring as well. It's a little, because it's been on the plate a little longer, I wanted to give it an opportunity, if there's anything else we need to know about this particular one, that or investigators jump in if anybody has any questions on it, whether it ought to be dismissed or not.
Well, at the end of the day, I believe that the board has done all that it can do relative to this matter. It was and is a very complex case. The short version is that the complainant was dissatisfied with the expert witness testimony and report work done by the respondent CPA and his firm. And, throughout the course of the trial, there were some issues on the part of the complainant about what they thought could be excessive billing. And also, they were unhappy that the trial judge elected to disregard the findings of the expert witness report. However, the expert witness that was retained by the board reviewed literally thousands of pages of documents, including trial transcripts and pretty much the entire known universe of documents that we had and gained access to. And as to the expert report, our expert found that the methodologies and analysis and work product done were acceptable and within the norms, but that it was his opinion that the trial judge disregarded the conclusions because of informational gaps caused by the deliberate and intentional withholding of evidence from the defendants in the matter. And so therefore, the judge did not come out, in our expert's opinion, did not come out and say, Mr. CPA, you padded the bills and didn't do good work, and that's why it's getting tossed. Instead, he said, I like your formatting, your testimony is fine, and this has some other utilities, but I can't accept your final numbers because there are gaps in the information that was provided through the discovery process, and therefore I can't take the numbers. And then as to any violations of the law and rules based on the entire course of conduct for the respondent CPA and his firm, our expert stated flatly and point blank to me that he could not testify even beyond a probable cause standard to one violation of the law or rules if called to do so at a formal hearing. And the board has spent a fair amount of money to retain this expert, and it appears that he's done what he's supposed to do given the report that was requested. And that's, I think the board has gone above and beyond to look into a very complex matter and has some findings on which it can hang its hat for this recommendation.
Thank you. That's a very important summary for the board to have in the permanent record, as well as why we acted we did. Thank you. Any more discussion on that particular one on 7 and 8? Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Have a proper motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. I believe that leaves us with number 10. And number 12. Number 10 is purely CPE. Entertain a motion to approve that one.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Number 12, this is a letter of warning. And having read some of the letters of warning in the past, I think they explain the rules very well and explain the consequences if you don't follow them. And I assume we have this in monitoring status coming forward. Do I have any questions about number 12? Any discussion on it? Or
Mr.
motion?
Rushton?
Yes, sir.
To your point, didn't want to leave out anything that the board might wish to consider, but typically, when it comes to the use of the term accounting or things like that that are resolved by C&D letter or letter of warning, typically, once those cases are resolved, Mr. Mills typically covers most of East Tennessee over to Nashville, and then Mr. Butler from Nashville West. If there is follow-up required, for example, if there is signage that needs to be changed or a website that needs to be changed, those things will be looked at, investigated, and confirmed that the changes that were required to be made were in fact made. And if they were not, then those entities and/or persons involved in that would be the subject of a new complaint, especially having been warned in writing by the board about the fact that this is the case, it needs to be changed, and if you don't, it could be more serious down the road.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendations?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Have a second. Proper motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Like sign, no. Motion carries. Don Mills, I believe we have a report, quick update for you on the case status. That's in the, that's on the iPad?
On your iPad. I've included it, as well as the status of open complaints, which I always do, which you can see on my first page there. We're down to 40 cases, 14 that we heard, and that'll have to amend that to 13. You can see how those break out. The thing I added this year on the third page, I did a summary of board action for the entire calendar year last year. It's broken out into two sections, the complaint status and the board action. If you walk through that with me, complaints open in 2013, 94. Board action on those complaints, 56. Then in January, we heard 24 more that were in the prior year. We had 7 closed without board action. That would be cease and desist orders, giving us a balance of 2013 complaints that were not heard of 7 for the year. All right. The second part is basically tallying up what action the board took on complaints open prior to 2013, 45. The complaints of 2013, 56. And then, of course, again, our 24 cases that we heard in January. So the board heard a total of 125 cases related to that time period. Average days to the hearing, that's between the receipt of the complaint to the time the board takes the first action, average is 113 days, and there's your range from 46 to 198 days. I'll be glad to, if you all like this format, I'll be glad to update it with each passing. All I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody got any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I did have one addition in the division complaint, quarterly complaint meeting that Mr. Crocker and I are required to attend. We received excellent feedback from the powers that be about our case management process, moving it through the pipeline, keeping things moving. They're very pleased with our performance measure, which is somewhere around 88%, which is up from 11% when I started. And then I also received excellent feedback from my direct supervisor about the performance measure issue as well. So I thought the board would like to hear about that.
Thank you. And we could tell, Don and I had talked about this, I guess, at the October meeting, about trying to get some movement on how old cases were and how we were doing on the current cases. And I thank you for your new format, and I think it's very beneficial. That concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Royston. Old business, Mark, we have the questions surrounding the CPE tracking tool and the NASBA tracking tool, and our issue of, is it required, not required? I think we have said that it's not required to maintain your CPE, but if you come under audit, there may have been the implication that it was required. And quite frankly, I can't remember at this point what we did say. But all that to say is that it is ambiguous and people are confused. And so we need to clarify the board's stance on the CPE tracking tool as it relates to the auditing of CPE credit.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When I voted on it, I thought, my understanding was that it was a totally volunteer program for monitoring as well as during the audit period. And if that is not the case, I move that it be optional during the tracking period as well during the exam period, or don't have to convert it all to the NASBA format in order to be subject to audit.
Okay. Does anybody have any strong objection to it being voluntary? I'm just curious from a board perspective.
But I would second that motion.
Okay.
I don't know if I have an objection or not, but I'm curious to know why our firm, a lot of the firms out there that have CPE tracking systems can't download that information to NASBA.
Well, I think NASBA had addressed that. We had this link. I remember Mr. Eldridge actually asking a lot of those questions.
Yeah.
That it's not fully capable of doing so at this point, right? Without some customized.
There was too many of them out there
for them to
fix it, to fit in with every one of them.
So that's what we've run into, I guess, then some of these firms can't download.
Right. And if then all of a sudden you're in a position where you're like, well, you got to keep up with it two ways, or you're required to use the NASBA product for everything, right? I mean, and I don't know, was it actually a firm-wide solution? I can't even remember if it was just an individualized thing or.
I think it was just individualized. I think some of the other proprietary
I'm not sure
programs-
you could track your entire firm with the product. Now, I may be misspeaking on that, but my point is that we would be, in effect, telling people, you have to use this. So you're either going to key it in twice or use this as your tool to track the CP.
I mean, in a way, that's kind of ridiculous to have people key it in twice.
That's right.
I didn't understand it that way. I thought that the firms would be allowed to download their information to the NASBA system.
I think there's some technical limitations to that.
That's what I have talked to some firms about that have mentioned it.
Is it correct that the TSCPA, though, can put all their information through?
Wendy, you may be able to answer that. Are you saying using their tracking tool?
Right, so
Yeah.
since the majority.
I don't know. They have their own product, so.
We have our own product for members in which they can track any CPE they take through us, and then they can manually input CPE that they take from other providers. We provide, obviously, confirmation on something that's taken from us.
Well,
I think what she's asking is, can the Tennessee Society's system download into the NASBA product? Or have y'all even attempted that?
I think that that's something that could have been, could be discussed at a future time. It's not something we were interested in jumping in on at the beginning.
I thought that was what we had the whole discussion on, that they were going to make that happen.
Well, and I think that's why the conversation shifted, and I think that's why Mr. Blofus remembered, and that's kind of my recollection, was that there was technical limitations, and it was going to be a very big burden on the population to comply with that particular product, and therefore it wasn't required, it was optional. And again, that's my recollection. But either way, I think there are technical limitations as to doing that, and I'm not sure we can force our people into a system like that without creating substantial problems.
Not today.
Not today.
Wendy, out of curiosity, can you accept scanned documents into your system?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
If I could just add, as the person who reviews the CPE audits, I think there's a misunderstanding about how difficult it is to add courses to the CPE tracker. If a licensee, and this will affect, roughly the 500 people who are audited each year, if a licensee has all of their credits through the Tennessee Society and they have the tracking sheet that the society provides, that will be one entry into the CPE tracking tool. They would simply say, I have TSCPA programs from this date to this date. They would upload the one document and then allocate, there were 8 auditing classes, there were 8 tax classes. That's as simple as that gets. The same for if they have a tracking tool from their firm.
You're not going to take on the tracking tool from the firm, you get one sheet that says they've got it. Are you going to accept that one sheet, or do you want to see the supporting documents that you always ask for?
Just like if they were to submit it just as a paper audit like they did last year, I would accept that tracking sheet from their firm as proof of their completion of the CPE.
Have you had a chance to tell people that it's mandatory for their audit? I mean, this was all, when was it passed? When did we?
In October.
So it would have been in effect at the end of last year. Did you communicate to people that it was required for, I don't know if that was you or?
When someone, I have sent out a letter to all of the active licensees. When someone becomes licensed, they get a letter with the link to the site and their password, instructing them that the tool is available to them throughout the year if they choose. But
Really what I'm asking is that in the audits that we conducted at the end, for the end of last year,
No, those were.
has anybody used the tracking tool for an audit yet?
No, not yet. We haven't.
Okay.
We haven't had an audit with this tool yet.
So it appears that most of this is just maybe a misunderstanding. Everyone's reacting to something that.
Well, no, I'm not sure it's necessarily a misunderstanding. I think people are worried about the fact that they got to use 2 systems if they're selected by audit, or for audit for CPE credit, because they are going to have to put, maybe it's not as cumbersome as people think it is.
I mean, you've got to get that
But again,
piece
it's
of
another
paper.
step.
It is, but you have to get that and send it in anyway, don't you?
Well, I mean, if your system prints it out and you've got all the documents there, you just forward that in an email to her and you're
Right.
done.
Our system, you hit
print
a
it.
button and it prints the report and you send it in. It takes 5 minutes to do it. This way, you've got to go in and key it in. My recollection is we were encouraging use of this to make it more streamlined for the audit process. However, we did say there were options if people requested not to use this. Am I remembering that correctly? We didn't say you absolutely had to use this for audit. We just encouraged it.
Let's back up a minute. At the end of the meeting, there was a question about what Missouri had done. And in Missouri, they simply required use of the CPE tracking tool unless you did not have access to a computer. That was the only carve-out that Missouri had. Since then, Virginia has adopted the CPE tracking system. They are not allowing any carve-outs at all. You must use the CPE tracking.
The NASBA CPE.
That's not
Yes.
that's not our understanding.
That is our understanding.
In Virginia?
Yeah.
Well, let's just decide today what we think is good for our group. I mean,
Motion on the floor.
yeah, we have a motion, and I guess you seconded that, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Is there any further discussion? Do we need to refresh everybody about the motion?
Yeah.
No,
That-
my motion is that
It's
the
not
use of the
mandatory.
NASBA CPE tracking tool is encouraged but optional, even through the audit process.
That was my understanding on my second.
Discussion.
I would ask that you consider that when NASBA is able to download a firm's information, then at that point, that firm would be required to do that.
That we could.
I'd like
The
to
problem
see.
with that And here's my only objection to that part, is that different people come on at different time potentially, and some are required to do it, some are not, because of where their system is in the process. I mean, to me, the whole useful part of the NASBA tracking tool was to direct audit, not necessarily to track audit. Do you follow what I'm saying? In other words, if the whole population was being required to use the system, then when they selected the audit, they could go in and see what people had. I mean, it would self-audit itself, and then you would select those few people that did not have the stuff keyed into the system properly. And that's who you would be auditing. It was more of a targeting tool. I mean, I may be speaking off topic here, but it was my understanding it was more of a targeting thing than it was a management of, I mean, it does the management piece, but I think the benefit to us was that it directed our audit process.
I think we need to put the onus on the TSCPA. It seems to me that's the largest holder of data in terms of the CPE. They should get together with NASBA and get this working.
I disagree completely. You've got NASBA offering something. We've been using TSCPAs forever. NASBA now has a new tool that we've said, hey, this is a good tool as well. And we encourage people to use it, and we'll use it. We've already told TSCPA that we will, and this is the first time I've heard that if you send in the TSCPA certificate, that you don't have to have any, and you have added your own stuff to the TSCPA tracker. I mean, what if these that gave us, our gentleman this morning, had just put those lines down into the CPA tracker? Would we have accepted his CPE?
In the TSCPA tracker?
Yeah, he's got the right to do that. That's
So
not
you're
what I
saying
see as
there's
an
no
audit.
audit behind the TSCPA tracker?
There's not, is there?
Our transcript, which is the official, what I understand the board staff uses as official, the transcript only includes courses that we offer and can verify. We also allow non-members to add. However, we don't include those courses in the transcript because we can't verify those. Those would still have to be verified.
So what are you accepting now?
But it's a place to house everything, just like the NASBA tool would be. So people have been doing this for years.
You also allow us to enter courses that are not offered through the TSCPA. We can, if it's a AICPA course that we've taken, we can come back and load it into your system and have it there to complete all of our CPE information.
But she's indicating that they do not verify anything that's there, and when you get the transcript, it does not have any verification of that, so it doesn't show up on the
It's just a repository of certificates.
Right. You can pull what we call a tracker that would include everything, but of course, we can't verify what you did not
They're
take
not going to
through
certify
us.
something they didn't offer.
Right.
But
right.
but if I understood a minute ago, we can send documentation supporting that particular class to the TSCPA. Can we load that,
We have
download that?
It's just been released to be able to upload those, or it will be very, very soon to upload certificates, yes, from other vendors. So yes.
But what do you accept?
Well, I'm familiar with the society's tracker, and it's very clear on it which courses have been approved and are verified by the society, and then following that will be the following courses you've entered but we cannot verify. And for that, in that case, I would ask for certificates for those courses.
So there are some firms out there, and particularly LBMC, that goes to an awful lot of trouble to track all of the CPE that's provided to their CPAs. And they've got a fairly large tracking system. I think the Cosmo has a pretty good tracking system. And there are a number of the firms.
National firms.
Yeah. Have got.
I just have a fundamental problem, I think, mandating that our group use a certain product.
Well, I'm not saying they need to change anything at all. Those of us that use it.
Or even added on to that, have to key into a different system for which they've already been tracked.
And I don't disagree with you. I don't think we should require them to change, nor should we require them to key into a second system.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that at the end of the year, in January, that TFCPA be able to download their data into the NASBA system. and thereby having, and then all the firms be able to download it in late January into the NASBA system, and there you've got everything consolidated into one database that they can audit.
NASBA's the one that's got to make that
Happen.
provision
They've got to make that
available, not
happen.
the
If they don't make that happen, well, then we can't require it.
I agree.
Why does it
And I
all
don't-
need to go in the NASPA system? Why can't, I mean, I just heard that she's got access to the TSCPA system. So is that correct?
No.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, and
What
that
the-
was, I think the NASBA thing not only would allow for the access for them, but also state to state. As soon as other states incorporate this, that's what they're trying to do. So it's like a communication that would be very easy. And for them, they'd have immediate access.
And I don't care what vendor we use, we need to have something to be in the 21st century for electronic reporting. And whether it's our own system that will accept all different vendors, including NASBA and TSCPA or whoever, but I mean, we need some sort of platform. I don't care who it is, but it needs to be something that we can streamline and automate our process with. But I agree with the issue of requiring our members to use one specific vendor. I don't think that's correct, but I mean,
I think we have to push, again, the TSCPA and NASBA. I don't care who does what, but until we get at least one large vendor, like the TSCPA and NASBA, to work together, we're not going to get the other firms and their small vendors to do this. So we have to get a push somehow. We could require our individual members to use it, but I agree, that's kind of forcing something on them that they're going to be very unhappy with.
Right.
But unless we do something, we're going to be in the same situation in 5 years. While other states are moving forward, we need to encourage a upgrade of some kind so that this is what's going to happen in the future.
Well, also, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the Future of Learning task force that the AICPA is working on. And just to try to be very brief, it came out of the 2025 Horizons. And the whole landscape of continuing education is going to be changing drastically. So to mandate something now for what we have in place now might be something that has to change again in 5 years anyway, because the way that they are looking at potentially delivering, measuring CPE is drastically different. From getting rid of the 50-minute hour to nano learning to all sorts of different things.
I don't think that's going to change the fact that we're still going to require CPE. It may be that we require it in a different way, but the issue I have is that all the platforms we have do not communicate with our state auditing process. NASBA has presented something that does. So my request is, why don't we have other, starting with our state society, making this communication possible?
At this point, it's time consuming for us. I think I brought these up at the concerns at the last meeting. There's a cost issue. It's just not something we're ready to jump into when we already have our own system.
But your system
and
doesn't.
in addition, we've got firms and many firms and individuals who have complained about having to do another system when they already have something on their own.
That's the whole point. We don't want them to have to do another system if they're using the TSCPA. If we got one large group to do this, the other smaller ones, knowing that there's already a means to communicate, because somewhere along the line you have to come up with the language, the fix that puts the two together, and that probably could be easily transferred to these other vendors.
Well, the question is, who's going to make that investment, is what Wendy's saying, in time, resources, and money.
Time, resources, money, there's data there's data concerns from any vendor from a firm or any kind of CPE vendor is going to be worried from a data perspective as well. So I think that if it was something that was voluntary now and we could see how it worked and we could see how other states adopt it, then potentially the TSCPA would be more interested in jumping in when they would know what they were getting into.
The only issue I have, I guess, is if we do this, and obviously I think automating this is the right way to go, but if our staff is getting this in 20 different ways, does it become confusing to figure out, all the different reporting styles and that sort of thing? I mean, at least
But
require.
they have been getting it 20 different ways. I mean, they've
We've been
been,
getting it in paper form and.
right.
What's your thoughts? I mean,
Well, an audit, the audit process is time consuming no matter how you look at it. I have a really intricate spreadsheet, and last year was the first audit that I did myself, and it was basically keeping track of 500 emails and the documents that came along with them, and just hoping that no one was falling through the cracks.
are you okay with that if we just had a voluntary position and you got it?
Oh, sure,
audited?
I can do it either way, and if it comes down to that on my, when I'm tracking this on my spreadsheet, I could note if someone has already responded via the tracking tool.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any more discussion?
Are we, I have to keep asking about this. Are we basically
We're
now?
not making it mandatory.
Okay,
for either.
we're just confirming that it's voluntary.
That is voluntary.
Okay.
Encouraged but optional. was the
Encouraged but
wording.
optional.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the clarification is passed. Okay, Wendy, you were up next on the ERISA audits and peer review.
Try to make this concise. Everybody's hungry, I'm sure. I think you saw in Mark's executive director's report that he heard from Ian Dingwall at the executive director's conference about some concerns that they had with firms who perform employee benefit plan audits and may not be undergoing a peer review. So just to kind of bring you up to speed, about a year ago, the Department of Labor contacted the AICPA and asked that they help them verify of the 4,900 plus firms that are doing employee benefit plan audits, which ones are enrolled in peer review. So the AICPA went through a process of looking through each of those and reporting back to the Department of Labor how many firms were enrolled, 3,907. There were 144 not enrolled, and there were 867 that they could not make a positive match on. You all are familiar that there's confidentiality revolving around peer review, so that was the kind of information that they could provide. Then the AICPA decided to do an internal review as well. And what they found during the internal review is they wanted to look to see on those firms that had performed employee benefit plan audits for the year ending 2011, which one of those firms that did that, did they include an employee benefit plan audit on their most recent peer review? And what they found there is that there were 1,162 firms across the country that did not. So obviously that's of concern. Some of those were understandable reasons, meaning they had just done their first employee benefit plan audit and they weren't up for peer review yet. So there were a few that were explained. But what they did was they researched each one of these. They pulled Form 5500s from the EFAS system that the Department of Labor has, got all their ducks in a row, and as they found individual firms that didn't appear to be in compliance, they then contacted the states and said, this firm does not appear to be in compliance. Here's the information we found. Please reach out to the firm and the prior peer reviewer. So our job then was to do that, confirm the information, and take a variety of steps. It may be that there was some problem with the data. Maybe the data in our system didn't match the actual report that was issued, which was, I think we noticed one of those in Tennessee. In some cases, they uncovered firms that were under peer review right now, and there was nothing in the scheduling information saying they had an employee benefit plan audit, so we handled some of those first. But in the end, there are several that have been doing employee benefit plan audits for years, haven't had them included in their peer review, and of course that's a concern. The AICPA peer review program has some substantial recall guidance, or very detailed recall guidance, in which the reviewers have the opportunity to review the report that they issued from a peer review perspective to determine if that should be recalled or not because it wasn't done in accordance with standards. So there are some peer review reports that have been recalled. In most cases, what's happening is these firms are, once the information is verified, they're basically told that you can agree to have another peer review within 90 days, and if you don't, then those documents will be recalled and go forward. So what we're experiencing is that firms are agreeing to another review in 90 days to get through this process. Going forward, the AICPA has made some quick changes in the past several months to help make sure this doesn't happen going forward. And some of those changes are when you have a peer review, there's a representation letter that the firm must sign and give to their peer reviewer. It used to state something to the effect of, all of our engagements are included in our engagement listing. Well, now it's very specific. It includes things from employee or ERISA audits, governmental audits, those types of things, so it's very clear. There's also, in the checklist that the reviewers use, there's very specific questions. Have you discussed with the firm any concerns with high-risk engagements? Confirm that they don't perform these, so there's some checks and balances there. Okay, in Tennessee, just quickly, we have been told that there are 23 firms in the state of Tennessee that are kind of fall in this bucket of noncompliance. So far, I've had to deal with 10 individually. We've had 2 peer review reports recalled. We've had 2 firms that had been undergoing engagement peer reviews, meaning they did not tell the reviewer that they did audits at all. And so we've had to turn around and have them have a system peer review. I have 5 that did not include employee benefit plan audits on their listing of engagements, but they did include other types of audits. And then the last one that I've dealt with was a data entry error. The report was issued correctly, but not entered into the system correctly. So I hope, does that cover what you were hoping that I would share with them?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, do we have any, excuse me, go ahead, Vic.
I'm sorry. Are peer review recalls public information?
No, that the firm is responsible for contacting anyone that's using that peer review report. That it has been recalled. So, no, they're responsible for sharing that information. And in other states where the peer review reports are available to the state board, then the states are contacting the state board and telling them that it's been recalled. But in Tennessee, the board is restricted from seeing the results of peer review, therefore I've been told not to make a report.
Are we able to have a report along that same line that says these people did not comply with the requirements and tell them they were doing any audits, and therefore we're doing an engagement only that you were referring to? And do we have any teeth about, discipline in that case where they haven't been forthright?
I don't believe so. The way I understand the rules, it's anything found out during the course of a peer review is considered confidential, and we came about that information as a result of peer review.
Mark, does the firm have a duty to inform us if their peer review's been recalled? Wouldn't they technically be?
No, because they are still enrolled in a peer review program, and that is all that we require in order to have a firm permit. My question, Wendy, is when are they dropped from the peer review program?
Only if they did not have that replacement review. So if they don't turn around and have another review, which is what most are having, in 90 days, and they were dropped, then I would notify you.
But we're not going to be aware of any problem at all until they are dropped from the peer review program.
Basically, if they go get it taken care of within the 90 days, they're still in the program. Otherwise, we would be notified.
Exactly.
Okay.
What are they doing in the 90 days? Are they just having a peer reviewer come back in and look at those?
They're going through the entire peer review process again.
Totally?
Totally. They have to have
Everything?
it. So if their peer review is due 2 years from now, but this was uncovered, you have to have a peer review in 90 days, regardless of when your next due date is.
Just these types of
No.
engagements, it's everything.
Right, because as some of you know that are involved in peer review, it's not just engagement specific and a system review, it's about the whole system of quality control. So, yeah, they can't just go look in those engagements specifically.
Basically, our only triggers are going to be if they get kicked out of the peer review or leave or get kicked out of the peer review program, or if DOL takes any action that would be public in nature.
Right. And right now, from what I understand, DOL, when they pull work papers in themselves, if they find deficiencies, then they will report those individuals or firms to AICPA ethics. And I've seen investigations open there as well. The last thing that the peer review board did that I don't know that I explained very well, but let's say in the future we find out that a firm wasn't honest, well, because the new representation letter that you have to supply to your peer reviewer, it specifically says that if basically in the future something is found different and that it will be deemed failure to comply, and it will be deemed as a violation of Code of Professional Conduct, and you will be sent to ethics, which is something peer review does not do now, or had not done previously. So let's just say the provisions that the peer review board has just made to help with this issue in the future, and especially for states like us in our current situation, if I had a case today under the new provisions and I said you had an employee benefit plan audit that you did not share with your peer reviewer, I pull that representation letter where it says I've supplied this information to my peer reviewer, I provide that to AICPA and they're turned over to ethics. So they would undergo the replacement review, but they now have a case open with AICPA ethics as well. That really wouldn't be based on the work performed, but just the fact that they lied.
Thank you, Wendy.
Any other business that needs to come before the board? I believe that's.
Mr. Chairman, the most mercifully brief portion of this whole deal comes right now. There is no legislative update.
Thank you.
There were no,
I thought that's what you were doing when you were reading.
There were no specific statutes that were passed relative to just the accountancy board. If there were any amendments to Title 56 that end up applying to all reg boards, we'll get some notice of that from up the food chain probably sometime this summer.
I appreciate that. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. I don't think there's going to be any opposition to that.
Opposed?
We're adjourned.
Good rough meeting, sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Well done.
Headache ain't bad. Fancy that.
Yeah, it was